The Devil is a Part-Timer, Volume 8. 29 Oniku. Prologue. She never thought this day would come. Even now she found herself at a crossroads. Taking an impartial look at her position, this was a clear dereliction of duty. A breach of trust, even. Although, if you put it that way, she had been abandoning her sworn duty from the very start, ever since that single moment, and just aimlessly passing the days ever since. If she wanted to try, she could come up with any number of excuses for it. But if asked whether she was taking any kind of active approach to the issues in her life, the answer was a resolute no. She was merely going with the flow. Her back was turned to her mission. She was too focused on tidying up the problems that loomed in front of her face, and before she knew it, it had grown comfortable to her. Now, her initial mission was starting to seem not so important any longer. It was time to come out with it, by now. I'm not sure I know whether it's really okay to kill the Devil King any longer. Oh, really now? There was not a shred of reproach to her old friend's voice on the other end of the line. If anything, it had a sense of relief to it, albeit one still tempered with concern. I kind of had a feeling it would wind up like this. Wind up like what? Her friend chuckled. Like, by the time we meet again, you still wouldn't have slain the Devil King or anything. Yeah, no defense there, I guess. Oh, it's all right. If that's the way you feel, Emilia, there must be some good reason for it. Besides, the friend's voice took on a more serious, practiced tone. It was rare coming from her. You've got every right to choose, Emilia. Choose what? Came the befuddled reply. When Alba betrayed you, Emilia, you could have easily exacted your revenge against all of us. Revenge? Oh, come on, why would I do that too? I'm not talking about me or Albert now. I mean the church, or Ente Isla as a whole, you knew. The entire world turned its back on you. If you decided to get vengeance, nobody had any right to stop you even if they wanted to. Oh, that's what you mean. If she were a young hero, thoughts truly filled with nothing but murder for the Devil King, the idea of her friends betraying her and the world reacting to news of her death with idle complacence would have filled her with deep despair. But these days, it didn't. Look, I live in a world where everyone's got cell phones and the internet's everywhere you go, but it's still hard to get info you can rely on. I'm not gonna lose any sleep if a world like Ente Isla gets the wrong idea like that. It's still a feudal society. Inter what? Never mind. Besides, I'm too much of a simple-minded ditz for stupid stuff like that to even occur to me. Well, I dunno what you mean, but all right. If you ever do start to get feelings along those lines, be sure to let me know, okay? Are you trying to tempt me or something? She said with a laugh. You want me to do that or not? Oh, came the quick reply. Whatever path you choose, Emilia, I'm still on your side, all right. I'm not at all against destroying the world even. The strongest church conjurer in the world really shouldn't make idle threats like that. Don't blame me if the church starts keeping their eyes on you. They've already got their eyes on me so much. I'm about ready to pluck them out and sell them as marbles to the local kids. The girl looked at her feet, not too sure how serious her friend was being. Near them was a backpack, filled to the brim with an assortment of bric-a-brac. Well, see you this weekend. Absolutely, chirped Emeralda Eduva, the most powerful sorceress in Ente Isla. The hero demands a little time off. Time passed, calmly and breezily, just like it always did around the dinner table. All the usual sights were there. The freshly cooked rice, aromatic steam rising above it, and the miso soup with chopped carrots in it. Thanks to a fancy new microwave-safe cooking sheet, grilled fish had become a regular presence on the menu. The cold tofu that served as a side dish was festooned with shredded ginger, and at the center of the table, a bubbling bowl of shigeaki soup made from eggplant, miso sauce, and sesame seeds grabbed the most attention. The news program on the TV was covering some regional festival or another as its top story, indicating wordlessly that nothing disturbing or otherwise newsworthy had taken place today to disrupt the serenity. The window, open wide, let just the suggestion of a breeze through in the late afternoon, bringing hints of the city bustle surrounding the room inside. To everyone in the tiny apartment in an even tinier corner of Tokyo, everything about this dinner suggested everything was truly well with the world. And all it took to destroy this atmosphere, this bubble of good cheer that surrounded room 201 of the Villa Rosa Sasasuka apartment building in Shibuya Ward, was a single sentence. "I'm going back home for a little while." The words by themselves seemed innocent enough, but in the context of this apartment, they were a bomb disguised as a herald of peace. Everyone froze. Huh? What? Buh. What on earth are you saying? Why you're home? I like tofu. 6 different people gave 6 very different reactions to the girl who lit the fuse, Emi Yusa, better known as Emilia Justina, the hero of her home world of Isla. She blinked. What's with that reaction? The devil king of this castle, Akasato Mao, had been seated at the apartment's computer desk, textbook in one hand. His face stiffened. "I think we're having a little trouble parsing what that's supposed to mean," he supplied. "What?" Emmy replied, puzzled. "Emilia," came a voice from inside the second level of the closet, from the person who usually would have been seated in front of the laptop. "You mind rephrasing that a little? 'Cause I think Chiho Sasaki's going into a panic, imagining you, Mao, and alas Ramus living in some white picket fence dream house." Urashihara. Whoa, look out. Hanzu Urashihara, better known as the fallen angel Lucifer, grinned. He was the collective baggage of Devil's Castle, and perhaps the second most appropriate thing in the world to store in a closet. Chiho Sasaki, the red-faced high school student he just name-checked, responded by pushing him fully back into the closet and slamming the door. "Whoa, dude," came a muffled attempt at self-defense beyond the door. "What the hell, Chiho Sasaki?" "That's your fault for saying all that weird stuff," she replied as she strained to keep the door in place, face still red as she attempted to keep Urashihara where he belonged. "Kai sis, you're all red," a deviously innocent voice said at her feet. Alas Ramus, the adoptive daughter of Mao and Emmy, though, really, she had adopted them more than anything, had been playing with Chiho a moment ago. Now she was stamping on a big, plastic sheet meant for teaching the alphabet. "Oh hey, alas Ramus, it's almost time for dinner, all right," Chiho shouted in a failed attempt to change the subject. "It's time to clean up." "Okay, time to clean up." The sheet was one of the fancier ones at the shop, made of sturdy enough plastic that it wouldn't tear no matter how badly it was wadded up. "But really though, Yusa, what do you mean?" Chiho dared the question as Mao watched alas Ramus take the sheet he had spent a chunk of his earnings on, and mangle it into a folded, spindled disaster. I meant pretty much what I said. I was just thinking I'd head back home pretty soon." "Wait, Emilia. What do you mean by home, exactly?" came the pained question from a girl in Japanese dress, washing the utensils she had used to cook the upcoming meal. "Well, you know my home, on the Western Island. I grew up in a farming village called Sloane, on the far end of St. Ale. It got raised by an army led by that freak in your closet." Emmy turned a sharp eye toward the closet door. "So I was hoping I could count on you to watch these guys for me while I'm gone, Belle." She was talking to Krestia Bell, a powerful Isla cleric who went by the name Suzuno Kamezuki while in Japan. "Can you provide more detail, please?" the cleric inquired, rinsing the dish detergent off her hands. "I fail to understand your intentions." "Why yeah, Yusa, it can't be that easy to go back home, can it?" "Oh, yeah, sorry if I was too point-blank with that," Emmy replied, chuckling at herself as she realized her mistake. "So it's like Then she stopped, noticing a man standing behind Chiho and Suzuno. I hardly care a bit where you decide to take yourself, but I refuse to let the miso soup I slaved over go cold for your sake. The voice boomed as the man held a large soup bowl in his hands. Shiru Ashia, aka the great demon general Alciel, turned toward his master at the computer desk. Your demonic highness, we are ready to eat. Please save your studies for later and take your seat. Yeah, Emmy just destroyed my focus anyway. Hey, you might not blaming other people for your stupidity. Tofu Alcel tofu. Somewhere along the line, Alas Ramus had approached the legs of the miso-toting Ashia. Now, Suzuno said as he grabbed her away. It's dangerous to scare someone carrying a big bowl like that. Back to mommy with you. Alas Ramus walked up to Emmy, still not entirely convinced of the logic of this. Mommy tofu. All right, once we all sit down at the table, okay? Don't put any ginger on my cold tofu, Alciel. I'm gonna give some of it to Alas Ramus. The family had made a regular habit out of giving a morsel of either Emmy's or Mao's meal to Alas Ramus. But after carefully studying Alas Ramus and Emmy's portion of tofu, Ashia shook his head. I refuse. What will you do if Alas Ramus turns into a picky eater? It was such a strange conversation for a hero to have with a great demon general that no one could even begin to figure out what went wrong between the two of them. Ooh, interjected the only native Japanese citizen in the room. Ashia, I don't think ginger is too good to feed to a baby. It is vital that she get used to the taste of pungent vegetables, Ashia countered, a rarity, considering how weak he usually was to Chiho's lectures. The sooner she learns to enjoy this taste, the more exciting every meal will be for her. Oh, but I get where she's coming from. I kinda got issues with ginger too. And you call yourself a fallen angel Lucifer, Ashia fumed. Dude, what do you want from me? I lived all this time without ever having ginger before. Did ginger ever show up in the mythology about me? He had a point. Neither in the lofty heavens, nor beneath the brightest flaming pyre of the demon realms, did there exist neat little squares of tofu with shredded ginger on top. That was enough for Urashihara's argument to gain an ally for a change. I'm not too good with it either. The pathetic-sounding statement, uttered as he settled down at the table, came from the great devil king Satan himself, the monster that unified the demon realms and had been just a breath away from adding the human world of Enta-Isla to his list of glorious conquests. And yet here, inside this tiny apartment, mankind finally discovered the one weak point of their future nemesis. The Devil King did not like ginger on top of chilled tofu. Maō. My liege. Devil King, of all the simpering things to say. Maō withered under the half-pained, half-pitying expressions that Chiho, Ashia, and Suzuno put forth before him. Look, I can eat it, okay? Have I ever not earned my clean plate award? Let's just have Daddy eat Alas Ramus's ginger then, okay, said the hero Emilia, unfailingly striking at the Devil King's soft, unguarded underbelly. Soon, the operation was underway. As Chiho, Ashia, and Suzuno looked on at the squirming Maō, Emmy carefully used her chopsticks to transfer the ginger flakes over to the devil's tofu. Og, Emmy, he shouted at the sight of his tofu suffering under an avalanche of ginger. Emmy ignored him. If you don't like it, she said, bitch at Alciel. It's not a matter of being finicky. If you feed ginger to someone Alas Ramus's age, she's gonna hate it forever. And why wouldn't she if even the Devil King aiming to take over the world doesn't like it? Oof. Maō couldn't find anything to counter with. Ashia looked equally pained. NGH, he groaned. Belle, surely you have something to say about this. And surely, Alciel, you see how cruel ginger would be to a tender child such as this. Emilia, I have some low-salt soy sauce in my room. Let me go fetch it. It should be better for Alas Ramus. Suzuno padded off to room 202 next door. Yurashihara looked on as he extended his chopsticks over to the eggplant stew in the center of the table. "Man," he muttered, "I worry about Alas Ramus's future if everyone's gonna spoil her like this." "Yurashihara, we have to say thanks for the meal first. Alas Ramus is here and everything." "Eesh, I had no idea raising a kid was so hard. I wouldn't want that to happen to her." "Dude Mao, why are you looking at me when you say that?" "Why don't you ask yourself that?" the merciless Chiho shot back. "Alas Ramus is a lot more sensible and well-mannered than you are." "Right, here's the soy sauce." Ashia, his original topic of conversation now thoroughly in the past, resigned himself to surrender as Suzuno returned with her sauce bottle. "So be it. Let's eat before the miso soup's at room temperature." "Hey, let me get some more rice, Ashia." "Oh wait, my mom gave me some boneless fried chicken to share," the flustered Chiho said as she removed a plastic container from her bag. "Can I use the oven a sec, Ashia?" "Ah, thank you as always, Miss Sasaki. You will need to turn the center knob too." "Oh, I know. Boy, I almost completely forgot too." It was a surreal sight, no doubt. The great demon general and church cleric standing in the Devil's Castle kitchen, a teenage girl bringing them some chicken, the hero and Devil King discussing modern parenting while keeping a watchful eye on the ill-mannered fallen angel. But the way it all worked, somehow, indicated to everyone that room 201 in Villa Rosa Sasasuka was, as always, a paragon of peace. It'd take a lot more than some trip back home to rock this boat. Whether that was a good thing or not, none of them could say quite yet. Right around the end of summer, a shadow clearly began to cast itself over the constantly feuding, yet oddly peaceful relationship between the Devil King and the hero. In the other world, after Maō tasted defeat at the hands of Emi, the resulting power vacuum had been filled by the male branch tribe led by Barbarixia, aiming to build a new Devil King's army in order to stage another Ente-Isla invasion. They were buoyed by Alba Meher, a powerful church official and former ally of the hero, now hell-bent on destroying both her and the Devil King. Alba sent Farfarello, one of the male branch's top generals, to Earth in order to convince Maō and Ashia to lead their so-called new Devil King's army. Both Emi and Suzuno feared the worst at this wicked invitation, but despite all the catastrophes they predicted, both Maō and Ashia refused the offer. They could have easily sent Farfarello back to the demon realms, as they did with Siriato back in Choshi, or have Emi shred him to bits for them. But the boy accompanying Farfarello made matters complicated. It was Iron, a child born from the Sephira known as Jevura, one of the fruits of the tree of Sephiroth, the fabled tree of life that grew in the minds of all church followers in Ente-Isla. Iron was similar to Alas Ramus, who was born from the Yesod Sephira and fused with Emi's holy sword. This occasionally gave her powers that far outclassed even the hero and Devil King. It remained unclear why a Sephira child was working for one of the leaders of the male branch, and while Farfarello was one thing, it would be rash to do anything ill-advised to this boy. It could create new enemies for Maō and the others, not just among the male branch, but among the heavens as well. And even worse, Farfarello and Iron, people who had to be dealt with delicately, if at all, found out that Chiho was someone important to both Maō and Emi. If this kept up, the male branch, once they realized that there was no cajoling Maō or Ashia to join their horde, might decide to take her hostage to force their hand. Chiho, of course, had just as much care in her heart for Emi and Suzuno. Enough so, in fact, that she convinced them to teach her the telepathy-like idea link magic, so that she could send them an SOS whenever danger approached. Maō, for his part, realized there were limits to his haphazard approach to ensuring Chiho's safety. To put a final stop to the threat, he borrowed Emi's and Suzuno's powers to transform himself into the Devil King Satan, a process he made sure Farfarello bore full witness to. That was enough to indicate that all three girls played vital roles in his global conquest, and naming all of them as great demon generals was enough to make Farfarello and Erone return to the demon realms without a fight. Being named as demon generals in front of the male branch enraged Emi and Suzuno, of course, but you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. This entire effort might have saved Chiho from any immediate threat from Farfarello or his tribe, but if time passed and things changed on the Inte Isla side, there was no telling what kind of presence this Chiho Sasaki, the new Satan-endorsed great demon general, would have in the minds of the people. It was certainly no permanent solution to Maō and Emi's problems. So there it was, all laid out, the male branch attempting to rebuild Mao's army, the new child of Asephra, the continued mystery of what went on in the heavens. They could all feel the ill winds of another world brush against their faces, but in the end they had to work today if they wanted to eat tomorrow. That was how they all greeted September, a still all too warm end to the summer. Even with sunset coming just a smidge quicker than before, the sky was still ever so bright past 7 p.m., more than lively enough to light the way along the path to Sasasuka Station along the Keio line. Emi was walking along that path with Suzuno, holding the full and satisfied Alas Ramus as she nodded off. Chiho and Maō were behind them. Whenever Emi and Alas Ramus paid a custodial visit to Devil's Castle, Maō made every possible effort to ensure Chiho joined in on dinner. Chiho gave the reason to everyone herself. If I'm not here, you two will just start fighting, won't you? With Farfarello's chaos still fresh in their minds, Maō and Emi were now trying even harder to keep things harmonious with Chiho, even if it meant her pushing them around a little. Chiho might not have known about it, but they had inadvertently heard from Chiho herself what she thought about Maō and the gang. It was so pure, so straightforward, that there was no resisting it. But even without such weighty issues forcing their hands, having Chiho for dinner made Alas Ramus happy and ensured everyone got something decent to eat. As if to repay her, an unspoken rule was established somewhere along the line that Maō and Suzuno would walk Chiho back home for her. It was the least they could do. "So, Emilia," Suzuno asked along the way, "what did you mean by returning home?" That line of conversation had fallen by the wayside over dinner. "Oh hey yeah," Chiho interjected as she chatted with Maō about their jobs. "What did you mean, Yusa?" "Oh." Three women walking alongside each other down a narrow side road meant that Maō had no way of inserting himself into the conversation. He trudged along, gauging the three of them as they sauntered shoulder to shoulder. Emi looked at both of the girls' curious eyes and exhaled a little sigh. "I'm just sick of waiting any longer." "How so?" "Ever since I found the Devil King here in Japan, I've had to deal with all this trouble I never expected. And I've made my way through it all, somehow, but what's my goal here, really?" "Your goal, Yusa?" asked Chiho, eyebrows raised. Emi shrugged, dejected. "You know, Chiho, I'm the hero. I have the hopes of mankind on my shoulders, and you know the reason I came to Japan in the first place." "Kuri mngh." Sorry." Maō couldn't help but laugh at the topic Alas Ramus chose to bring up as she talked in her sleep. It was like she chose it on purpose. A sharp glare from Emi, up in front, made his apology uncharacteristically meek. "The reason I came here was to slay the Devil King for trying to conquer Inte Isla. Or that's what it was supposed to be, anyway." Her glinting eyes turned toward the withered Maō as she spoke. "I am aware of that much," Suzuno added, still puzzled. "But how is that connected with any desire to return home?" "Well," Emi began, turning back forward since Maō wasn't giving her any further reaction. Her eyes settled down on the baby in her arms, now in a deep and self-assured sleep. "Then Alas Ramus came along, so I couldn't just go slashing at the Devil King any longer, and then all these angels and demons came raining down on us like hailstones, trying to get all of us mixed up, you know." "True enough. Kind of funny to think that us three are the only humans in this whole mix, huh?" Chiho's observation was ignored. So all these outside forces that weren't involved at all before I came here are sticking their noses in my business, and I'm getting sick of it. I just figured that, maybe I should try going back to Isla once. They can mess with me all they want over there. So you'll come back and beat up all the bad guys. Oh, how should I put it? Emmy replied, dubious about how directly Chiho had decided to frame it. I mean, it's like all these different guys have been after my holy sword since right around when Bell showed up, right? Indeed, Suzuno interjected. Lord Sariel was verily obsessed over it at first. But that's because it had to do with Alas Ramus, isn't it? The archangels Sariel and Gabriel had both publicly proclaimed to Emmy that they wanted to extract the better half from her, by force, if necessary. Ever since they'd learned that the sword had a Sephira fragment at its core, heavenly forces had been trying hard to collect it as part of their quest for Yesod pieces, bits of which formed the very root of both the better half and Alas Ramus. Everyone here now knew that, but it didn't mean they had to like it. Right, and the angels are one thing, but that demon Siriato was gunning for Yesod fragments in Choshi too. It's looking a hell of a lot like the male branch forces on the eastern island right now have a Yesod piece or two. And Aron's another fruit of the Sephira, and yet he's tagging along with a demon. I suppose the easiest way to explain it, deadpanned Suzuno, is that the heavens are connected to the demons somehow. Where'd that idea come from? The three girls turned around at once to find a peevish Maō squirming under their gazes as he strolled along. Yeah, Emmy said, how are we gonna explain this guy then? True. The Devil King failed to even realize that Alas Ramus was born from the Yesod fragment he once possessed, and I failed to see any plausible motive for the heavens to side with the male branch forces that sprang up after the Devil King's demise. Look, I dunno what you're talking about, but would you mind not killing me off, please? I'm just fine. So I was thinking, Emmy said, ignoring Mao's Devil King status report. We have too little to go on with Aron, and Jevura too, where he fits in. On the other hand, we kinda know a lot about Yesod at this point. So why do you think Sariel and Gabriel are so hot after Yesod fragments? Huh. Chiho arched an eyebrow, failing to see Emmy's point. Hey, we're about to reach the station, so. Maō, meanwhile, continued to be ignored. I mean, why is it only Yesod that's been broken into fragments? They're only collecting those fragments because someone broke it and spread the pieces all over the place. Talk about a pain in the ass, Maō threw in, knowing that nobody was listening. Spotting a soda can on the street, he picked it up to toss it in the garbage can next to a nearby vending machine, only to find it full. He opted to perch it on top of the can lid instead. Oh, now I get it. Huh. Suzuno nodded confidently to herself, much to Chiho's confusion. Emmy, meanwhile, used her free hand to point a finger at Chiho's hand. Though, the hand had a ring on it that housed a single small, purple gemstone. It was a Yesod fragment, just like the one in Emmy's sword and on Alas Ramus's forehead. I don't know for sure who broke it, but if we're talking about who scattered the pieces, I think that's pretty clear right now. We've got this one right there besides. During the whole rigmarole that led to Chiho obtaining this ring, she also had certain memories implanted into her mind. Memories of a faraway world that Chiho could never have comprehended. One from the past, perhaps. A small, wounded demon and a man standing in a field of wheat. Your mother, Yusa. Yep, pretty much. Emmy rolled her eyes as she took her hand away. So I thought maybe I could track her footsteps on Isla from back before I was born, or when I was still too young to remember anything. Like, maybe that helped me find something, I'm not expecting miracles, but if something pops up, then great. If Emmy could turn back time, there was one regret she had wanted to write for a while. After Emeralda and Albert came to rescue her from Urashihara and Alba, she had a chance to revisit Inte Isla, a chance she wished she could have taken, even for a short time. Layla, Emmy's mother, had apparently lived with Emeralda for a short time. But Emmy didn't take the chance. She had no allies on Earth at the time, and leaving the Devil King alone for a moment was unthinkable. Even if he didn't do anything nefarious, if he decided to move addresses while she was gone, it'd be back to square one with her search. After having spent nearly a year living by herself in Japan, there was no way she'd toss all her progress down the toilet that way. She absolutely couldn't ask Emeralda and Albert to keep an eye on him either. Emmy was a simple farm girl at the core, but they both had high positions in government. Once peace returned to human society, they would have responsibilities to live up to. In a Devil King, free world where the old church and nation rivalries were about to be rekindled anew, their talents were sorely needed back home, not on another world. Plus, by the time the demons were rooted from Inte Isla, Emmy's strength was at a level such that it'd take Emeralda, Albert and Alba taking her on together to have half a chance at defeating her. Lucifer, Urashihara, had survived the fight under the Shuto Expressway, but practically speaking, if it came down to a fight against 3 archdemons, Emilia the hero was the only one capable of dealing with that. If only Chiho had been a more important presence in the demons' lives earlier. If only Suzuno had arrived a little bit sooner. Emmy knew it was pointless to wish for that, but she wished it anyway. Instead of that, Chiho had spent the past half-year building a solid emotional relationship with Maō and his friends. For that matter, Suzuno wouldn't be in the picture in the first place if Urashihara and Alba hadn't made that power grab. It was all this happenstance, all these little mistakes and mistimings, that kept things from going the way Emmy needed them to go. Not that she could do anything about it. Besides, NGHMMHHH, we going home, mommy. Somewhere along line, they had arrived at the Sasuzuka station turnstile. The noise from the PA system and the passing trains must have woken Alas Ramus up. She wrinkled her face as she took in the surroundings, her sleepy eyes turned upward. "Oh, you up, Alas Ramus?" The sharp-eyed Maō, quickly noticing this, approached her to grab one of her hands. "Hey, come visit me again real soon, okay?" Chiho and Suzuno waved behind Emmy, flashing bright smiles. "See you later, Alas Ramus. Be a good girl on the way home now." The situation made Emmy think a bit. If everything had gone the way she wanted, there probably wouldn't be any soft, gentle moments like these. Lately, she had started to think that maybe this wasn't so bad after all. "Sorry I didn't get to play with you too much today, kiddo. I'll make up for that next time, okay?" "Okay, promise." The now wide-awake Alas Ramus thrust her hand toward Maō. Sticking out a single index finger was still too fine a motor skill for her. "Sure thing, promise. What were you doing today, anyway? I almost never see you use that computer." It was a surprise for Emmy, seeing something take priority over Alas Ramus for Maō during her visits. Maō would never forget to take time out for her normally, no matter what. The answer wound up coming from an even more surprising source. "Well," Chiho stated, "Mao's gonna need to get a license soon." "A what?" This was apparently news to Suzuno as well. She gave him a look. "You mean a driver's license?" That was what the term usually meant. It was hard to imagine Maō gunning for, say, an airline pilot's license at this point in his life. As far as Japanese law was concerned, he was an adult and therefore had every right to apply for one. But that wasn't what concerned the girls. "And Alciel gave you permission for this?" Color me impressed. "Oh, that's the part you don't believe." Mao's face soured. "Who do you guys think he is to me anyway?" "Yeah, but getting a license costs money, doesn't it? You have to go to driving school and all that. No. Do you have that kind of cash? Are you even planning to follow traffic laws in the first place? You are the Devil King, right?" "Indeed," Suzuno added. You know those young men that hand out tissue packs advertising driving schools in front of the supermarket or whatnot? The programs for even the cheapest of them start at 100,000 yen or so, am I right? I sincerely doubt Alciel would allow such an outlay, and I even more sincerely doubt you have the patience to save up such an amount, either. Why do I have to get all this abuse just because I said I'm getting a license, huh? What's so bad about the Devil King being licensed? The idea of the Devil King seeking permission from government authorities to do anything is laughable. As Emi said this, Suzuno eagerly nodded at her logic. Geez, guys, a defeated Maō spat out. I didn't say I was getting a car license or anything. Oh, so what then? Something special, Emi asked. I've never seen you show an interest in anything besides MG Ronald stuff, something related to cooking or hygiene or something. Those cost money too, you know. I'd like to get my food hygiene specialist certificate sooner or later, but I knew it. I might need it if I go full-time is all I'm saying, but that's not it. Maō coughed, trying to regain control over the subject, then puffed his chest out. So get this, I'm gonna apply for a motor scooter license. The sound of an express train roaring through Sasuzuka Station passed above his head. Okay, I better get going, girls. Have a safe trip. Emi walked right past Maō, his chest still puffed out. Oh, come on, guys, Chiho protested. You could at least give Maō some kind of reaction. He's about to cry. Aw, Emi groaned. That was a tough order to follow, even if it came from Chiho. I mean, all that lead up and that's it. Not to pick on motor scooters or anything, but Chiho, what kind of license do you think a Devil King would really want to get? Well, Chiho paused, not expecting this query. Guys, listen to me for a sec. I'm not just getting that license either. It costs 7,750 yen to apply, and the company's covering up to 5,700 yen of that. How could I say no to that, huh? And not even Ashia could say no when I explained where the remaining 2,050 yen would be going. Those old, familiar pangs of concern, the voices in Emi's and Suzuno's heads wondering how serious the Devil King was truly being half the time, wriggled back to the surface. They knew he was being 100% straight with them, and the realization made them both feel profoundly empty inside. They could have covered the whole thing at least. They're just covering the training costs. They can't pay the actual license fee for me. Company regulations. Wait, by company, you mean MG Ronald, yes. Why would MG Ronald pay you just so you have the right to haul your sorry hide around on a motor scooter? I'm glad you asked. So the Hataraku MG Ronald location I am so proud to work. We're starting a delivery service, Chiho said, attempting to hurry things along a little. So all the staff 20 years old and up have to get scooter licenses. If you don't have one, the company's helping pay for the costs a little. Delivery, you mean food? More or less, yes, Chiho replied to an astonished-looking Suzuno. We can't make deliveries on bicycles or anything, so we need licenses for the scooters. I'm still a teenager, so they wouldn't cover any of my costs, but... I'm surprised to hear that, Emi said. Didn't you just open a cafe upstairs? It's only been a couple weeks and you're rolling out something new already. Yeah, Ms. Kisaki wasn't exactly a fan of that part of it. Mayumi Kisaki, Crackerjack store manager at the Hataraku station, facing MG Ronald Maō and Chiho worked hourly jobs at, was a woman so devoted to her job that she had earned the nickname Sales Demon from her coworkers. In her eyes, it was a given that daily sales had to be double what they were at the same time last year. Having this new delivery system rolled out when Mag Cafe was still such a new presence in town was currently giving her migraines. They picked us in kind of a hurry, Maō continued. We're near a big metro highway, we're close to offices and residential areas, and we're one of the few sites that can do delivery on Mag Cafe items too. It's not that things are going too fast, so much as we're totally short on people to carry 'em out right now. The idea behind MG Ronald's delivery system wasn't exactly new. Fundamentally, it was identical to the local pizza joint. If you're within the delivery zone and willing to spend at least 1,500 yen on an order, just call up the local MG Ronald and tell them about it. The system had been gradually rolling out across Tokyo, starting with restaurants close to major highways, and Hatagaya's number just came up. There was just one problem, though. The location was in no position to take on the job yet. Only a few employees had licenses at all, part of the reason Maō was so fervently studying for one right now. And the head count at the location was far too paltry to currently provide any kind of decent delivery service. They had a cafe counter upstairs to staff alongside the regular one, which meant more manpower that had to stay inside the restaurant at all times. They'd need to invest in multiple delivery vehicles, too. And they'd need either to hire on employees to take phone orders or to train everyone on how to do that. Plus, they'd need time and people to handle that job. And since orders wouldn't necessarily come from well-known streets all the time, they'd need a delivery team with a working knowledge of the local area. For any of it to work, they needed to bring on some new talent ASAP. And considering the time Kisaki would need to train them up to her quality standards, the 2 months they had until the delivery program's November debut seemed to offer very little room for mistakes. 3 more people, Kisaki had taken to muttering under her breath as of late. I just wish I had 3 more people here at all times, 2 even. 2 part-timers would be enough in her mind to keep the shifts full while training a new delivery team. But autumn was on people's minds now, and school would be back in session soon for college students, not a favorable time to try and beef up the staff. Hey, you looking for a career change maybe, Emmy? Maō was only half serious. Emmy sniffed at it anyway. I'm making 1,700 yen an hour right now, you realize. Never mind. SE7. The number floored Chiho, who, as an underage employee, didn't see much of any salary bump after her probationary period ended. Hey, I have to earn that salary every day, you know. It's hard, and I'm a hero with years of combat experience under my belt, so I know. Why yeah, Chiho said, I know call centers suck sometimes. For her job, Emmy took customer support calls for a major mobile phone provider in Japan. A call center job could involve a lot of things, the subject matter you dealt with, whether you were making or receiving calls. And while it wasn't a given that the job was tough, Emmy had a pretty stressful one, it seemed like. Maō turned to Suzuno next. She cut him off before he could say anything. I am not interested, Devil King. I lack any confidence that I could master customer service and all that unfamiliar terminology to the degree Ms. Kisaki would no doubt demand of me. Maō doubted any of the terminology was really that exotic. But then again, this was Suzuno. She had that crusty schoolteacher vibe every time she opened her mouth, picturing her chirping, "Good morning. I'm ready to take your order whenever you like," with a permanent smile etched on her face was impossible for any of her acquaintances. Are all of you thinking something rude about me right now? Suzuno was sharp enough to pick up on the pained expressions across every face. She glowered at her fellows as they quickly plastered on fake smiles. Well, regardless, Emmy said. Sorry I can't give you too much advice, Chiho, but hang in there all right. Getting back to the subject. What were we talking about again? Suddenly, they all realized that they had spent the past 20 minutes talking in front of the turnstile. They froze for a moment. It was an odd sight, the hero and Devil King completely losing track of time as they bounced from topic to topic. We were talking about me returning home. I've already requested time off from my company, so all I have to do is have Ime handle the details for me. I'm planning to leave at the beginning of the week. Why? Chiho gasped. This is rather fast, is it not? Suzuno protested. Maybe you think I can handle things alone here, but there are so many preparations I must make in order to. Her eyes turned to Maō, who stood next to her. She paused, then put down the arms she had lifted in front of her for protest. I suppose there are there, she said, giving a solemn nod to Emmy. See, of course not. I don't know what you're talking about, Maō felt obliged to respond, but I do know you're making fun of me by now. We're not making fun of you, we're complimenting you. You're diligent, serious, and you follow every rule in the book. Indeed, you rise with the morning sun. You are a staunch advocate of frugal living. You pour your blood, sweat, and tears into your labors, and you even engage in active study in order to adhere to the laws of our nation. Who would ever dare to make fun of that? You could at least look me in the eye when you say that. Wow, Daddy, you're really good. Thanks, alas, Ramus. No one could defy the child. Be but Yusa, if you're leaving next week then. Chiho stopped, too nervous to continue. Emmy nodded, understanding what she meant, and gave a light snicker. Oh, it's all right. I don't want to bother people for too long over there, and I'd like to keep my job too. I'll be back next weekend. I haven't forgotten what's happening on the 12th. Oh, okay, thanks. The 12th, oh, right. Maō and Suzuno nodded in understanding. And let me just make it clear, Emmy said while eyeing Maō intently. Please don't make it all weird for us, okay? Bell's one thing, but... All you're no fun, Maō replied, feigning ignorance. I was planning on making her a great demon general badge or something, too. September 12 came on a Sunday this year, and following intense lobbying from Chiho, the gang had decided to hold a tandem birthday party for both her and Emmy on that day. Earth and Inte Isla ran on different calendars, but Emmy knew she had been born in the early fall. Chiho's birthday was actually on the 10th, but that was a Friday, and Maō, whose attendance was an absolute must in Chiho's mind, worked the closing shift that night. So, they decided on the 12th as a compromise. Planning things around the schedules of multiple people was never easy for them all. If you don't mind me ripping it to shreds the moment I see it, then sure, go ahead. Besides, part of the reason for this trip is to see whether all that crap you blurted out had any permanent effect over there or not. Emmy pouted at Maō. She had a right to. For all she knew, Inte Isla was now assuming as a given the fact that the Devil King was alive. His demon general right-hand man was with him, and he had just appointed Emilia the hero, Crestia Bell from the reconciliation panel, and the cashier from the local fast food joint as his new top officers. Perhaps he had to. It was the best way handy at the time to keep Chiho alive. But Emmy and Suzuno would have much to gripe about if the news set Inte Isla ablaze in speculation. I told you it's all fine, probably. I do not trust you on that. Emmy looked at her watch as she sighed at the offensively optimistic demon. Ooh, I really better get back soon. It's almost alas Ramus's bedtime. You're putting her to sleep this early. She's been whining at me to take baths with her ever since we trained in that bathhouse with Chiho. She likes it hot, too. By the time I get it hot enough and spend some time in there with her, it's practically 10 o'clock already. Nodded Suzuno approvingly. Indeed, the very picture of a dyed-in-the-wool Takyoite. Takyoites don't come from Sephra, Maō grumbled. I guess Iron would come from Hokkaido then, Chiho added for no great reason. All those layers he was wearing and stuff. All right, I really gotta go, so see you on the 12th. Oh, Yusa, Chiho called out just as Emmy was removing her rail pass holder from her shoulder bag. Would it be all right if I got to see you go? 'Cause I'm kind of worried, and besides, it'd be nice to say hello to Emeralda for the first time in a while if she's around. I'm sorry, Chiho, but I promised Ime I'd go over on Monday afternoon, and you're gonna have school, so. Though. It was easy to forget at times, but apart from her skills at cross-planet, cross-species diplomacy, Chiho was just another urban teen. Emmy gave the disappointed girl a pat on the shoulder, alas Ramus joining her by batting her fat hand against her forehead. But don't worry, all right. I'm the strongest hero in human history, remember. And I'll have alas Ramus with me. I'm not planning on fighting or going anywhere dangerous. It's just a quick trip to check up on the family home, pretty much. Oh, right. Suddenly, Maō rushed right up to Emmy. It seemed that only now did he remember that she and alas Ramus were literally inseparable from each other. I don't want anything bad happening to alas Ramus, got it? Just say hello to Emeralda, do lunch or whatever and get her back here. Emmy glared at him, deflecting his bravado back at him. Where do you get off telling me that? You're the whole cause of this in the first place. And you better not try anything funny while I'm gone, either. Anything. Suzuno's gonna have her eye on you the whole time, okay? Ha, funny. You sure won't be laughing by the time I get my license. I'll have an entire new world to explore. Nobody can stop me now. You'll be crying into your cereal by the time you get back. I hope you forget to put the tax stamp on your application, and they boot your ass out of the DMV. They sell those at the DMV too. Try again, knucklehead. Da, Suzuno shouted as she forced her way into the inane argument. Just go already, Emilia. You're keeping Chiho and the Devil King here for too long. You have to stop before our holy scripture has to be rewritten to include the tale of how the hero and the devil battled over how to pay for a motor scooter license. 15 more minutes had passed since Emmy last checked her watch. Between keeping Chiho out late and letting the baby stay awake, it wasn't an ideal scenario for anyone. You have nothing to fear, Chiho, Suzuno continued. Perhaps it is not something to brag about, but I have little to occupy my time. I will be there with Emilia when she crosses over. I had wanted to speak with Emeralda myself. Is that quite all right, Devil King? The station's PA system squawked to life, announcing the imminent arrival of the next train. Emmy turned her head up. All right, she said, trying to hurry things along. See you next week, Chiho. I'll send you a text later, Belle. And with that she finally went through the turnstile. Bye-bye, Daddy Kaisis Suzusis bye-bye. As alas Ramus waved with all her might from behind Emmy's shoulder, the three of them feel tremendously guilty. I wasn't lying, though. They really do sell those tax stamps at the DMV. It doesn't, I need to walk Chiho home. Are you all right time-wise, Chiho? Suzuno asked. Oh sure, no problem there, but... Chiho looked up at the sound of the train Emmy, and alas Ramus presumably just clambered aboard, now leaving the station. Yusa's kind of been a lot more cheerful lately, hasn't she? She whispered. Why are you looking at me? Maō protested, a little self-conscious. What don't you know? Know what? Suzuno sighed as she pushed them both forward. We can walk and talk at the same time, you two. I really do think she's gotten more cheerful, though. Like, she's just a ball of energy right now. She's always been that way. Just whine, bitch, and moan, day in, day out. Oh, Maō, I don't mean it that way. It's just, I don't know how to put it. She said it herself, Suzuno said as she looked back toward Sasuzuka Station. About how it was better to seize the initiative on matters instead of waiting for something to happen. It has changed her outlook in all manner of ways, no doubt. Yeah, it's sure different from when she was all hesitant and going nuts over what she should do. It seemed even to Maō that Emmy's happy, almost eerie sense of optimism, something she had back when they first met in Japan, had rekindled itself a little over the past few days. But it can't be just that, though. Oh, what do you mean, Kai? You really don't know, guys, Chiho gave Maō, then Suzuno a look of astonishment. You two have the most to do with it, too. All the two of them could do was exchange awkward glances. Apart from living in the same apartment building, Maō and Suzuno had nothing in common. That was especially true when it came to their involvement with Emmy. Save for the fact they all lived in Japan, their relationships couldn't have been more different. Well, Chiho continued, I'm not as involved as you are, and I wish I was, so I'm not gonna tell you. What? Gum. The two of them were forced to watch Chiho glare at them, looking a little triumphant as she did. All right, Chiho, I give in, Suzuno breathed as she lifted her hands into the air. They were nearly at the girl's house. What have you discerned? Chiho turned her head back at her and smirked a little. I don't know how much Yusa herself is aware of it, she said as she turned the rest of her body toward Suzuno. But we're talking about the hero who came here to slay the Devil King going back home, right? Doesn't that mean that she really trusts both of you? Maō and Suzuno both let out startled gasps. Yusa's convinced there's no way you're gonna do anything mean in Japan just because she takes her eyes off you for a few days. Even if you did, she trusts you enough, Suzuno, that she figures you can handle it. I think this is her way of saying that to all of us. Don't you think? Although I guess we're talking about a different kind of trust and stuff, but... This struck the both of them dumb. They were unable to react. Well, thanks for taking me home. Chiho smiled a little and waved as she walked up to her door. Say hi to Emi for me when you see her off, okay, Suzuno? Maō and Suzuno kept standing there for a few moments. Their eyes met, and then they shrugged and turned their backs to each other. That's not good, from the Devil King's perspective. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? I'm going home. All this idle chatter has made it tremendously late. You would not want to stir Alciel's ire, would you? They exchanged no further words as they walked back to the apartment, and silently went to their respective rooms. Welcome back, your demonic highness. Ah, what a breath of fresh air this is, not having Emilia breathing down our necks. Shall we kick back and pay a visit to that yakiniku place, perhaps? Ashia was acting quite out of character. If his idea of something to do when the hero was gone was sitting around a griddle and cooking up bits of beef and pork, Maō mused, it might already be too late for both of them. My liege. Oh hey Maō, did you get my text? I asked you to grab some custard for me at the convenience store on your way back home. You did? Guess I didn't notice. Maō took out his cell phone, only to find a 12-minute-old message waiting for him. Aw, do you'd, Yurashihara grumbled. Ashia said it was okay for a change, too. Damn it, guys. My liege. Something up, Maō. The way Maō was still standing bolt upright at the door unnerved them both a little. Maō paused, then lifted his face up. It betrayed his anger, an uncommon emotion for him as of late. The hero's gone, and all you're going on about is meat and custard. See, this is exactly why Emmy's put so much trust in us guys. Where the hell is all of your demon general pride, huh? The shouts from Maō and the subsequent wailing and moaning from Ashia and Yurashihara were clearly audible through the wall. Suzuno scowled to herself, hands over her ears as she rode out the storm. As if he is in any position to talk. The Devil King next door, forced to chide his subordinates over yakiniku and cheap desserts, had clearly been poisoned by the everyday objects of Japanese society. And as Suzuno found herself forced to listen to an all-too-typical family argument from beyond the wall, she suddenly recalled a conversation she had with Emi a few days ago. The angels were human all along, in which case? What were demons then? Especially the demon next door, currently studying the traffic laws of Japan in order to obtain a motor scooter license, and also a little frantic at the idea that the hero and his unrequited crush trusted him. Certainly between Maō and Ashia, demons certainly looked quite a bit more unhuman than angels. Unlike the denizens of heaven, who harnessed holy magic to materialize their wings, they were often of enormous size and sported things like pointy tails and horns that humans would never have. A few of them, such as Kamio, the avian devil's regent who showed up in Choshi, hardly resembled humans at all. But Suzuno had seen the Devil King Satan, the great demon general Alciel, even Farfarello, top officer in the male branch, in forms that were no different from any man or woman on the street. Perhaps I could investigate what that means exactly. She sprang to action, grabbing her cell phone, but then stopped, shaking her head. It wasn't that her trust in Emmy was gone, but having her go off by herself to see how things were on Ente Isla painted too murky a picture for her to be comfortable with. Casting too wide of a net would make it easy to overlook matters that might impact Japan and Chiho in unpredictable ways. Emmy said she was looking for clues leading to her mother, so why not let her focus on that, and that alone? The other mysteries unfolding in Ente Isla could affect the entire world. There was no point in hurrying things along too quickly. The real issue right now, after all, was, enough of this bickering. Settle down before I file a noise complaint. She needed to quell the chaos next door as soon as possible. The flustered, frustrated Mao, and the quivering Ashia and Urashihara, it wasn't a position she enjoyed. She knew that Emmy entrusted her with watching over Devil's Castle for any suspicious moves, but stop your ridiculous arguing, start studying, and then go to bed. Don't you have work tomorrow? Intervening in a children's quarrel like a daycare supervisor wasn't meant to be part of the deal. She was starting to dread the next few days before Emmy's return. Walking back into her room, Suzuno closed the door with a hand behind her and let out a heavy sigh. Still, this is a form of peace and serenity, I suppose. It was wrong, yes, but it wasn't a bad thing. That was the simplest way of putting it. Monday rolled along surprisingly quickly. After turning down an invite from her friends and wrapping up lunch early, Chiho was standing near the so-called Chamber of Horrors, the old school building that students and teachers usually never went near at all. She was staring intently at something in her hands. It was her ring, the small, purple yesod fragment shining on top of it. As an upstanding, sensible high school student, Chiho couldn't bear having such a gaudy piece of jewelry on her finger during class. Although no one had gotten around to explaining the process in detail, Chiho knew that gates were a special sort of magic that let people traverse extremely long distances in an instant. Emmy had gone through one to come here, and so had everyone else. Suzuno, Emeralda, Albert, Urashihara, Ashia. Mao, too. And something told Chiho that when Emmy and Alas Ramus went through their gate this afternoon, this yesod fragment would probably react to that in some manner or other. She eyed the ring intently, making sure nobody else was around as she did. Then, suddenly the fragment began to glow a dull purple. Then, for an instant, it sparkled brightly, like a camera flash, before fading and going back to a plain old gemstone. She had figured, with her magical training, that she'd feel some sort of force within her own body as well, but nothing special happened on that front. There was, however, a new text on her phone, a simple notification from Suzuno. Emilia has safely set off with Emeralda. Emmy, one of her best friends, was officially no longer in Japan, or Earth for that matter. It felt so strange to Chiho, who had yet to see a gate being used in person. It was like Emmy Yusa, Emilia Justina, was now just this kind of vague concept, neither extant nor gone forever, and it made her chest tighten. Still, she said she wouldn't do anything dangerous, and Emmy had Emeralda with her besides. Any peril she might run into couldn't possibly be enough to overwhelm her, whether Chiho worried about it or not. Chiho grasped her cell phone and closed her eyes as she recalled Emmy's phone number in her mind. Her hand, her ring, and the phone began to glow a little. Here's hoping the Ente Isla you return to is just a little bit more peaceful than it was before. Would her prayer be strong enough to traverse gates and worlds and dimensions? There was no way this novice spellcaster could know. Even now she didn't know. Because after 2 weeks, after September 12 came and went, Emmy still had not returned. The devil has an encounter. Chafu Station was one of the main nerve centers of the Keio rail line, one where every type of train, from express to local, always made a stop. Keio trains going westward from Tokyo ended their journey either at Hakiauji and Mount Takao, or Hashimoto Station in the Kanagawa prefecture city of Sagamihara, and Chafu was the point where they split toward one direction or the other. The front of the station housed a large bus terminal, offering connections between all of the local rail lines run by Keio, JR, and Oniku. It was still short sleeves weather, but an advancing cold front in the afternoon meant there was a 60% chance of rain called for on this weekday. Maō was there, departing the station through its northern exit. I think my stop's a little farther ahead. He searched for a certain bus stop, one he was at just the other day, only to find a line already forming at the spot he needed to wait at. The sign at the end read Keio Bus, 4 Test Site Front Gate and JR MUSASA Chaikyoji Yenei Station. He was just about to take a study guide out from his tote bag for some final brushing up before the bus arrived, when "Mommy!" Maō blinked, then instantly whirled around toward the voice. There he saw a young girl, hands extended out to grab the attention of her mother, who was studying a station map. Maō didn't know them at all, but he still spent a moment staring at the pair. The mother traced a finger along the map a few times, then picked up her daughter. "All right, I'm sorry," she said. "Doing okay? Not too hot." He could hear her continuing to speak as they quickly disappeared. It was crowded around Chafu Station, but the vision of the mother and child remained on Mao's mind as he sighed and took his hand out of the tote bag. He knew there was no point to studying. He had already memorized every sample question in the Conquering the Motor Scooter exam guidebook he'd purchased. "Well, try number 2, I guess." Maō shrugged as he grumbled to himself. He was headed for the Fuchu License Examination Center. Within the city of Tokyo, potential two-wheel drivers had their choice of 3 test sites, located in the Fuchu, Seizu, and Kodo neighborhoods respectively. Today marked Mao's second visit to Fuchu this month. "Damn it, Emmy," he whined. As if on cue, the bus chose that moment to arrive. The line, either commuters or test-takers like Maō, it seemed, filed into the vehicle and took their seats here and there, Maō being lucky enough to grab a free one near the door. He found himself reading through the exam prep textbook again, despite himself. He couldn't afford to make another mistake, not after he'd blown it last time. A few days back, he had taken off one of his shifts, paid the city 300 yen for a certificate of residence, paid the local pharmacy 700 yen for the first ID photos he had shot since applying to MG Ronald, paid Keio 170 yen for the one-way train ticket, and a further 220 yen for the bus fare, and then capped it all off by failing the written exam. When he realized his number wasn't on the electronic board showing the test results, he was gripped by a shock he hadn't felt since the news arrived that the heroes group had laid waste to Lucifer's army on the western island. A shock perhaps more powerful than that, even. He thought he'd had every question perfect. He had studied to the point where he could rattle off the exact wording of every law related to two-wheeled vehicles. He couldn't figure out where he went wrong. Then he made the most pathetic little noise of his life. Long. His superior memory skills, backed by his natural talent, effort, and demonic strength, reminded him of the cold truth. I put my answers in the wrong columns, didn't I? The test was a basic true-false affair, with a couple of columns to the left of each question for marking in your answer. And while marking all your answers off by one column in a true-false exam would still earn you some correct answers, a passing grade in this one involved getting 45 out of 50 questions right. There was simply no chance. Thus, Mao's first attempt at scoring a driver's license was met with utter defeat. MG Ronald added the costs of earning the license to your paycheck after you sent a request with a copy of the license. But, as was likely proper anyway, they only covered one exam. The abject sadness on Ashia's face when Maō told him he'd have to pay 5,700 yen out of pocket, instead of having the company cover. It reminded him of the heartbreak when the demon general advised him to abandon the eastern island following the humans' counterattack. "It's all that idiot Emi's fault," he muttered just as the bus's engine sprang into action, sending it softly forward after the driver issued one final, "Everyone hang on, please," into the microphone. "Why," he continued to himself, "does she have to get in my way all the time?" The past half-month could be described in two simple words: couldn't focus. Neither Maō nor Ashia nor Chiho nor Suzuno nor anyone else. Yurashihara, he couldn't tell. Emi had departed for Ente Isla 2 weeks ago, on that Monday. Maō had work, Chiho had school, and Ashia and Yurashihara had no particular motivation to see Emi off. Suzuno said she was there, and around mid-afternoon she sent a simple text over to report that she was safely on her way. Where she was headed was nowhere near Earth. And of course, Emi had no obligation or reason to keep Maō and his demon cohorts abreast of her activities. Maō didn't bother doing anything on his end, figuring that Chiho or Suzuno were probably keeping tabs. He was too busy worrying about the upcoming driver's exam to pay too much attention to the people around him. Things were peaceful. Mitsuki Saru, manager of the Kentucky Fried Chicken across the street, was firmly devoted to his work. He was still eternally in love with Kisaki, manager at the MG Ronald, and thanks to helping Chiho with her magical training, he was now able to interact with her on a regular basis again. A great leap forward in his mind, at least, and he had been much friendlier with Maō and Chiho as of late. Not having Emi griping at him all hours of the day was also doing wonders for Mao's work and study ethic. The sense of release was even affecting Ashia's tight grip on their purse strings, to the point where there was always an additional item on the menu for dinner each night, and he didn't yell at Yurashihara for ordering random crap from the internet again. Chiho was worried about Emi, of course, but thinking logically about it, she was the strongest human being in the universe. It was clear that she'd be back soon and that it was useless dwelling on the subject, so Maō didn't bother trying. Things had started to change on Saturday that week. Has Emilia returned, Devil King? That was the question Suzuno had for Maō at the door to his apartment, asked before he departed for work. What are you talking about?" "Oh, I just wanted to see if she was back," she repeated before falling silent. "I dunno," Maō said, a bit annoyed at being asked this. "She isn't." There would be no reason for Emi to notify him about her return. If Suzuno or Chiho didn't know, there was no way he'd know either. He tried to explain this to Suzuno. "Oh," she replied, her face a little troubled. "I see. I apologize for occupying your time." "Oh?" Maō and Ashia exchanged confused glances with each other, while Yurashihara was too passed out in front of the computer desk to respond. Suzuno went out to the hallway, pacing back and forth for a bit before finally summoning up enough resolve to call Chiho. "Chiho, I apologize for calling so early," the demons could hear her say. As the conversation faded in and out of earshot, Maō took a glance at the shift schedule pinned to the refrigerator. It was Saturday, September 11, and if Mao's memory wasn't mistaken, Emi should have come home yesterday. The square for the 12th had "Happy Birthday, Yusa" written over it in Chiho's cutesy handwriting. Suzuno's voice was no longer audible from outside. Just as he realized that, Mao's phone started ringing from the corner of the room he had tossed it to. It was from Chiho. She sounded ready to cry at any moment. There was still no contact the next day. Maō had spent the previous day assuaging Chiho's worst fears, but even he was starting to think this was weird. Emi's personality was such that even if she didn't mind leaving Maō to stew in his own juices, she'd never do anything to make Chiho fret over her. Plus, today was the 12th, Chiho's make-up birthday. Emi was a willing participant in that party, even if she didn't like Mao's presence there much. No way would she blow off that promise without so much as a sorry. Suzuno was back at Devil's Castle that afternoon, checking up on Emi's status. Esmeralda hasn't contacted you or anything, Maō asked her. I am worried, she stated in a low voice from the hallway, precisely because I cannot contact Esmeralda either. On the roof of Emi's apartment building, when the gate opened up 2 weeks ago, Suzuno had personally traded phone numbers and email addresses with Esmeralda Eduva, the most powerful sorceress on Inte Isla. They couldn't help but crack a smile about it. A St. Ale court magician and a reconciliation panel cleric, two people who'd normally have zero contact with each other, using alien technology from Japan to do exactly that. Emi had used her own phone to send an idea link from Inte Isla, indicating she was safe and sound at first arrival, which made her and Esmeralda's current silence all the eerier. Things on Inte Isla had gotten, if nothing else, much more complicated than back when it was simply mankind versus demondom. It was a huge mess of conflicting motives and power struggles, and it was nothing if not ironic that Emi's bringing peace back to the land was the trigger for it. For one thing, the world had fallen into a state of war between the eastern island and the other 4 landmasses that made up the planet. A group from the Male Branch tribe had infiltrated the island, hoping to resurrect the Devil King's army, and they were being guided by Alba Mayer, the hero's former friend and someone who had once fought hard against demonkind. That would make things naughty enough, but now the Male Branch were using an embodiment of a Sephra, one of the core building blocks of the world, and something the angels would do anything to recover. Secret maneuvering was taking place up in heaven, and only now was it bubbling to the surface. Very few people know about all of that, but no matter how things turned out, Inte Isla's problems were definitely no longer the sort of thing that could be sewed up with a simple war or two. I fear relying on the idea link to contact Inte Isla too often. The waves of thought might attract the attention of the church. That is why I hesitate to do anything too hasty. The secret mission Suzuno had been tasked with was still technically in effect, even if she was no longer making any progress on it. Here, in Japan, she was taking the initiative to help the church return to the just and proper organization it used to be, which meant she was now defying orders. Those orders commanded her to cover up Alba's activities, declaring to the world that the hero was dead, and even allowing the Devil King to do what he pleased. If that wasn't possible, she was to defeat both Emi and Maō, turning Alba's lies into a form of the truth. Considering the 2 years it took for Emi to travel across the length and breadth of Inte Isla, no one at the Church Nerve Center expected Suzuno to fulfill her mission in the space of just over 3 months. But just because she wasn't the target of suspicion didn't mean she wanted them to know she was currently plotting against their will. The Male Branch on the eastern island, for all she knew, firmly believed that Crestia Bell was now a great demon general. Alba was apparently disengaged from the church, so demon intel wouldn't fall into church hands that easily, but either way, Suzuno's current position was quite a bit more unsteady than Emi's. There is every chance, she continued, that people similar to how I used to be might be sent to Japan. People who would not hesitate to cause harm to Japan in order to dispose of the sorry truth behind church doings. Yeah, Yurishihara added. Even before we came here, Alba was talking to me about how Emilia being alive was kinda a thorn in the church's side, you know. Bell, intoned Ashia, listening to you speak, it sounds as though you decided to shelve that issue rather quickly after reaching Japan, did you not? Perhaps, the unaffected Suzuno replied. I have no defense for what Lord Sariel did, but, if I may be honest, you all bear the brunt of the blame for what happened. What? Or should I say, it was all your fault truly. Now, I'm gonna have to object to that, lady. Suzuno was starting to get a little too arrogant for Mao's tastes. She simply shrugged at the jab. For me, she said, the ideal resolution to all this would have been for Emilia to slay the Devil King in the world he fled to, bringing true peace to Inte Isla and guiding the church back to something worthy of the faith after it heaped scorn upon the hero's good name. But look at our hero now. She let out a derisive sniff as she stared Mao down. She truly believes you incapable of doing anything evil. Not only does she let you live, but she's even returned to her family home. At this rate, nothing will ever change with my current situation. Mao averted his eyes and clicked his tongue. This was getting awkward for him. Ashia, for his part, let out a grumbling moan. Neither of them could counter her assessment. Things would change, of course, if I were allowed to smash all of you down. Right here and right now. Suzuno squinted at Mao as he gritted his teeth. But now is no time for idle talk like that. Our problem right now is Emilia, and right now, there is nothing we can do from here. And if Emilia is incapable of returning home, it might be safer to assume that something's happened to Emeralda, not Emilia. Emeralda. Indeed, Emilia is incapable of casting gate magic, and neither can Emeralda, for that matter. Much of it comes down to the angel's feather pens they have. Mao's face wrinkled at the mention of the term. Nobody else noticed. It is Emeralda who takes care of those pens, so perhaps something has happened to her, and Emilia is trying to do something about it. That is what I think anyway. Suzuno's hesitance was thanks to the fact that even she knew this was just idle speculation. It didn't take much of an effort from Mao to deflate it. Okay, so why isn't Emmy telling you or Kai anything about this? She was chatting with Emeralda via Idea Link this whole time, wasn't she? It shouldn't be this hard for her to contact us. What's with the silence? If I knew the answer to that, I would not be in such a state right now. There was more than a twinge of frustration to her voice. But what kind of trouble could have possibly befallen her? Because I am being quite honest when I say I cannot imagine what could possibly paint Emilia, of all people, into a corner like this. She is the hero, someone who flicked the Devil King's army and an archangel away like so many flies. If we can no longer make contact with her, the only thing I could imagine is that the entire world was destroyed. She was right. By both Earth and Inta-Isla standards, there was no one that could be described as her equal. Much of that had to do with her holy force and the angelic blood in her, but even without that, it'd take a lot more than, say, an auto-wreck to phase her. Even if she were faced with a foe on the level of the Church's Order of Knights, it wouldn't be close. Even against several of them, even if they snuck up on her and then bound and gagged her too. Her holy force alone meant she could crush them without batting an eye. Hey, can I ask you something? Is it really that tough for human beings to conjure up gates? Suzuno raised an eyebrow at Mao's sudden query. What? I mean, I know me, Ashia, and Yurashihara all look like this right now, but we all had the innate power to use gates whenever we wanted. I guess Alba can too, so I don't get why it's so impossible for you and Emmy. Is that your way of bragging about your strength? Suzuno closed her eyes, not appreciating the way Mao phrased it. I can use gates, technically speaking, and I suppose Emilia could as well if she were trained for it. But it consumes such a vast amount of holy force, and it requires an extremely intricate spell to cast. Without that spell and a suitable amplifier to harness it, well, even if I could open a gate, I'd be unable to venture through it, or be very sure of its destination. Oh, so it's a holy energy issue. Quite. That is why Lord Alba is extraordinary in his own way. Summoning a gate without so much as an amplifier is simply amazing. Even the 6 bishops of the church would hardly be a match for him. I suppose Lord Cervantes would have the best chance, thanks to his youth. Though whether even he has studied any gate skills, I cannot say. It is not a spell that is called upon all that often. Yeah, I guess not. There are several of us in the church's diplomatic and missionary team capable of handling gates, including myself, but Lord Alba is the only one I know of who can conjure them without an amplifier. And when I say amplifier, I am speaking of enormous structures. Sanct Ignorato, for example, the stairs of heaven, located at the assorted prelate sites on the western island. One would need to travel to one of those sites to access them, which is another reason why gates are only rarely used by us. Of course, I have my doubts whether even someone like Lord Alba can form a complete gate and perfectly define its destination through his own strength alone. If his real intention was to eliminate Emilia, after all, why would he send her to a human world with nations as rich as this one? He would not do that deliberately, no. It made sense enough to Maō, at least. I should also note that opening a gate is quite a different matter from stabilizing it and going through it. I could probably manage the opening process with no external aids, but no further. I would not be able to guarantee the safety of whoever went through. And were I the one doing the traveling, I would need to keep it stable while I journeyed onward. I have no idea how long that would take, but I would need to continually pump power into the gate, or else it would destabilize and send me to who knows where. Oh! Maō and Ashia turned and nodded to each other. They had to admit that it made sense. Losing control of their own gate was the entire reason why they fell into Japan in the first place. Okay, Yurashihara suddenly blurted out. So if Maō here becomes the Devil King again, he can hop right back to Isla, right? Like, we've already proven that he can convert holy force into demonic if you overload him with enough of it. Then he can open all the gates he wants to, yeah. An astonished Ashia said. A surprisingly constructive observation coming from you, Lucifer. Suzuno looked less impressed. Probably not, I'm afraid. Yeah, I don't think so either, Maō added. Emi was with us all last time. Now, it'd just be Suzuno, and she could probably drill all her holy force into me and it wouldn't make the demon force come back. It'd just make me feel a little sick to my stomach. I hate to admit it, but you are right. I have perhaps half of Emi's holy strength at best. Our capacities are on a completely different scale from each other. If I put that into you and poisoned your demonic side with holy force, you would no doubt fall ill, lose your job, and be homeless within a month, no. Oof, Ashia said, newly concerned. Oh, I thought that was a pretty good idea, too, Yurashihara whined as he leaned back on his legless chair. Well, hang on a second. Maō waved his hand in the air. Why are we treating it as a given that Emi's in trouble and I have to swing in to rescue her? 'Cause maybe you forgot, but I'm the Devil King, you know, her mortal enemy. I don't give a crap if Isla starts a war with itself or whatever. Hell, that's great for me, actually. Plus, Emi knew the risk she was taking going back there, right? It's her problem now. Yours too, I guess. I don't care. I feel kinda bad for Kai, but... Maō shot a glance at the schedule on the refrigerator, recalling Chiho as she wrote her message on it a couple weeks back. Not even the entire Devil King's army could stop Emi, he continued, picking up his usual conversational speed. And now that she's back in Isla, her body's naturally recharging its holy force. She's gotta be several times stronger now than she was here, even. Isn't it kinda pointless worrying about her safety? And if you can't do anything, we really can't either. The only difference is that we have no reason to care about how Emi's doing. She went there on her own volition. But Devil King. This conversation's over, okay? I'm assuming we're gonna cancel the party if she doesn't show today, so I'm gonna study for my license test tomorrow. Get out of the way, Yurashihara. Yurashihara, unexpectedly for him, got the picture quick. He sidled away from the computer desk, giving Maō the space he needed to access a website with a selection of sample tests, giving every indication that he was done talking for now. Ashia, Yurashihara, and Suzuno gave him confused-looking stares. Devil King. What, are we not done here? Would you say the same if Chiho asked you for help? Maō fell silent for a moment, but it didn't change his mind. I'd phrase it a little softer than that, he said, back still turned, but it's gonna be the same thing in the end. It's not like I'm some omnipotent god who can do anything. And we're talking about Emi, okay? Like I said, I don't see the point of worrying about her. Ashia and Yurashihara found it impossible to reply, but someone else didn't. Maō. It was a small voice, ringing out across Mao's slumped back and his heart. It made him hold his breath as he turned around. And Ms. Sasaki. Oh, that's nasty. Ashia's groaned reaction and Yurashihara's pointed criticism of Suzuno were both aimed at a small and clearly crestfallen Chiho. She was next to Suzuno, her eyes quivering with concern, and now she was turning them to Maō. That explained why Suzuno never actually entered the apartment. She wanted to be sure Chiho heard the whole thing. Kai. Maō, I know you're not the kind of person to go back on your word. Huh. It wasn't what he expected to hear. What he did expect had already made a chill run down his spine. I know you're the Devil King and she's the hero. I know your enemies and everything. And when you say that you don't care what happens to Emilia the hero, I'm sure that's what you really think inside. Her voice was shaking, hands clasped in front of her chest. So much as a poke would have made her start crying. I'm sure there's nothing we can do about the fact that the Devil King Satan and the hero Emilia knew each other as enemies. I guess there wasn't any way of avoiding that in the first place. But Maō, didn't you say it to me yourself? Didn't you give me a really great present? Emotions Chiho could no longer contain were now spreading across her face. I think Emi might not like it much. But you told me, didn't you? You said that me and Suzuno and Yusa were all your demon generals, didn't you? You said we could be with you and you'd show us this amazing new world. Ms. Sasaki. Whoa, nobody told me about Ao. Ashia, attempting to give Chiho's pained plea the serious response it deserved, instead found himself slapping Yurashihara, for once again failing to get the hint. And you, Yurashihara, Chiho continued as she watched him grasp his nose in pain. You betrayed him once, but you're still a demon general sniff, and you said her name, Maō, you named her, and nobody made you do it. If it's pointless to worry about her, that's fine. It'd be better that way, even, but Yusa's so strong and yet she's still gone, and I'm so worried. Chiho, Suzuno gave her a shoulder for support. Chiho's knees looked ready to collapse on her. And alas, Ramus is still with her, you know. How could you not be worried about her at least? I know you're lying about that right now, hoof. Chiho sighed, relieved that she managed to scale the mountain of her emotions before they fully got the best of her. She gave the room a polite bow. Ugh. I'll see you later. She gave another bow, and was just about to step behind Suzuno and walk back home when Maō let out a single, lifeless syllable. Kai. Chiho stopped. She didn't turn around. Yes. For a moment, Maō failed to understand why he had called for her. After a measured silence, he finally managed to get this out. Don't do anything dumb like try to contact Emi with an idea link, okay? 'Cause if she's actually in trouble, that might put you in danger too, Kai. He knew it was insipid, but that was all he could say. And of course he couldn't see the human girl's expression with her back turned. All right, Chiho replied. Then she walked down the stairs and left Villa Rosa Sasasuka alone. Once the stair clanging ended and Maō saw Chiho round the corner with tottering, unsteady steps, he gave Suzuno a resentful glare. Damn it, Suzuno. He had fallen straight into her trap, and Maō wanted to curse Suzuno for that, but he and she both knew how weak his facial expression was right now. Suzuno all but chuckled in response. It is what I had to do, she said, to make sure you truly cared not at all. I, after all, was very reluctantly named a great demon general in your revitalized army. Why shouldn't I have my reporting general think about how to protect one of his top officers? Does someone mind cluing me in on all this later? The very peeved-sounding Yurashihara said, as Suzuno watched him climb into the closet. No great demon general can rely completely on her commanding officer, of course. So, for now, all I want is a commitment. If you're gonna use your position only when it helps you, I'll happily strip you of your post, you know. I don't see how I can make a commitment on any of this besides. You sat there slack-jawed and said nothing to counter Chiho's words. That proved to us all that you are, indeed, concerned about Emilia and alas Ramus's safety. What more commitment could I possibly ask for? Maō glared at her. I am off. I need time to think about what I can do. After all, Chiho put it best, it'd be best for all of us if all this concern is for nothing. Without another word, Suzuno departed from Devil's Castle. Shit. Maō slapped a fist against the computer desk. Your demonic highness, said a voice from behind, if I may. What, are you gonna bitch at me to think about her too? No, my liege. To be honest, my main concern regarded why you are still considering Emilia and Belle to be your great demon generals. But I believe there is another, graver issue to consider. Yeah. Maō could tell from his voice that Ashia had kneeled down behind him. I know you dodged discussing the possibility just now, but I believe the thought fully occupies the minds of both Belle and Ms. Sasaki. It is too easy for them to believe Emilia is in trouble. A sample scooter license test was still being displayed on the screen in front of Maō. It was on a picture of a road intersection from the viewpoint of a passing vehicle, next to some sort of question about predicting potential hazards. The test taker had to correctly answer a true-false question about what danger might ensue from the scene in the picture. It is true, my liege, that staging a full frontal attack on Emilia ultimately led to the demise of the Devil King's army. But now, the flames of war crossing into Isla are being fanned by human hands. There is no guarantee that the danger, dulling Emilia's blade and strength, would be a sword stabbing at her from the front. No, there wasn't. Even after human society betrayed her, Emilia has still retained her pride as the hero and savior of humanity. She has always attempted to pursue the path to true justice. If a fellow human wanted to restrain her powers, what would be the best approach to take? How should I know what humans are thinking? Even now, my liege, after you resolve to stay in this world in order to investigate the human race's thought process. Ashia's voice remained calm, but just like Chiho, he was poking right at the contradictions in Mao's mind that the Demon King was doggedly clinging to. He was up to the task, because he knew Mao better than anyone else in the world. Few subordinates are more valuable to a boss than the one capable of giving things to him straight. Apart from Emeralda Eduva and Albert End, it is safe to say that Emilia can call not a single soul an ally in Inte Isla. The power brokers in the church are against her. Barbarixia and his male branch horde are against her, even the very heavens are against her. And if they learned somehow that Emilia has ventured into their own territory, I am certain they would be watching with bated breath. Emeralda had undoubtedly done everything she could to keep a lid on it, but it was easy to imagine that both she and Albert were under constant surveillance by any number of forces. She herself had escaped confinement at the hands of the church, publicly contesting them over their official position that Emilia the hero was dead. That surveillance was going nowhere as long as Suzuno continued to fail to do the church's bidding. If someone had picked up on Emeralda's movements and decided to act on them, what would happen if they set the sort of trap Suzuno was picturing in her mind? Well, I'd guess taking someone hostage would be easiest, wouldn't it? Indeed, my liege. That may not necessarily be Emeralda Eduva. It does not matter who, really, as long as it makes Emilia hold her sword. If the person means enough to Emilia, they could serve as the perfect shield against her godlike force. Nothing could be more human, could it? Yeah, no. The whole idea of a hostage didn't exist in the demon realms before I unified it, and none of the humans were ever goofy enough to take a demon hostage. But why would someone on Inte Isla want to go that far against Emmy? She's still the savior of their world, isn't she? It seemed to Mao that nobody on Inte Isla had any reason to actively oppose Emilia the hero. She had insurmountable strength. And what would lobbing stones at the savior accomplish for anyone? There is little we can do about it now, but, Your Demonic Highness, I fear that naming Emilia and Bel your demon generals when Farfarello left us was something of a blunder." Maō gave Ashia a look. It was a sore topic to him as well. "When I heard about that," Ashia continued, voice taking an admonished tone, "I thought at first it was part of an attempt to eliminate Emilia and Bel from our lives. But that was not the case, was it?" Here we go again, Maō thought, back into lecture mode. His face tightened. "Look, I know I was kinda caught up in the feeling and all back there, but I kinda had to, in a way. It guaranteed Chiho would stay safe, and it'd keep the demons from screwing around in Japan any longer. I mean, once Barbarixia knew Emi was alive, he was ready to attack Earth pretty much immediately." Ashia nodded. Maō had enough respect for his demon citizens that he never wanted them to waste their lives in pointless wars. The encounter with Siriato and Choshi proved to the male branch's leaders that a face-to-face struggle against Emi would end in failure, whether she had all her force back or not. No matter what was motivating Barbarixia to step away from the demon realm mainstream, neither Emi nor Suzuno would be willing to have him actively meddle with Japan any further. In order to eliminate that cause, Maō had to prove that the demon enemies of the past were no longer enemies. It was something he could only show him in Devil King form, and it was the correct approach. It was correct, but... "Do you realize, Your Demonic Highness, that naming these 3 new great demon generals comes at the expense of the safety of Japan and Ms. Sasaki, as well as the safety of Emilia and Bel in Enta Isla?" Maō gamely opened his mouth. What? We've got Suzuno and Emi here. Farfarello would have reported back to Efsahan about it. Barbarixia's firmly established in the eastern island." He waggled a finger into the air as he organized his thoughts. "Hello." Then he brought a hand to his face. "Oh, the humans are gonna be so pissed. They think Emi and Suzuno did a heel turn on them." "You truly did not understand that?" Ashia sighed. "I doubt they would believe it immediately, no," he continued. "The rumor would come from demon mouths. Emilia is supposed to be dead, and Bel's mission remains a secret one as far as we know. But it would be more than enough to make the more doubtful of them take action. Just like Suzuno said, a new assassin, perhaps, or a large army of humans. He thought he was rid of the demon threat, and instead he had inadvertently put Emi and Suzuno in danger." "Okay, but in that case, why did they?" Suzuno had just called herself a demon general, albeit half-jokingly. And apart from the first day, it seemed like Emi tolerated it, too, in order to keep Chiho safe. They accepted it, I am sure. They accepted the danger, too, I imagine, as a suitable risk in exchange for Ms. Sasaki's safety. Emilia resolved to return home, after all, because of the concerns she voiced about having to be more proactive, did she not? Well, they were both aware of those risks and they said nothing about it. Out of respect for Ms. Sasaki, to some extent, but perhaps, I think, they wanted the status quo between us to be sustained. We remain in conflict, of course, but now we share our evening meals around the same table. And what do you think of that? At this point, my liege, as long as you can fulfill your ultimate ambition to take over the world, it no longer greatly matters to me what approach you deign to take. I do find the idea of aligning with our bitterest of enemies rather disdainful, yes, but... Maō gave an annoyed look at Ashia's bare-faced rebuttal. Ashia looked on with a half-smile before quickly growing stern again. "And I have been thinking, Your Demonic Highness, which one of these forces is clearly seeking Emilia's physical body?" Emilia possesses a strong body and an indomitable spirit. No regular human could force her to submit in any conceivable way. She would immediately seize the first opportunity available and slash right through it. What are you getting at? Which one of the players here, my liege, sees value to Emilia apart from her strength in battle? Wait, are you kidding me? The faces of the many angels who had confronted him in their search for Emi's sword alas Ramus, and the Yesod fragments flashed back into Mao's mind. If her suspicion was right and Emilia was in trouble after all, the repercussions might even affect their adopted child. But that's all just speculation, isn't it? Suddenly, they heard a sliding door open. Yurashihara popped out of the closet, carrying a drawer from the miniature chest he had installed in there without permission. I dunno if Inte Isla's and Earth's calendars are running at the same speed or whatever. And it's not like the horse wagons always come on schedule like the trains in Japan, you know. Emeralda Eduva had to get the schedule aligned to make this visit work, so maybe they're just having a hard time getting the timing right. Yurashihara placed the drawer on the ground and fumbled through its contents. Not that we're ones to talk, but it's not like there's gonna be a ton of working infrastructure where they are. Not after our armies destroyed most of it. So maybe she's too used to things in Japan, so she wound up getting delayed over there. Sounds pretty optimistic to me. But Chiho Sasaki's being way too pessimistic. The day's not even over yet and she's probably crying her eyes out back home, dude. And you talked about never taking hostages, but my Western Island forces took a crapload of St. Ale officials hostage. I mean, geez, we had Emeralda Eduva for a while. But that sure as hell didn't stop Emilia from saving them all and beating the crap out of us, you know. It's kinda hard to think that, like, there's a hostage that's keeping her from acting at all. There was something convincing about the argument, given that it came from someone who took on Emmy twice and lost majorly both times. Emmy certainly had enough pure strength to smash through whatever devious tricks someone might play on her. So like, let's just try waiting a bit, okay? I get that you're worried about alas Ramus, but you know she's gonna be fine as long as Emilia's still alive. At the very least, you know there's nobody here or on Inte Isla who could kill her right now. Yurashihara picked up the drawer, never removing anything from it in the end, and took it back to the closet before bringing out another drawer. Let's just wait and see what Belle tries to do. You know Emilia wouldn't want you to do anything for her anyway, right, Mao? Like, no matter how bad off she was. It was true. If anything, doing too much for her would just make her all angry again. Ashiya Yurashihara. Yes, my liege. Mao grinned a bit as he took a breath. Sorry about before, I'm a little calmer now. Then he turned back toward the computer. For now, I'm just gonna focus on what's in front of me. Once she comes back, I'm gonna shove my license in her face and pick on her about being late. As much as I can till she snaps, you know. Sounds great to me, dude. Damn, where did I put it? He left it here last time. I don't think I threw it out. Ashiya gave a silent bow behind Mao's back as Yurashihara took out a third drawer, apparently searching for something. Emmy never made it back that day either, but, on the surface at least, it was just another day in Devil's Castle. Thus, in the end, Mao found himself forced to take the exam a second time. He didn't want to play the blame game too much, but Ashiya's and Chiho's words for him had thrown off his concentration. He had named Emmy a great demon general, yes, and he also declared that he would help her find a new calling in life. And Ashiya wasn't just idly speculating either. The heavens wanted Emmy's body, and if they found out what she was up to, it was a given that they'd take a rather predictable strategy. But after he attempted to wrest Emmy's holy sword from her, Sariel's love for Mao's boss had turned him completely into a typical Japanese man. There was no sign he was staying in contact with the heavens at all. And Gabriel, just as powerful as Sariel, was no match at all for Emmy. A tandem archangel strike might be one thing, but if they pulled something like that off, they'd have heard of it, whether it was in Japan or not. Inte Islands would be able to pick up on their holy force, which made it all the more perplexing that Emmy wasn't back yet. That was what dominated Mao's mind to the point that he put his test answers one column off from where they should have been. And now, it was exactly 2 weeks since the day Emmy was supposed to return home. Suzuno had been working out her plans the whole time, evidently. She was in the midst of procuring an amplifier in Japan strong enough for the complex spell she had concocted to send an untraceable idea link. She had tried a few experimental sonar transmissions, and she was also trying to track down Albert, Emmy's other friend. About everything she could do from Japan, Maō supposed. The effort meant that Suzuno's room was filled with strange-looking objects serving as amplifiers, as well as pages upon pages of magical incantations. It looked like she had signed on for some kind of cult, and so far, it had provided 0 results. The only thing they were reasonably sure about was that Emmy and Emeralda were not back in Japan. The last gate opened between Japan and Ente Isla was the one Emeralda showed up to control, and Emmy used to make her travels. Chiho had grown increasingly taciturn during her work shifts. Kisaki, unaware of what had happened, even voiced concerns that Maō had made an indelicate pass at her again. And between the failed exam and the general weirdness of a life without Emmy in it, Maō must have been acting differently as well. "If you need to talk to me about something," Kisaki told him, "I'm right here, you know." He shouldn't have had anything to discuss. His sworn enemy was gone. It was so freeing to them that Ashia seriously suggested going out for yakiniku. "Look, no," Maō told himself, recalling the results of the last test. "I'm just worried about Alas Ramus is all." A truly gifted liar lies only about the most important of matters. Otherwise, he tries his best to tell the truth and avoid suspicion. Telling a lie to someone else is bad enough, but sometimes the lies you tell yourself can be even more deceitful in nature. They eat at your soul, making it retreat inward. It was true that he was worried about Alas Ramus, but Maō himself knew that it was more than that, and trying to weasel out of that with logic, feeling the need to weasel out of it at all, annoyed him. "Next stop, Observatory," the bus driver said through the PA in the classic drone all public transit employees in the world use. The bus glided to a stop. They were about halfway between Chafu Station's north exit and the test center. This stop served the entrance to the National Astronomical Observatory of Japan, stationed in the city of Mitaka. "Phew, we have made it," said a haggard-sounding voice from the bus's rear entrance. Maō looked behind him to find a small woman in a pair of khaki overalls and a newsboy cap that almost covered her eyes being joined by a man in a business suit. "Come on, Pop, hurry." Yes, oof. They must have been father and daughter. It hadn't occurred to him before now, but it turned out the name of the bus stop was pretty accurate. A gate was perched on top of a small, tree-lined hill, giving the area a university-like feel. "Huh, so that's what's up there." Considering all the light pollution in Tokyo, the presence of an observatory so close by came as a surprise to him. Mitaka was a pretty big town, a bedroom community for Tokyo, something it had been for ages. He doubted anyone could see too many stars with the naked eye from here, at least. That was about the extent to which Mao's brain could keep itself occupied with this new, unusual-looking presence. He decided to spend the rest of the trip studying. "All aboard, please." With a jolt, the bus sprang forward. This bus stop was on a hill, and the resulting rocky start caused the study book to fall right out of Mao's hand. "Oop!" "Oh," said one of the passengers standing by him. The book had fallen right on her foot. Sorry." "Oh no, it is good." It was the girl in the newsboy cap. For a moment, Maō felt a little awkward about reaching out to her body in a public area. The girl came to his rescue, deftly bending over without touching anyone else, and handing the book back to Maō. "Here." "Oh, thanks." The cap was down enough over her face that Maō couldn't get a clear look at it, but she didn't sound angry at least. In fact, she was smiling at him, hand outstretched. But why was she staring so intently at the hand Maō was using to take the book? He grasped it now, but she refused to loosen her own grip on it. A little tug-of-war game was starting to ensue. Um, a sniff. Did she not hear him? No, she had to have, but she was still in that same position, hand on the book, after a moment. A sniff. Hey. She was trying to take Mao's hand, book and all, and bring it to her face. He was unable to surrender his book, but equally unable to accept this loony behavior either. Hey, what'ray? He pulled his hand back, only to have it grabbed by her own. Maō wasn't the type of young man to derive pleasure from this. They were in public besides. He tried to wrest his hand back, instinctively trying to defend himself. I just need one of the moments. Who, The girl refused to let go, then. A sniff. She was smelling his hand. Hey. This was getting too creepy even for Maō. He gave his arm another tug, this one stronger. This one was successful, although it meant giving up the book. Maō gave the girl a puzzled look, while she flashed a dissatisfied frown. Look, the book, please. Maō really didn't want to talk to this disaster any longer, but he couldn't just give up something he bought with his own money. He had memorized every word of the book by now, so it had no value to him, but it was the principle of the thing. Then, Tsubasa. A new voice called out to the girl. Yes, Pop. It was the man in the suit who joined her on the bus. Oh, right, they were related to each other. Looking at the presumable father, Maō could tell he definitely took good care of himself, although he clearly wasn't Japanese by race. Come to think of it, there was something a bit weird about the girl's vocabulary here and there. Maybe they'd immigrated here. The father took the book from the girl he called Tsubasa and offered it to Maō again. Pardon us for the troubles. Oh, Into. This guy seemed normal, at least, although Maō still wanted him out of his life ASAP. Maō opened the book and took his eyes away from the two of them, not bothering with politeness any longer. But, you apologize to young man too, Tsubasa. Yes, Pop. In response to the father's misguided kindness, Tsubasa stretched her back straight and lowered her head to the point that it almost buted Mao's. I am sorry. She had a reason to be, but then again, this all got started because Maō dropped a book on her. Nah, it's all right seemed to be the right thing to say. The father nodded in response and turned away from Maō. But the girl, after righting herself, stayed right there. His face was turned to him, as if watching his every move. This is so uncomfortable, Maō thought to himself. How much time was there until the test center? He scowled at the 30 km/h speed limit sign out the window. Hey, sir. They weren't even at the next stop, much less the test center, and now this Tsubasa girl was talking to him. Why did this have to happen? Maō couldn't hide the discomfort on his face any longer. Are you going to receive the license too? Yeah, I am, but... He was about to tell her off when he remembered her father was right next to him. It forced him to maintain at least a token effort at decorum. It sounded like they were headed to the same spot he was. Maō felt dizzy for a moment. How many failures? Maō turned his eyes away, not understanding the question. This is my and Pop's 10th test, world record. T10th. Maō didn't know how to respond. That was a shockingly high number. As Kisaki and the rest of the licensed MG Ronald employees told him, the written exam was a tad tricky and easily failable if you didn't know what you were getting into. Failing it 9 times in a row, however, was hard to swallow. It probably was a world record, albeit one nobody would want published in a book. Could you quiet down a little? Her father, the bearer of this record, was still right there. He might be a total stranger to Maō, but having this dishonor blared out for all the world to hear before they even reached the test site wasn't an auspicious way to kick things off. Yes, so it goes. Pop, he is not so good with the kanji yet. Maō didn't know if he was gunning for a regular automobile license or a scooter one like he was, but something told him that learning how to drive was the least of his problems. So it goes wasn't the half of it. And as for the father being so publicly put upon right now, Maō looked out the corner of his eye at him. Their eyes met for a moment, and once they did, Maō averted his and looked out the window, or pretended to. If you're listening, Maō pleaded to himself, at least say something. So how many for you, sir? This is my second time. Wow, cool, just 20% of pop. She was right, but to Maō, it sounded like the girl was comparing her father to him and finding the results severely lacking. He had to find a way to keep Tsubasa from slamming her father's good name. So are you taking a test too? I'm his manager. His attendant, I'm attending pop. This was getting nowhere. What was she talking about? Was this girl going to stand next to her father during the whole exam? Wasn't it usually the other way around, if anything? That would be unusual enough, but... So, you aren't taking it. Oh, I was thinking about the taking. She could have just said that first, Maō thought. Test takers didn't need to reserve a spot in advance. It was open to anyone who showed up and filled out the application on time. Maō prayed internally that he wouldn't be sharing a test room with this pair. But I didn't study, so maybe I won't. Just attend pop instead. Maō began to feel fatigued. They were at least conversant in the Japanese language, but if he had failed the written exam 9 times in a row, pop must not be too good with the reading and writing part of things yet. Japan's DMV didn't just give out licenses to people off the street like this. Well, better luck next time, was the only thing Maō could come up with to say. I will do my best, Tsubasa shouted, hands in the air. It would have been nice if that ended the conversation, but after a moment of silence and a single left turn from the bus. Hey, sir. What? She spoke up again. Maō had given up on any further study on the bus, but thinking about how much longer this ordeal had to go on made him despair inside. What is your name, sir? Mao's hesitation was wholly deliberate. Friendliness was fine and all, but this was not a relationship he wanted to foster at all. He honestly wondered whether giving a name would be a good thing or not. My name is Tsubasa Sato. Don't mess up your own name, lady. Maō slumped in his seat. Oh, well, my name's Maō. Maō, the head under the newsboy cap tilted to the side a bit. Then, the king of the devils. Something in the pit of his stomach froze. What? Maō was at a loss for words. Not a single human being had ever started a conversation with him like this. They made fun of him sometimes for how it sounded a bit like Devil King in Japanese, but Maō made an effort to use a different intonation from that when stating his family name. Yes, Tsubasa Sato quizzically continued, taking Mao's hesitation as a denial, like what final boss is called in the video games. Not that, Maō replied, exhaling deeply. That intonation must not have come across to her. Tsubasa Sato sounded like a suitably Japanese name to him, but if she spent her childhood overseas up to now, that might explain her lack of practice with the language. Oh, not a devil king, huh? Tsubasa hung her head down. Apparently this came as a disappointment, but then she lifted it back up, suddenly realizing something. That cap over her forehead made it impossible to gauge her eyes, but there was a grin on her face. Oh, but you know, my pop's name is Hiroshi Sato. Maō took a look back at the father, wondering why this news was meant to be so monumental. The man lifted his head from his own book and met Mao's gaze. Hiroshi Sato, yes, he stated with a nod. Oh, Maō said, a half smile on his face. He knew it was rude of him, but he just couldn't help it. The man wasn't exotically foreign, no blonde hair or chiseled chin or anything. But his look still indicated that Hiroshi Sato couldn't have been any less appropriate a name. But it wasn't fair to have such preconceived notions about people, was it? Even if his face looked purely European to Maō, Maybe he had some Japanese blood from his ancestors. Maybe his parents just liked Japan a lot. Or maybe he was a naturalized citizen who decided to adopt a Japan-style name. It was entirely possible. They looked at each other for a moment or two longer before Hiroshi Sato averted his eyes, just like before. Mao couldn't guess what he was thinking. Then the PA system sprang into action. Next stop, test site front gate, test site front gate. Disembark here for the Metropolitan Department of Motor Vehicles, Fuchu Test Center. The ordeal was over. Mao was finally freed from this tragedy of a family. He reached out for the stop button on a nearby safety rail. But then, ugh! Something pulled his hand back, keeping his finger away from the button by a few inches. Tsubasa had grabbed his arm again and now. Sniff! What are you doing? She was sniffing the back of Mao's hand, head close enough that she could almost kiss it. Tsubasa, chided her father, face scrunched in frustration. Tsubasa, meanwhile, was inspecting Mao's hand closely, her face the pinnacle of earnestness. I do not understand. That's what I want to say. No point acting restrained now. He flung his arm away from her. What's with both of you guys? If the genders were switched in this situation, it almost certainly would have been treated as a criminal matter by now. Mao wasn't interested in pushing the issue, but Tsubasa's behavior went far beyond what manners allowed on the bus. I do not know, the good scent is blocking it. Who? Mao's hand smells good. What is she saying? Mao was an earnest hand washer, a habit he had picked up from work. But today he had only done it once, after visiting the bathroom in the morning, washing with a cheap 80-yen soap bar from the pharmacy that barely foamed up at all. As this went on, the bus finally came to a halt at the stop in front of the Fuchu Test Center. Okay, bye. Tsubasa's bizarre behavior was concerning to Mao, but more than that, he just wanted to get away. He shot to his feet, headed past Tsubasa's side toward the front of the bus, and bailed out the door. The bus stop was across the street from the test site, so he half-jogged up the nearby pedestrian bridge and stormed past the front gate, praying he could file his papers before that wacky pair could exit the bus. Hiroshi and Tsubasa wound up being the last out of the line of people exiting the bus. The fare from Chafu Station's north exit was 220 yen, and they had to get change for a 1,000-yen bill first. Predictably, it took a while. You must stop the standing out so much, Tsubasa, Hiroshi weakly warned. Oh, but this is first time, Tsubasa replied, not at all cowed by this. There is something with the man, his hand smelled. Smelled gag cough cough. Hiroshi gagged a bit at the exhaust from the bus as it rolled away. Yeah. It smelled how? Him, I wonder where Mao is. Tsubasa ignored the question as her eyes darted around the bus stop in search of Mao. We need to take the test. I can pass it today. Good luck, Tsubasa blithely replied to her father's irresolute oath. After a few moments of fruitless searching, she joined Hiroshi up the stairs. So, this smell. You do enjoy changing subjects, no? Hiroshi marveled as he turned back toward the girl. You know what his hand was like, she replied, ignoring him yet again, just as another bus arrived at the stop on the other side of the street. From above, they could see it eject another throng of test takers once the doors opened. Now Hiroshi had a hefty wait in line ahead before he could fill out the application. He sighed, expression unchanged, as Tsubasa prattled on. It smelled like oil and potatoes, and something from long ago. Long ago. Hiroshi didn't know where the oil and potatoes came from, but Tsubasa's behavior indicated she found it important. She stood in place and out of nowhere began spinning around like a ballerina. Then, just as suddenly, she stopped, eyes turned toward the test site front gate. From long ago, she said in a low voice. A place I was long ago, a warm place. Hey, do you smell something funny? Yurashihara, seated at the computer desk, wrinkled his nose as he looked around the room. Bell's room, Ashia replied, not bothering to take his eyes off whatever he was writing on the basic kotatsu heated table he was seated by. Yurashihara turned around. What he smelled was something pungent, a sweet concoction that stimulated every nerve in his nose, like someone was burning or boiling a random assortment of herbs and spices. She is burning some kind of incense. She said she could use it to build an amplifier or something. What's she doing in there? I don't know. It still beats the pink smoke I saw seeping out from under her entryway yesterday. That came as quite the surprise, let me tell you. I suppose she's taking the kitchen sink approach to her experiments. Well, if it comes out the windows, Yurashihara said as he held his nose and turned to Suzuno's room, isn't someone gonna report it as a fire or something? I mean, I guess she's searching for a way to figure out where Emilia is, but who can say? Ashia listlessly replied as he continued taking a pencil to the paper on his table. Ever since the day of the scheduled birthday party for Chiho and Emi, Ashia had been spending a lot of his free time writing like this. Yurashihara figured he was doing some home accounting at first, but he was filling out 5 or so standard pieces of letter paper a day. You wanna borrow the computer, he had offered once in a rare fit of thoughtfulness. I don't know how to use it, came the blunt refusal. This put Yurashihara off enough that he vowed to ignore his behavior after that. But given that he began this habit right after everything that happened, he figured he was making a few Emilia-related efforts of his own. It was too extensive to be any standard sort of home bookkeeping. But just then, whoa, MGH. The apartment shook a little. There was an impact from Suzuno's room, one large enough to safely term an explosion. Both of them yelped in surprise. Ooh, cough, cough. From out their open window, they heard Suzuno opening up her own window and coughing out of it. Yurashihara and Ashia exchanged a glance for a moment. Then they both leaned out the window, dodging the morning's laundry hanging out to dry right now, and tried to gain a better look. Whoa, dude, what are you doing in there? What's with all that smoke? Suzuno had pushed the window fully open in order to escape from what were now billowing clouds of white smoke from her room. She held her face out as far as she could, tearing up as she coughed. El Lucifer, I apologize, cough, cough, but I think I failed the incantation a little. If failing it means you're gonna level the apartment, could you do it outside, dude? No, came the raspy reply. I had gone around old antique shops for items that might serve as amplifiers, but the spiritual corpus instilled within them all clashed with each other. Cough, cough, cough. Yurashihara shook his head in exasperation. Ashia took his position at the window. What is the meaning of this, Bell? Because this is not very neighborly behavior, I don't think. What if all our clothes start smelling like whatever it is you're brewing in there? Even as he griped at this, he was rapidly plucking laundry off the lines outside. Devil's Castle was slightly downwind from Suzuno's room at the moment. She, meanwhile, was taking deep breaths outside, most of her weight now placed on the window frame. This should not be terribly difficult as long as I have access to the right tools. Here I am, declaring myself Chiho's instructor. And just look at this pathetic display. Although it was nowhere near the level of Chiho's, Suzuno's own morale had clearly flagged over the past 2 weeks. So not too much progress yet. No, sad to say, Suzuno said, breathing a sigh of relief as the mystery smoke finally dissipated. Look, Ashia shouted as he moved the laundry over to the other window. I don't know what you're doing in there, but please ventilate your room a little more before cooking again. It will be the end of us all if you start a fire in there. Suzuno, still draped over the window frame like a comforter hung out to dry, weakly waved a hand. I just wish, she moaned, there was someone on Inte Isla we could trust apart from Emeralda and Albert. If there were, Ashia spat back. Would you have to go through these ridiculous incantations of yours? Silence met the accusation. Suzuno knew full well he was right. So be it, she said. I will wait a while, then try another approach after I clean my room. Just imagining the state of her room right now made them shudder. Between the smoke, explosions, and general state of clutter, it couldn't have been the neatly organized space it used to be. Apart from Emeralda, Yurashihara pondered for a bit. Hey, Belle. What? Yurashihara didn't respond immediately, still fumbling with something in his mind. After a moment, he took out a piece of paper about the size of a business card. It was hard to say where he got it, considering he almost never left Devil's Castle, and with all the scuffs and folds on it, it was in pretty poor condition. Outside of Emeralda and Albert, he said as he looked at the slip of paper, I don't know about who you can trust, really, but I can think of someone who'd know about something if you asked. Before Yurashihara could finish, there was a shout from the road beneath both of their windows. Hello? Who's that? The person they saw by the side of the apartment was looking up at them, waving, a mixture of surprise and joy on her face, although Ashia and Suzuno could sense the anxiety behind the smile. Hello, Ashia. Hi, Suzuno. I guess this is the first time we've met, but you're Yurashihara, yeah. Yurashihara raised an eyebrow, not expecting this unfamiliar woman to know his name. Who are you, dude? Miss Suzuki, Ashia murmured. Rika, what are you? Neither he nor Suzuno could hide their surprise at the sight of Rika Suzuki, looking up at them. A little tea. Oh, thanks, Rika replied at Ashia's offering. They had let her into Devil's Castle, and although she spent her first few seconds there studiously observing the space, there wasn't all that much to observe, really. After that, she simply stared at the tabletop in the center of the room, politely waiting for Ashia to sit down first. I need to thank you again for helping me with the television earlier, Suzuno said. She had changed to a new kimono before entering Devil's Castle. But I am impressed, Ashia added as he sat on the tatami mat floor. You managed to discover the address. Oh, I exchanged addresses with Suzuno over our phones when she bought the TV. Suzuno blinked and pointed at herself. With me. You know you can put a lot more than just your name and phone number in your contact list, right? It kinda depends on the model, but with a lot of you can use an infrared link to exchange all that info in a flash. Suzuno nodded with a warm smile, recalling how they had done just that at the electronics shop. Rika guided her through it herself. Well, superb then. I had nothing private written on mine and it brought you here safely at least. Yeah, kinda funny how you wrote inquisitor of something or other in your job description though. I don't think I've even heard of that word before. The smile froze in place. Haha, is that what I wrote? Yep. Rika seemed neither suspicious of Suzuno nor interested in carrying the subject any further, but Suzuno awkwardly averted her eyes anyway. Yurashihara glared at her, silently gloating at her stupidity. NNGH. Thankfully, Rika gave her no time to wallow in self-pity at her mistake. So, I thought it'd be bad of me to just stop by without contacting you or anything, but I kinda felt like I had to do something, so. The usually bright expression Rika wore was now dour, clouded. Ashia could already guess what she was going to say. I dunno if I'm barking up the wrong tree, but have any of you guys heard from Emmy lately? He was right. Emmy mentioned she had requested a little time off from work for her little trip to Isla, but little was the operative word. She was supposed to be gone for only a week, and now Emmy had been AWOL from her job for 2 weeks straight. I mean, she's not answering her phone or responding to my texts. I got up the nerve to visit her apartment, but she wasn't there, and she hasn't reported to work in a pretty long time now. So did they F her, What kind of footing is Yusa at work-wise at the moment? They hadn't known each other for that long, but Ashia could tell nonetheless that Rika's apparent serenity was just a front. He strained to avoid stressing her out too much. They're still kind of tolerating it for now. But she's never been late to work once before this, and all her evaluations have been super excellent up to now. So the floor chief and manager and stuff are really a lot more worried than angry, I guess you could say. I see. But Emmy lives by herself, right? And her parents are overseas. And indeed. Ashia paused for a moment, unsure if he should be agreeing to this. They had never bothered comparing notes on their respective improvised backstories. It didn't seem like she had a whole bunch of friends outside of work, so I'm just worried that, if she got sick or had an accident, maybe no one would have any idea at all, so. Now Rika's eyes were pointed at the floor. Ashia took that opportunity to give both Suzuno and Yurishihara a furtive glance. This, long with no contact, would make near anyone fear the worst. The glance, before he turned his eyes back to Rika, was his way of telling them that the optimist scenario wasn't going to work here. So when I tried thinking about Emmy's friends that I knew, Maō and you guys were about all I could think of, so I'm sorry I'm butting in and all, but I couldn't just sit there any longer. Neither Ashia nor Yurishihara were socially backward enough to correct Rika on the friend bit, but they also knew that neither of them would be much help to her at the moment. Sad to say, Miss Suzuki, but none of us know any more than you do. Rika did not show much in the way of disappointment at this. She was no doubt prepared for it, or it might be more accurate to say that she wasn't expecting much more than that from them. Do you know why Yusa took off from work in the first place? Indeed, Suzuno said. It was something to do with her family. She did not seem to wish to discuss it much, so I avoided asking where she was going exactly. If it were Maki Shimizu, their other mutual friend at work, she might have had the gumption to ask Emmy point-blank about her family roots. But to Rika, subjects like that were practically taboo in her mind. The vast earthquake she experienced as a young child growing up in Kobe had something to do with that, but even without that past, an adult woman talking about having to handle family issues was always a topic best dealt with carefully. Yes, Ashia added. That is all I know as well. I heard she was returning to her family home, but as for where that is, well, to be honest, I had little interest in that question at the time. He was straining himself now, keeping the lies as little and insignificant as possible to keep himself secure. You neither, Suzuno? Rika asked, hoping for perhaps something different from a fellow woman. But all she could do was parrot Ashia. I apologize, I know of nothing else. One couldn't blame her. Rika would never believe the truth. It would just throw her into even more of a panic. Yeah, I guess not. I'm sorry I had to barge in here and bring all this stuff up out of nowhere. Are you doing all right? They could all tell that she was straining herself. Ashia was genuinely concerned that Rika would fall over at any moment, but she didn't, although her posture wasn't what it used to be. I mean, what could have happened to her? Rika was talking for everyone in the room. Nobody added to it. A heavy silence loomed over the apartment. You think maybe we should talk to the police about this? Dude, wait a sec. It was Yurishihara who found himself reacting to Rika's completely sensible suggestion. Everyone else knew that this was nothing the Japanese authorities could do much about, but now he had gone and reflexively said it. Yeah, Rika said as she turned to him and shrugged. Maybe we're friends but we're not related or anything, so I kind of feel awkward about getting the cops involved and making this into some big thing. But then I think, oh, what if something happens to her while we're hemming and hawing about it, you know? Rika. Although a little relieved that Rika took Yurishihara's reaction as simple reluctance, Suzuno couldn't help but feel for her plight. She reached out to pat her on the shoulder. Still though, But before she could, Rika's next words changed the entire atmosphere of the room. I mean, totally falling out of contact for an entire week. That's just weird. And that's one thing, but not even going back home either. Who, All three of them gasped at once. What? Miss Suzuki? Yeah. What did you say just now? Ashia asked, eyes round and wide. Just now, like how it's weird she's not back at home. No, dude, before that. How long she been out of contact? Like I said about a week ago. This was starting to agitate Rika a little. It was agitating the other three quite a bit more. Now wait just a moment, Rika. Are you sure about that? Quite sure. What do you mean? I mean, when was the last time you spoke with Emily, with Emmy? Last Friday night, but... Last Friday night. Now it was surprise that ruled over Devil's Castle. Last Friday night would have been 1 week after Emmy was supposed to return home. It had been 2 weeks since Maō or Suzuno had any idea where she was, and yet she made contact with Rika a whole week after that. Why are you acting so surprised about it? We've been out of contact with Emmy since Friday 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks, actually. She was supposed to return home on that Friday and nothing since then. Did she contact you by phone or text? A text, Suzuno reasoned, could easily have been sent by an imposter, but Rika quickly foiled that thought. It was over the phone. And you're sure it was Emmy? Hang on a minute. The sudden energy from the other three in the room unnerved Rika a little, but she nonetheless took a mobile phone out of the bag she had along and brought up the call history screen. I think this was the call from Emmy, but for some reason, the entry Rika pointed out had "number unknown" written on it. The number was unlisted. Wow, and you don't block calls like that. I have no idea why, but my family's landline's set up to block caller ID by default. My granddad uses that phone to call me up sometimes, so. But if the number was blocked, Suzuno said, doubting the evidence presented to her, perhaps it was someone disguised as Emmy. No. Ooh, I doubt it, Rika rebuked. It was definitely her voice. She identified herself as Emmy before I could say anything, and it was just a normal conversation between us. I mean, I work for a phone company, so I'd think I'd spot it if it was a scammer or something. They're the ones you gotta watch out for, dude. Yurishihara's under-the-breath whisper went unnoticed. What did you talk about? Nothing too much. Just about our shifts and stuff. Oh, and I just remembered. You said Friday 2 weeks ago, right? She called me up on that Friday too. Rika tapped at her phone again, then showed the screen to Ashia. Another call from an unlisted number. I remember she asked me if we could trade shifts the following week. So, last week's shifts. The following week. I thought Yusa was working practically every day of the week. Nah, I think she was reducing her workload a bit this month. I'm pretty sure she was only scheduled for 3 days on that week. And Rika suddenly looked at Ashia. Their eyes met, and much to Ashia's puzzlement, it made Rika look a bit panicked. Well, I'm not exactly a social butterfly either, and there were a few shifts I wanted to get that week but couldn't, so I said okay to it. Kinda worked out for both of us, Ashia and Suzuno exchanged glances. As far as they could tell, there was no reason to doubt Rika. If they were talking about things like that, the idea of an imposter seemed unlikely. And there was nothing about the calls that indicated Emmy was endangered or even perturbed. But something did stick out. And that was really it, Yurishihara questioned. Nothing unusual about it. Rika crossed her arms, deep in thought. Well, I dunno. Not really. Emmy ain't really the type of girl to talk on the phone very long. I can't think of anything out of the ordinary. So you were talking about work shifts in both calls. That was it. Well, yeah, I think so. The second call was pretty much just a thank you for taking her shifts. Rika didn't sound too concerned about the content of the calls. To the rest of them, it created new issues to tackle. What were Emi's intentions? What kind of situation was she in, that she felt compelled to make these perfectly normal phone calls to her coworker? She must have known that going incommunicado for a week past their planned date would freak Chiho and Suzuno out, and on that first week, all she decided to do was thank Rika for a workplace favor. It was a bombshell on what had otherwise been a dead end for the demons. They knew they couldn't let this clue go unexplored. "All right," Suzuno began, "so you did not talk about anything besides work shifts. About the weather, perhaps. Or did she greet you differently from usual? Anything?" The sheer force behind the question made Rika dig into her memories one more time, bringing a hand to her forehead. "Boy," she said, "you hear that question a lot in dramas and stuff, but I never thought someone be asking me that." A few moments of silence and then, well, here's the whole order of the first call. I get a call from an unlisted number. I pick it up 'cause I figure it's my family, and it was Emi. She was talking kinda fast, like, not really waiting for me to respond, you know. And it sounded like her voice was kinda far away, too. She said her parents were overseas, so, you know, I figure she was just trying to end the call fast so she didn't pick up a ton of roaming charges or whatever. The words came in fits and starts as Rika continued to probe her memory. The connection sounded pretty unsteady, too, like she was calling from a basement or something. She must have been out in the country or someplace pretty far from a cell tower, I figure. It would be pretty far, yes. Another planet, in fact, but the three of them nodded silently at her, nobody wanting to interrupt her train of thought. Oh, and there was something or other on a PA system behind her, like really loud. That's why I figured she wasn't in Japan anymore. Broadcast. Yeah, I dunno what language it was, but you know how they broadcast the Bon Odori dance music at super high volume during summer festivals and stuff? It sounded a little like that. So then, she was talking about swapping shifts, and then, I think, Rika interrupted herself to take a notebook out of her bag, flipping through the pages. Oh, here it is. There was one day out of the ones she talked about that I wasn't sure I could cover, so I was like, "Hey, I think Maki's free. Oh, she's another girl we know at work. I think Maki's free, why don't you ask her?" And actually, that was kinda odd too now that I think about it. As Rika put it, here was how Emi responded to the suggestion. She said she couldn't call Maki for some reason. I thought, well, that's weird, 'cause I knew she had her number and everything. But then I realized I never called her either, we just texted each other 'cause we're on the same network. So maybe not, you know. So I wound up volunteering for that day anyways, and then she was like, "Okay, thanks," and she hung up. So then last week's call, that was just like, "Thanks for taking the shifts." But there was something playing behind her then too. We still just talked about work shifts though. What could that mean? There was no telling what that background noise could be. But if the call had come from Inte Isla, then why was she calling Rika, of all people, about work shifts of all things? One would think she'd sound more urgent at least, if she was in actual trouble. But why were they having a nice, leisurely chat about work instead? And that wasn't even the biggest question. Why Rika though? Huh. Oh, sorry, Suzuno said, covering for her unintentional whisper. Not to be rude, she thought, but if Emi's life was in danger, calling Rika would do little to change that. Something Emi had to know herself. Something unexpected had happened to her. That much was certain at least. It wasn't something that directly threatened Emi, but it still meant she couldn't return home on time, so she asked Rika to pick up a few shifts in the meantime. Was that it? I doubt it. Emi was safe enough that she could chit-chat about work shifts with Rika, but she contacted only Rika. There had to be a good reason for that. One moment. It was Ashia who broke the silence brought on by this torrent of information. Shut the windows, Yurashihara, we have rain. Oh yeah. Well, look at this, Suzuno marveled. I thought the forecast said it would begin in the afternoon. Oh dear, my window is still wide open. It was still sunny when they first spotted Rika on the road, but now the sky was gray and depressed, droplets of rain falling from it. Suzuno hurried out to shut the windows she had flung open before nearly dying of asphyxiation. Oh, don't you have laundry hanging out there? Rika stood up, spotting the laundry Ashia had just moved from the window closest to Suzuno's room. My apologies, Ashia blurted out. Towels, socks, and a few pairs of boxers with the elastic all stretched out were right in front of them, not the sort of things a man wants hanging around while entertaining the opposite sex. Ah, it's all right, Rika smiled as Ashia frantically tried to take the clothes down. I'm not some spoiled little rich girl who gets all hot and bothered over a couple of undies hanging in the air, you know. Then her own face grayed as she looked out the window. Whoa, it's getting pretty dark over there. They didn't call for that much rain, did they? Ashia, with laundry hangers in both hands, looked in the same direction. It could be quite the storm, yes, he said. Not to eject you from our place, Miss Suzuki, but do you have an umbrella? Yeah, just a little travel one. But you mind if I waited out in here for a little bit? I want to talk a little more about what each of us knows about Emmy, and plus. Squinting out the window, they could see that, not a terrible distance away, a virtual cascade of rain was even now advancing upon Villa Rosa Sasasuka. I don't think a travel umbrella's gonna help much against that, you know. Before Ashia could nod his agreement, they heard thunder from outside, the sky suddenly darkening with it. Suzuno chose that moment with a couple of clangs and thumps to rush in from the adjacent room. Her phone was in her hand, the screen lit up. She had apparently received a message. This is an emergency. WH what? Rika stared wide-eyed at the near-frantic Suzuno. She didn't answer her, instead giving Ashia and Yurashihara glances. Lucifer. Right after calling him that in front of Rika, she tossed something at Yurashihara with her free hand. Dude, is this one of those bottles? It was a bottle of 5 Holy Energy Beta, an energy drink that also served as Emmy and Suzuno's lifeline on Earth, the only way they had to recharge their holy force. We just received an SOS from Chiho. Huh. From Ms. Sasaki. Chiho, you mean that Chiho? Not willing to spare a single moment, Suzuno thrust the phone screen at Ashia and Yurashihara. Unlisted, it said. The two demons looked at each other. This was no normal SOS. It was a true emergency, transmitted via IdeaLink. Lucifer, you are the only one right now. We must fly off immediately. It was from Chiho's school. Chiho Sasaki's school, of Sasahata North High. Suzuno, in so many words, was recruiting Yurashihara to join her as backup if it was needed. Normally, whether Chiho was involved or not, Yurashihara would reply to this with an ugh and a quick trip to his closet. Now, though, his face was oddly resolute. He stood up, and that more than anything else shocked Ashia. He was going out to help Chiho, at his enemy's request, in the rain. Hold on, Ashia bellowed, trying to make Suzuno remember Rika was here. Kamezuki, what is going on? Calm yourself. We haven't a moment to lose. If Chiho is telling the truth, there is a chance she, the school, and the entire neighborhood are in mortal danger. I apologize, Rika, but I must explain this later. She and Yurashihara exchanged a nod before they each chugged their respective 5 Holy Energy Betas, as if starring in the latest TV ad campaign. Hey, what the hell? Maō winced at the window. It wasn't looking too nice outside. According to his watch, it was just past 11 in the morning. He heard rain was in the cards for today, but nothing like this giant storm cloud, and not this early either. Probably should have known. I couldn't count on the forecasters when rain gets involved. Whining at Japan's meteorologists about forces of nature wasn't too constructive. He knew. But to a devil king that, at his peak, could conjure and manipulate the very atmosphere around him. He really wished the perky weather girl on the local morning news would work a little less on her makeup and more on actual science. Wish time would go a little faster, he mumbled as he watched raindrops beat against the window. Despite the difficulties he had concentrating earlier, he was absolutely sure he was comfortably within passing range this time around. Once the list of passing applicants showed up on the electronic board in the waiting room, he was expecting to hit the track outside for the on-the-road exam. But this ain't gonna happen, is it? The rain outside was accompanied by what seemed like typhoon-class winds. He had hoped for a little rain, actually, polishing his dedication to safety in adverse conditions. He'd need those skills for the job, but would the DMV officials let him out there in weather like this? Nobody had announced anything yet, and it would still take an hour or so for them to grade the tests and announce the results. It was hard to say whether the rain would be gone by then, but considering the guerrilla rainstorms that petered out within an hour in mid-August, maybe he had a chance after all. Either way, it meant that all he could do now was sit around the waiting room and watch the rain fall. He had a lot of company among the other applicants, at least, each one taking their positions on the bare seats and reading books or playing with their phones as they awaited the fateful moment. Maō was among them, sitting on the far end of a long bench, but his phone was a Stone Age relic capable of voice, texting, and nothing else. He never adopted the now common habit of staring at his phone when there was nothing else to do, and he had never purchased anything as lavish as a paperback book before in his life. Most of what Devil's Castle retained were either borrowings from the library or cookbooks Ashia picked up from the used bookshop. Maybe we're staying healthy, Maō mused to himself, but culturally, we're almost totally shut off from society, huh? Most of his time in Japan so far had been spent working. It might be about time for him to try to gain a broader perspective of what Japan was all about. This driving test, along with the M.G. Ronald barista seminar he attended a while ago, was providing him with some sorely needed inspiration. In Japan, there wasn't a single thing he couldn't study if he wanted to. Taking a systematic approach at some institution of higher learning would be a fair ways off, but considering how his company was covering some of the testing costs for him now, he already knew there were ways even a low-class wage slave like him could gain some support for it. Even more, it was starting to seem fun. Maybe I ought to hit a bookstore on the way home. I've got some spending money. Whenever he didn't use the 300 yen Ashia gave him daily for food costs, he always kept it in his private stash. He had some free cash to work with out of his own paychecks too, but Maō considered that more of an emergency fund for unforeseen disasters. More to the point, if he had a license to drive, that would make so much more of Japan suddenly available to him. The idea of having room to roam without being reliant on public transportation seemed revolutionary. He would have to actually obtain his own cut-rate scooter first, but as long as he wasn't picky, Maō figured he wouldn't have to wait too long. Lot more to dream of, I guess. The smile on his face was quite unsuited for the outdoor weather as he pondered over the possibilities. But then, a dark shadow crossed it. Hiji Maō. Oh yeah. It was Tsubasa Sato. He didn't need to raise his head to make sure. Of course they'd met again. They were all trundled to the same waiting room after the exams. And when he did look up, he saw the girl in the newsboy cap again, fluorescent lights illuminating her from behind. Hiroshi Sato, her father, was standing a little bit away. How'd the test go? He didn't know whether Tsubasa took a test at all, but he asked anyway. Hiroshi heaved a sigh befitting of his stature and general atmosphere. I think I maybe failed it. No, don't say that. Half the problems I could not read. Maō felt obliged to comment on this little dialogue. Look, don't you think you should give it a rest for a little while? You're wasting a lot of money on testing fees. Assuming Tsubasa wasn't just feeding Maō a line, Maō wasn't too sure. This was the 10th straight exam, which meant he had paid out for it 10 times. A scooter license was one thing, but for a full-on automobile license, the costs must have been insane. Do you have a license from your home nation, Mr. Sato? Maybe you could just get an international driver's license or something. No. Though. He would have appreciated a little more effort to keep the conversation going. Where Pop is from, there are no cars at all. Maō asked. Tsubasa. Oh, sorry. Maō cocked an eyebrow for a moment as Hiroshi admonished his daughter for some unseen affront or other, while Tsubasa showed zero remorse at all. He didn't bother dwelling on it for long. But you are right, she continued. It is waste of money. Well, I don't want to pick on Mr. Sato or anything, but I said I can read problems for him, too. Maō chuckled. I don't know why you can read Japanese when your father can't, but you have to take the test yourself, all right. It'd be cheating if you read the questions for him. You might even get arrested. Cheating? You mean something sinister. I'm impressed you know that word, but yeah. Oh, why bother with the license, Pop? It sounded a little impertinent of her, but even Maō had to agree. It beat flushing money down the toilet like this. Yeah, he said. I know it'd be useful to have, but there are probably a lot of better ways to use that money. Yeah, Pop, forget about license. Just drive wherever you want to any MMPH. Maō didn't know how serious she was, but he covered her mouth with a hand anyway. Making bold declarations like these inside the local licensing agency was far too dangerous. Luckily, there was a wall on one side and a man listening to loud music from his headphones on the other. MMPH. Look, you realize we're in a government office, right? Maō removed his hand. You can't have someone read the problems for you, and if you start saying crazy stuff like that, they might ban you from having a license in the first place. Be a little more careful, all right. Oh, but what is problem if nobody catches us? MMPH. I told you, you can't say stuff like that. I think he is right, Tsubasa. Could you try and make her put a lid on it more often, sir? Said Maō, fed up at the spring of tepid reactions from the man. MPPH. Tsubasa, whether she was listening to Maō or not, started waving her arms around. Maō removed his hand again. Her rapid-fire bombshells and overly friendly demeanor made him do it, although he now realized that he kind of overdid it with a strange girl he had only just met. Good thing Chiho and Emi aren't here, he thought to himself. The thought came up pretty often in his life. Just as he was about to sit down on the bench, mind still in a muddle. Hey! Tsubasa grabbed the wrist of the hand Maō had covered her mouth with, stopping him just as he was about to reach the seat. Sniff, sniff. Yet again, why was she so obsessed with his hand? Yeah, something behind the potatoes sniff. Look, what are you? Lick. Egg. Now even the guy in the headphones was staring at Maō. With the noise he just made, it'd be odder if he didn't. She had just licked the palm of his hand. What the hell are you doing? This was the most bizarre ethical dilemma Maō had ever encountered during his time in Japan. It made him glow red with shame. Did you just now? Maō made the pointless gesture of holding his battered, moistened hand behind him as he babbled at her. Tsubasa paid him no mind, newsboy cap still covering most of her head as she pondered over something. Ahem. Then she nodded, apparently reaching her conclusion. Pop, I think this man is it. Hiroshi said, surprised at this new conversational path. Can I take off hat, Pop? Do not do the standing out too much. They were already standing out far too much for Mao's tastes. But after receiving Hiroshi's permission, Tsubasa nodded to herself, deftly took a hand up to the brim of her cap, and the face revealed under it made Maō forget to breathe for a moment. Not just the face, either. The hair under the cap and the lazy-looking eyes staring up at him both threw him for a total loop. Her face was attractive and well-proportioned, but it had a languid expression on it, like her mind was occupied with nothing at all. She was probably a little younger than Chiho. But that wasn't the problem. The real issue was her purple eyes, and her hair was silver, long at the sides and cut short behind them. Even under the dim fluorescent lighting, it still shone a bright, eye-opening color. And beyond all that, wait, are you that hair? Ahem. Tsubasa twirled her side hair around a finger. There was a whorl of purple to it. It nailed Maō to the spot, reducing him to broken sentences. For her part, Tsubasa blithely nodded. I thought from smell maybe it was you. The smell. Maō recalled the handful of times she had gotten a whiff of his hand. I don't know you, but my nose is right. She rubbed her nose proudly with a single finger, smiled, and laid another salvo upon the foundering Demon King. You know my sister, alas Ramus, yes, Maō. This had already been flustering enough for Maō, but what Tsubasa just said sounded even stranger to him. Sister. Gum. Sister, alas Ramus, I mean. Hua. There were a few things Maō needed to tell this pair. He knew there had to be. What's with the hair? Are you two really father and daughter? You aren't from Earth, much less Japan, are you? If you look like that and know alas Ramus's name, you must be born from a Sephra, right? What have I got to do with you? And while he had them here, he needed to interrogate them about their lives in Japan and get their names, addresses, phone numbers, and maybe their IDs too. But beyond all those practicalities, there was something Maō absolutely had to get straight first. You mean sisters by blood? If it is same alas Ramus, Maō, she's my elder sister. There couldn't have possibly been many more children out there with the singularly inconvenient name alas Ramus. If Tsubasa already knew it, there was no point dwelling on the question. But something else bothered him even more. If you're saying she's your elder sister, does that mean you have that kind of close familial relation going on? Close familial what? Wait. Suddenly Hiroshi, or whatever his real name was, the person provisionally being called Hiroshi, laid a heavy hand on Mao's shoulder. I think what you think it is probably correct. Could you explain a little more what you're so positive about, please? All Maō was trying to do was figure out what sister meant here. To him, the question drove at the very creation myths that described how Earth and Ente Isla began. It made his head swim. Her sister. You guys are a pain to talk to. Maō was about ready to pitch a fit. Okay, let's try it another way, sir. I want you to be quiet for a moment or two, all right? Now, Tsubasa. Are you saying, Maō said, choosing his words carefully, you're alas Ramus's younger sister? She brightly nodded. Why? Tsubasa's bodily structure, the silver hair with the purple whorl, was exactly the same as alas Ramus, the telltale sign of a Sephra-spawned creation. It couldn't have been some fashion thing, not if she knew the term alas Ramus. Still, hey, don't look, I know I am pretty. Tsubasa smiled as she chided Maō. He was currently scoping her out from head to toe. I so want to hit you. Even in this era of equal rights between genders, Maō thought he was justified. He still somehow managed to bottle up his anger in the end. As Maō reckoned earlier, Tsubasa was a bit younger, and certainly more childlike than Chiho. But to put it another way, she looked like she was in middle school. Why would she call a toddler like alas Ramus her elder sister? There was no way of telling how they grew and matured, certainly, considering their otherworldly origins. One grew more rapidly than the other, for reasons Maō couldn't fathom, but this rapidly. There was no doubting now, at least, that they were involved with Ente Isla. Maō took a look around, then whispered into Hiroshi's ear. You're both from Ente Isla, aren't you? Hiroshi's eyes opened wide in surprise unexpectedly. Who are you? You got a girl like this with you, and you think nobody would notice. Dealing with Hiroshi was starting to tire Maō out. He stood back up from the bench and motioned for the two of them to follow along. It wasn't anything he didn't want others to hear, but he didn't want to be considered a weirdo, either, although it might have been too late for that. They took position toward the service windows at the front of the building, shuttered now that testing was done for the day. A number of people walked to and fro through it, but none of them were interested in stopping to eavesdrop on random strangers. The only open window was on the other side, for people looking to renew their license. Right, first off, can I have your real names, both of you? Tsubasa and Hiroshi exchanged glances with each other. Must be having trouble figuring out who I am, he thought. Then Hiroshi's accent started sounding greatly different, or, to be more exact, his choice of language. It might be strange to ask for confirmation at this point, but we have no indication that you are not our enemy yet. You know that we have come from Ente Isla, a world completely different from this one. Who are you? Both Hiroshi's speech and manner of presenting himself were now a far cry from the sluggish demeanor of the past. Maō didn't detect any holy force within him, but between his eyes and his language skills, he knew he was more than just another middle-aged man. Common Vezian is it, Maō said, matching his tongue, from the eastern part of the western island. Apart from Holy Vezian, the language of choice on the westernmost section of that island, the part the Devil King had never managed to conquer, Maō didn't need any demonic force to make himself understood in any language on Ente Isla. Sorry, he continued, but let me ask the questions first. I had thought I knew about everyone who came from Ente Isla or elsewhere. I want to know where you come from. Besides, you might be the first clue I've had yet. Clue? Maō nodded and turned to Tsubasa. I was too surprised earlier to ask you, but I think I better right now. Were you born from a Yesod fragment? That to him seemed worth confirming first, before moving on to her sister. Maō could hardly contain his excitement at having this gift from Ente Isla appear out of nowhere for him, but Tsubasa's reply was light and airy as always. Yes, I surely am. And she gave it in Japanese too. Pop, you are sure you will say everything? Hiroshi was still suspicious of Mao's motives. Tsubasa apparently took that as her go sign. Well, okay, Pop, I think it is okay. Maō isn't an angel. I see that too. She rubbed Hiroshi's arm in an attempt to quell his fears, her purple eyes aimed right at Maō. My name is Asiath Allah. Tsubasa, it is a fake name. Asiath Allah. Maō took a deep breath at the name, oxygen flowing through every vessel in his body. Allah Wing, is that why you went with Tsubasa, the same word in Japanese? I like sound of it. Maō simply nodded. So you and Asiath aren't connected by blood, right? You made up that Sato name too, didn't you? The idea of Hiroshi being his real name seemed ludicrous by now. He had to have another one, just as the Devil King Satan had the name Sadao Maō. I took the name Sato from a man I encountered not long after I arrived in Japan. Just a normal Japanese guy. You didn't reveal who you were, did you? Hiroshi, provisional name, shook his head. No, he was a strong, gifted man and so kind to me despite my total lack of knowledge about Japan. No matter how many times I fell, I picked myself up and kept aiming for my dreams. I did whatever work I was offered. It was fun to me every day. Maō didn't ask how hard it was for him. He wasn't stupid enough to, because he knew that he himself was the main and most direct reason for all this. You boarded the carriage from the observatory. Have you been living in Mitaka this whole time? No. We were near Shinjuku at first, but we moved to Mitaka because Sato heard what Tsubasa, what Asiath dreamed of, and he made some introductions for us. Maō groaned. They could have run into each other at any moment. For that matter, It wouldn't have surprised him if they had picked up on Mao's and Emi's activities to some extent by now. Okay, so I don't know your real name, but I think I might know the names of some of the people you're involved with. Why is talking like the merry-go-round like that? There was no telling how much longer Tsubasa, or Asiath Allah, was going to continue indifferently commenting on their conversation. Then Mao realized something. Hang on, you can't speak common Vesian. But I understand it, like this. Asiath pointed at her temple, then Mao's forehead. An idea, Link. Wait, so you can't use it, though? He asked the man. Regrettably, I have neither the knowledge nor the talent required to cast magic. It has not been easy for me, Hiroshi stated. Mao nodded, hence the literacy issues he supposed. So these people you say you might be familiar with? Hiroshi asked. Yeah, Mao fixed his gaze on Hiroshi again. But if I'm going to reveal it, I want to be sure you're willing to work with me. I'll help you and Asiath out as much as I can, too. So don't run away on me, all right? Hiroshi's eyebrows lowered. I am not a child either. Given the common Vesian we are speaking, I hardly expect we can be strangers now. But you as well, if you're willing to go this far, you had best not do anything to oppose me. I am worthless with magic, but I think I am capable of defending myself well enough. Mao noticed Hiroshi turning his eyes toward Asiath as he spoke. He opted against bringing it up. Well, you said it. I'm just saying, I don't want you chickening out on me. He paused a moment, grinning before coming out with it. My allies and I are searching for Emilia Justina. She had been located here in Japan, but she returned to Ente Isla several weeks ago and we've lost contact with her since. Do you know anything about Emilia? The reaction was dramatic. The bold, defiant glare Hiroshi had been aiming at Mao up to now dissolved in an instant. The moment the name, Emilia, came up, it was like all of the blood immediately rushed up into his head. With his two long, powerful arms, Hiroshi placed his hands on both of Mao's shoulders. He brought his face up close to him, excited to the point of nearly hyperventilating. Why you know Emilia? Do you know where Emilia is right now? How could she possibly be in Japan? The voice was deep and booming enough to make passers-by stop and give him strange looks. Hiroshi was in no position to care about them. Calm down, stop shouting like that. You'll attract attention. How can I calm down at a time like this? Where is she? Where is Emilia? I told you, calm down, Mao said, finding himself reverting to Japanese as he waved his hands at Hiroshi. Come on already. All right, listen to me. Emilia was definitely in Japan, all right. But certain things happened a few weeks ago that drove her to go back to Ente Isla for a bit. Are you kidding me? But it's now been 2 weeks since the date she said she'd return. We're not capable of traveling to Ente Isla to look for her. It's a long story. That's why you're the only lead we have right now on where she is. A complete stroke of luck. Luck, how rude. Hiroshi, ignoring Asiath, staggered over to the shuttered reception window, leaning against it before gradually dragging his body downward to the floor. Hey, Mao extended a hand to support his arm, not wanting Hiroshi's emotions to draw the attention of someone important. Don't make this any harder on us, all right? Emilia's. Great, so you know Emmy, huh? I should have known, I guess. If Asiath was cut from the same cloth as Alas Ramus, that meant they were both linked by their Yesod connection. Perhaps with Emmy's holy sword, too. But this wasn't the sort of reaction an involved party would make if they were aware of Mao's and Emmy's activities over the past year or so. It must have been the case for Asiath as well. And it gave Mao the inspiration to go back over all of his and Emmy's relations, all of the heroes and devil kings, over the past few months. His brain powered into overdrive, and before another moment elapsed, it arrived at a conclusion. Hang on, are you Emilia's? Emilia is my daughter, my precious daughter. Lo. Pop's real name is Nord. Nord Juice. What was it? Asiath's uninvited aside provided Maō all the confirmation he needed. So there they both were, Nord Justina, Emmy's father, and Asiath Allah, child of the Yesod Sephra. It was a completely unexpected piece of luck. There's no way I can let this pair disappear on me, Maō thought. Ahem. Then the mobile phone in his pocket started ringing. He couldn't think of anyone who'd need to call him at this time of the day. Probably Ashia, he supposed, using Urashihara's computer to call him and find out whether he passed the test or not. Maō had much bigger fish to fry right now, 2 of them in fact, and it couldn't have possibly been anything more important. He decided to ignore it and interrogate the man in front of him while he had the chance. He didn't receive it. Pick up the phone now, you stupid devil king. Wag. Egg. The screamed command thundered across Mao's mind like a sledgehammer. He nearly lost consciousness for a moment, but he still had the mental strength to take his phone out of his pocket. It was from an unlisted number, and before he could even push the OK button, the shouting came back. Devil King, I know I'm connecting to you. Answer me right now. Wa Suzuno, what's with you all of a sudden? It was definitely Suzuno's voice, brought vividly to his mind via IdeaLink. This is your fault for not picking up. This is an emergency. Come back to Sasuzuka as soon as you possibly can. Hua, come back, what's you? Maō looked up at the 2 people in front of him. Nord, Hiroshi no longer, was sitting in a shattered heap on the ground. Asiath was staring goggle-eyed at Maō for some reason, in a state of total surprise over something or other. I'm kind of busy right now, okay? Maō pleaded, bringing the phone to his ear. An unnecessary step for him, but one he made to avoid suspicion. I still haven't gotten my license yet, so it's not like I can just wheel back home right now. But Suzuno wasn't listening. She had reason not to. We received an SOS from Chiho. What? Devil King, is it raining where you are? Why yeah, it's common, down like a typhoon out there. It's centered right over Sasuzuka. This typhoon-level storm descended into Tokyo from out of nowhere, and it's blowing wind and rain all across the city. And it's parked over Sasuzuka right on top of Chiho's school. What the hell? This was crazy, and he had no idea what any of it meant. But there was no reason for Suzuno to lie about it. And, as if to back up her story, the building's PA system squawked to life. This is a notice to everyone inside the testing center. We are about ready to announce the results of the motor scooter licensing examination, but due to inclement weather, we will need to delay the start of the on-road exam. Please consult one of our staff at the test registration window for more details. All applicants renewing their automobile licenses should also. A typhoon, that's ridiculous. Whether it is an angel, demon, or human, I cannot say, but someone is using today's bad weather to deploy a massive incantation over the city. You need to come back here now. I don't know how long Lucifer and I can hold out. It is right over Chiho's school. Then, having said her fill, Suzuno shut off the IdeaLink. Maō grabbed his head. What in the hell, man? I can't just run home now. I still got these guys to deal with. If Chiho was in danger, he wasn't about to weigh that against the fate of his test score. But even if he shot out the door right now, he had a bus and a train to ride before he reached Sasuzuka. It'd easily take an hour or so. Even if he shelled out for a taxi, the driver couldn't go too quickly in this weather. And above everything else, he couldn't simply abandon these 2 golden opportunities that just dropped in his lap. I knew I should have kept some of the demonic force I gave back to Farfarello. It had taken Maō a month to realize that, but it was approximately 1 month after he could do anything about it. He never imagined that Emmy, by far the strongest out of them all, would disappear on him. Guess it's taxi or nothing. It was the only practical method to bring these 2 with him to Sasuzuka. The potential fare waiting at the end physically pained him. He'd have to put it on the card and worry about the details later. Hey, Maō. What? Are you in the hurry or something? Asiath gingerly asked. Yeah, but I don't even know what I should be doing right now. It's driving me nuts. That woman's voice, it came from Idea Link, no. Mao's eyes shot open. You heard that just now. More or less. There wasn't any more or less about it. But she was right. Maō recalled how Suzuno's initial bellowing startled her as well. So what do? Because if you go now, that is not good for us. Well, yeah, me too. If I could, I'd take you two with me and teleport our asses back to Sasuzuka right now. Sasuzuka? Yes, the neighborhood I live in. Got it. If I could still fly, I could get directly over there too. He didn't have much idea how much distance was involved as the crow flies, but a Devil King flying at full speed would probably reach Sasuzuka in pretty short order. Besides, although he was too flustered to remember it right now, Satan also had the ability to open gates whenever he wanted. So you want all of us to fly? Yeah, and I can't, all right. Me, Maō and Pop, yes. Yes, look, we don't have time to talk. I need to catch a taxi, and will you stop feeling sorry for yourself down there? Get up, we're both gonna have to ditch the test again. Maō was trying to work the haggard Nord back to his feet when... Huff! He suddenly floated, physically, into the air, inside the test center. Hey, Woa! Maō shouted, flailing in order to reach the ground again, but before he could... Maō Pop Huff! Asiath gave them both a look, then lifted her body into the air, just like Ashia in demon form. Asiath, we're being too conspicuous, way too conspicuous. They surely were. 3 human beings up in the air, physically and emotionally to boot. Asiath ignored the chatting around them as she used her mind to pull Maō and Nord close to her, float out into the torrential downpour, and then soar into the dark, cloudy skies. Alig! The sheer speed of their ascent made Maō scream out loud. Asiath paid it no mind. He could tell she was using some kind of telekinetic power to free them from the bonds of gravity, but since there was no magical barrier or other protection, he and Nord were rapidly soaked by the rain surrounding them. Maō, which way? Which what? I have no idea where we are. That lady, she said it was the weather magic, yes. It must be there. Woo-oh-yeah. Before Maō could even gauge the geography beneath him, Asiath shot off toward the eastern skies, not bothering to keep either of them upright in the process. We need hurry, yes, let's go. Wait a sec, I need to get my body Gaia. Here we go, whoa. Accompanied by Mao's scream and Nord's voiceless groan, the 3 of them set off from the Fuchu Test Center eastward to points unknown. The devil is a little late to the punch. Ashia was at an impasse. The eyes Rika Suzuki used to stare at him, as she knelt politely on her side of the low table, felt sharper than the edge of the better half-blade. He had never dueled directly with Emi's sword, but if anything, he would have preferred that sight before him right now. That, at least, could be countered with physical force. Ashia, why aren't you saying anything to me? He was once called a tactical genius. Now, kneeling at a table, Ashia was incapable of coherent speech. They were alone in Devil's Castle. The tatami mat floor was starting to dampen a bit along the edge facing the backyard. Rika was rotating her gaze between the rear window and Ashia. Between them, sitting on the table, were 2 small, empty bottles. I'm asking you to tell me. I completely understand what you wish to say, but... You know, I always thought there was something a little mysterious about you, but I didn't think we were, close enough that I could start to get all nosy and stuff, so... Despite stumbling a bit midway, Rika's voice remained sharp, probing. When you bought that TV too, I just figured, like, Ah, I could ask him some other time, but, you know. Why yes. The rain outside had lowered the temperature considerably, but he could tell that his back was drenched in sweat. And if you don't mind me being honest with you right now, I have absolutely no idea what's going on. I suppose not know. All Ashia could do was crack a smile, one even damper and more sorry looking than the half-dry laundry piled on the floor. So I'm gonna ask you one more time. Why yes. Where did Suzuno and Yurashihara just run off to? She was no longer phrasing it as a question. It was an order. And in this rain, too. A finger shot toward the window. They jumped right out of there. NNH. Ashia was solidly against the ropes. Just as Suzuno came back to Devil's Castle upon closing the windows in her room, she received a phone call. It was from Chiho, and while he would have guessed Chiho would seek Mao's aid first, attempting to complete an idea link from Sasuzuka all the way to Chafu was probably too long a distance for her to grapple with quite yet. But did all of this have to happen right now, at this very moment, with her along for the ride? It had been just over a month since Chiho gained her idea link skill. She had just used it for the very first time. 2 weeks on from Emi's unexplained disappearance, they all knew inside that this was worthy of being termed an emergency, one where every second potentially counted. But why did Suzuno and Yurashihara have to act that way, chugging their energy drinks, tossing them on the Devil's Castle floor then? Let's go, stay close to me. Sure thing, dude. They opened the window right before Rika's eyes. What were they thinking? W8U2, stay calm for a... Hey, what are you guys doing? You're gonna... Ashia and Rika both tried to stop them, albeit for differing reasons. But as the two of them unhesitatingly opened the window and plunged down into the hurricane-force storm. They didn't plunge from the second floor at all. They flew horizontally forward before alighting on the roof of the building across the street. Wow, what? Rika, eyes open wide, couldn't help but open her mouth. Behind her, Ashia's head was deep within his hands. They must have flown up there to confirm where the threat came from. Suzuno pointed in a seemingly random direction, and with that, the two of them began bounding from roof to roof, making superhuman leaps into the air as they disappeared into the storm. Ugh. Ugh. The look on Rika's face when she turned to Ashia was like nothing of this world. She had been, in her own way, a great help to him, and among human beings, he enjoyed her company nearly as much as he enjoyed Chiho's. That was what made her face at that moment, eyes filled with shock, suspicion, and a longing for some kind of explanation, such a trauma for him to behold. So Ashia found himself kneeling at the tail, writhing under Rika's stare from the other side, for approximately 15 minutes after the other two left. RRGH. Rika's eyes dug deeper into him. He would be provided with no attorney, no right to remain silent. He knew Rika wouldn't be willing to accept any of this without some kind of justification. But he wasn't just giving her the silent treatment. He honestly had no idea how much he needed to explain to her. Rika wasn't part of the human being contingent of the Devil's Castle regulars. She was Emi's friend, and he could tell from their past interactions that Emi had revealed nothing to her. If Ashia decided to lay out all of Emi's secrets now, he couldn't imagine what kind of drama that would wreak upon her return. At the same time, he didn't have enough of the demonic power he'd require to erase Rika's memory later on, nor any way to replenish it, not like Yurashihara, who apparently received his demonic, holy strength out of a bottle. They were supposed to be comparing notes about Emi's disappearance. Why'd it have to turn into this? In a corner of his mind, he complained to himself about how talentless he was proving to be. Well, it's like this. Yes. Kamezuki, you see, and Yurashihara as well. They were doing focus group testing for these energy drinks. And I suppose those are the results. Caffeine doesn't make you do that. Rika slammed a fist on the table. The bottles wobbled in the center as Ashia's back shot straight into attention. I mean, when Red Buck says it'll give you wings, they don't mean it literally. She stood up and stormed toward the window. From here to the house over there, it's got to be at least 30 feet. You can't jump that far without even a running start. If you could, you ought to be competing in the Olympics. Why, yes, I know. Look, Ashia, I'm not trying to accuse Yurashihara and Suzuno of being space aliens or super mutants or anything. Ashia was sure Rika was picturing something close to that in her mind, but there was no point saying that. But even if this was some kind of Hollywood stunt with wires or whatever, you could still tell a little that it's fake. But they did that all by themselves. Who are they, anyway? There, at that very moment, Ashia discovered a glimmer of hope. Rika was preoccupied solely with Suzuno's and Yurashihara's apparent superhuman skills. It would do little more than buy him some more time, but maybe he could put the blame on their shoulders and play dumb about the whole thing. Would that work? It wasn't much to cling to, but it gave Ashia a little hope. And you saw them go off without acting one single bit surprised. You were just trying to stop them or whatever. That can't be the first time you've seen something like that from them. Curse the women of Japan, so sharp-eyed and observant. Even in his current pit of despair, Ashia felt deeply astonished and back at an impasse again. If I could be honest, Ms. Suzuki, I have my doubts whether you would believe me or not. Ashia sighed and resigned himself to his fate. He had never formulated some grandiose scheme to actively hide his true identity, and besides, it was Suzuno who caused all this anyway. Who could admonish Ashia for being forced to reveal everything in circumstances like these? They all would once they found out, yes, but I'm not a stupid enough woman that I wouldn't believe what I saw with my own eyes, Ashia. Perhaps recognizing his imminent defeat, Rika sheathed her verbal sword and sat back at the table. And I think I'm kinda prepared for the worst, you know. The worst? Yeah, what you told me before, about how you ran a company with Maō. That wasn't a lie, but it wasn't really true either, was it? What makes you think that? Ashia asked, eyes squinted nearly shut. Rika shrugged. Oh, I dunno, I just kinda thought it. Like when you were picking a phone after you bought that TV. You said normally, you and Suzuno shouldn't be getting along at all, right? Yes, I think I might have said something of the sort, perhaps. But when you were talking about Suzuno upstairs at Kentucky Fried Chicken that first time, it sounded like you actually really cared about her, right? Maybe you never got along with Emmy, but at least with Suzuno, you treated her like an actual neighbor and stuff. But you didn't know her at all before she moved next to you, right? Cause if not, why did you say you shouldn't be getting along? Two neighbors who hated each other's guts wouldn't go on shopping trips together, and it's like, I dunno. Like, maybe you didn't realize it, but you actually knew each other a long time ago, or maybe you just knew about each other before now. And I'm guessing that's how it is with her and Emmy too. Ms. Yusa. Yeah, cause like nowadays, Emmy treats Suzuno totally different from when I saw her at the office for the first time. At first, she was so cautious around her that I thought maybe she had worked for Maō or something in the past. Nowadays, though, they get along so well I'm a little jealous even. Now, alongside his continued astonishment, Ashia was cursing himself for all the little mistakes and giveaways they had made. He didn't know when Emmy had discovered Suzuno's true colors, but at the time of their little Kentucky outing, Suzuno was nothing more to him than a girl living next door who had just given them an enormous box of udon noodles. Any care he had betrayed for her at the time wasn't an act, really, but once he learned the truth, he inadvertently went off script. He knew he should have kept up the facade of neighborliness around Rika, but he hadn't. And Rika wasn't a dull enough woman that she let that inconsistency escape her. And even before then, I thought you guys kinda had a lot of stuff between yourselves that I didn't have a window into. But it wasn't until that shopping trip when I started thinking there was something y'all were keeping from the world. Like between Suzuno and Emmy, and, well, I know we only just met, but considering that circus act just now, probably Yurashihara too, huh? So what was that anyway? Ashia steeled himself. He had mentally prepared for this eventuality long ago. If it meant Rika would be too terrorized to come near them any longer, that was simply destiny playing its hand. Part of him figured that she wouldn't try selling the story to the media. They had not known each other that long, but on that score at least, he was confident. Miss Suzuki. So all of us were. Ipa. All that resolve, all that resignation that drove Ashia to expose himself, was extinguished by Rika's short scream. She was pointing a shaky finger at the window Yurashihara and Suzuno had flown out of. He turned around, following it. Ugh! And let out a yelp of his own. He couldn't help it, considering what was there. Ashia opened the window. It was a sopping wet, semi-conscious Maō tapping at the window. Hlu Ashia. He was the very definition of the word pitiful as he tapped away, plastered against the wall like a drowned rat, instead of being out in Fuchu, passing his road test. Overcoming the first wave of surprise, Ashia hurriedly rushed to the window and flung it open. It was definitely Maō on the other side, but what flew inside along with the wind and rain was something else entirely. My liege, what are you doing out there, and who are these people? NHH, I'm freezing, I'll explain later. Let me get this guy down, NGH. Instead of entering the room, he kicked a large, just-as-soaked middle-aged man inside. He lifted his head up from the tatami mat floor. Who's this? I indeed. Neither Rika nor Ashia had ever seen him before. Oh, Rika Suzuki. You're here. Well, I'm kind of in a hurry, so let's talk later. Ashia, can you get this guy in a new set of clothes for me? He says he's got battle experience, but right now, we can't afford to let him go free. My liege, what is the meaning of? Later, all right, sorry. Suzuno's gonna freak if we're delayed anymore. I guess Chiho's in trouble, Hu. It's only been 15 or so minutes since Ms. Sasaki contacted us. Maō couldn't have predicted all of this in advance, Ashia thought, and there was no way he could have covered the distance from Fuchu in such a short time. May I too come out, Maō? Sure, go ahead. Ooh, it's cold. They turned toward the unfamiliar voice, only to find an unknown woman who was quite literally and unabashedly floating in the air. Ashia turned to Rika, only to find her eyes darting rapidly between him, Maō, the woman, and the middle-aged man. Your demonic highness, this girl. Oh, once I'm at my destination, I'll make her come back here too. Okay, here we go. I'll explain later. Before he could finish, the two of them left the waterlogged man behind and flew off the way Suzuno and Yurashihara had. It took a few moments for Maō's shouting to fade into the distance. Ashia and Rika watched them go, completely forgetting to close the window behind them for a moment. Well, do you have, the clothing? Who in the blazes are you, sir? Did she just fly ye? It would be a while before order reigned once more. Just a bit before Maō received Suzuno's idea link call. When she saw him walking carefree across the school courtyard in the pouring rain, Chiho almost fainted on the spot. Not out of horror, just out of the sheer suddenness of it. It probably should have paralyzed her in fear, but she had already met one of their kind face to face, although that one had looked just a bit different. And after everything she'd heard about them, she knew that this guy must have been fairly high up among the demons in Ta'ila. One of the bosses, the leaders of the male branch tribe. That one who had Iron with him, Farfarello. That was the name. He was one of the new guys, it sounded like, but from far away, the male branch stalking school grounds right now looked a decent amount larger. She was too shocked at first to notice, but he was dragging something along in his right hand. She realized it was Peace and Truth, a sculpture donated by alumni to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the school's opening. The design was bizarrely abstract, a sphere with geometrical patterns on it, surrounded by three naked men with their backs arched, arms open wide. Ever since it was installed on school grounds, students treated it with equal parts disdain, discomfort, and denial of its artistic qualities. Now it had been either uprooted or snapped off its base by the male branch, who was cheerfully walking around the courtyard as the sphere dug into the soil behind him. Not long ago, she had made Maō and the others worry for her thanks to an over-hasty decision. But likewise, she knew she couldn't handle this alone, so she tried to contact Maō. He had mentioned that he was going off for his retest today, but this was probably more important. But she couldn't reach him. Avoiding the students and teachers currently awestruck at the sight of the male branch, she had focused on her cell phone with all her might, yet failed to link up with Maō at all. Not even this amplifier was enough to reach Chafu, she inferred. She knew that Emi was still missing, and that meant the only one of them capable of taking on that demon in combat was Suzuno. While the attention of everyone else in the classroom was focused on the courtyard, she grasped the phone inside her bag once more and attempted an idea linked to her. This time, it worked, with Suzuno promising to rush over as quickly as possible. "Hey Sasachi, what do you think that is?" blurted out Kaori Shoji, her best friend at school, as she pointed at the courtyard. Chiho wasn't about to explain to her. Boy, who knows. Hope it's not a rabid zoo animal or anything." She silently apologized to the demons of the world. And while it couldn't have been in response to that, the male branch roughly tossed away Peace and Truth like a baby growing sick of their toy. Chiho and everyone else gasped as the work of art hurtled its way to a corner of the courtyard like a meteor, smashed against one of the soccer goalposts, and shattered. If they had been less lucky, it could have hit the school building itself. "Maybe I could do something for a little bit," Chiho said to herself. Divert his attention, for example. Maybe she could make the male branch move away to someplace where students wouldn't see him. She grabbed at the phone, seeking Suzuno's opinion, but realized that Suzuno would never want her acting on her own. It was probably better to sit back and observe how things unfolded, Chiho reasoned to herself. "Gruwara." The male branch roared, its loud howl echoing high like a wolf in the wilderness. Chiho reflexively covered her ears. Then she heard someone gasping in fear nearby. "Why, you okay? I think we better run away." "What should we do, teacher?" "What, don't ask me." The classroom was starting to fall apart. Chiho had the vague feeling this was how the seeds of panic unfolded. She looked at the male branch, still far away, and came to a conclusion inside her mind. Maō and Suzuno might yell at her later, but there was no time for indecision. If the male branch outside did something like that again, that just add fuel to the flames of panic. Chiho slipped out of the anxious classroom and sprinted down the hall before anyone noticed. It was probably the first time she'd run down a school hallway at full speed since kindergarten. Soon, without anyone noticing, Chiho was on her way to the rooftop of the old Sasahata North School building. The school had been in operation for over 70 years, and the older building was past half a century old. Renovation plans didn't look like they'd come to fruition during Chiho's time at the school, but apart from the classrooms for the third-year students, the building was chiefly used for meeting rooms, student council facilities, and other activities that didn't involve hanging out there all day. Everyone was too focused on the horror at hand to notice Chiho as she flung herself into the old building, now empty as she sped down the hall and up to the roof. But just before she reached it, she stopped. Right next to the third-floor stairway, The only way to the rooftop was a classroom the students commonly called the Forbidden Chamber. Not that a student died or got locked up in there or anything. It was once the home ec classroom, but now there was one in the comparatively spiffier, 30-year-old new school building, so it had merely fallen into disuse. There was a padlock on the door, but the fitting it hung from was flimsy enough that a child with a screwdriver could have pried it open. Chiho had gone here earlier to witness Emmy making the leap between worlds through her yesod fragment, but now she could see that someone had bashed in the Forbidden Chamber's door from the inside. The hallway was also plastered with comically large, muddy footprints. He came in from there. Chiho peeked inside the chamber. There was no sign of damage, just some old desks, sinks, and bookshelves with thick layers of dust on them. But she could see brand new burn marks in the middle of the floor. What could that be? Oh, now's not the time for this. She could go in depth on it once Suzuno arrived. The male branch outside came first. Running up the stairs, Chiho was met with a door that was obviously going to be locked. But this wasn't a problem for her. She looked around the rest of the floor, ensuring nobody was around, then took a deep breath. Welcome to a new morning, a morning filled with hope for Ao. Focusing on the powers deep within her, she began belting out the song from the morning radio calisthenics program, activating her holy force. There was no need to go this far for idea link purposes, but she wasn't activating it to cast any other sort of spell either. She knew from her training that the longer she sang, the more power she could activate, so she sang it over and over, extracting all the holy force she could. At around the third repetition, her efforts paid off. She could feel some kind of large mass arrive at the other side of the door. "Did you call for me?" It was a quiet, heavy voice, similar to Farfarello's. Chiho breathed a sigh of relief. He must have picked up on the holy energy she was releasing. "Well, good thing you can speak Japanese. Who are you? Why did you summon me?" It's kind of a lot to explain all at once, but I just thought we could talk a bit, before the other students and teachers tried anything dumb against you." "HMPH," the presence disdainfully grumbled. "Bold words, considering the pathetic amount of holy force you wield." Chiho, fortunately, was mature enough to admit when someone was right, no matter how scornfully he put it. "Well," she responded, "I really don't have the power to fight or anything, and I don't think I could do anything against you anyway. But I called you here for a really good reason." "Oh." None of this was scaring Chiho all that much, partly because this presence was unseen, partly because she was sure Suzuno was nearly at the school by now. "Could you open this door for me with your strength? I couldn't bring a key up here with me. You male branch can do that much, right?" The sense of indecision on the other side of the door was palpable. "You see, they're pretty rough on children in this world. If I asked a grown-up to borrow the roof key so I could talk one-on-one with a demon from another world, they probably wouldn't give it to me." The moment she fell quiet, the heavy steel doorknob began to rattle. Then she could hear it be crushed on the other side. Just as she thought he had broken down the lock for her, the knob, losing its mounting, fell to the floor by Chiho's feet. The hole it created was occupied by a single, sharp claw, one that looked familiar to her. That scared her. Farfarello didn't do much to faze her, thanks to the way he relied on her own for most things, but now she was about to go face to face with a demon she knew nothing about. "It'll be all right," Chiho said to herself as she watched the door creak open. "These demons, you can talk things out with them, it turns out." "Huh, you've got guts, don't you? You puny little excuse for a human girl." The voice was rougher, more uncivilized than Farfarello's, a good match for his much larger size. The claws weren't as long as she had thought at first. He had a large body, but the claws and wings and such were actually a bit more compact than the other male branch she had met. But the sheer demonic force exuding from him was a far cry from Farfarello's. It wasn't Mao's. Devil King level, but without having unleashed her own full holy powers beforehand. Just standing next to him would sicken her enough to keep her from even speaking. You appear to be a human from this nation, but judging by the way you stand before me without faltering him, you are the one that little minnow Farlow has prattled at me about. The so-called M.G. Ronald Barista, general in the new Devil King's army. Being asked deadpan by an officer-class demon from another world about her workplace qualifications almost made Chiho laugh. And was Farlow the nickname they had for Farfarello over there? It was kinda cute. I suppose there's no need for an introduction, Chiho said, attempting to give him a bold smile instead of ruining the atmosphere. Hopefully, you will be just as polite and gentlemanly as the other demon I met before. The large demon roared in deafening laughter, blowing his fetid breath around the area as he did. Gahahaha. You should know your position in the world, girl. Your voice is shaking. You cannot hide your fear of demons. Chiho reddened at the presence of this unknown threat. But though a rotten ant you may be, you are a rotten ant with guts. If it is human politeness you seek, then allow me to introduce myself first. Sure. Chiho took a look at the sky behind the male branch's back. Suzuno still wasn't there. You may call me Libikako, as you no doubt inferred, one of the chiefs of the male branch. But know this, girl, I am not a toddler among men, like that pipsqueak Farlow. While I rejoice at the news that our Lord the Devil King is alive and well, I refuse to accept the appointment of this new set of 4 generals. The wind and rain suddenly strengthened. It wasn't her imagination playing tricks on her. The faraway clouds began to darken and bunch up against each other, visibly in motion as they descended upon the cityscape. The power of this male branch, Libikako, was now too much to fully dispel with her activated holy force. That was the main reason why not even Chiho was willing to correct him and mention there were now 5 generals. Egg. Suddenly freed from the bonds of a Seath's telekinesis, Maō fell on his rear end, straight onto the wet ground. Come on, man, what's with you? We aren't at Kai's school yet. Sorry, a little side trip. The rainwater had now thoroughly soaked him down to his underpants. He looked down at his legs, resigned to his fate. Damn, this is seriously a major typhoon. Hey, why are we at M.G. Ronald? Looking up, he realized he was in familiar surroundings. The M.G. Ronald in front of Hataraku rail station. At least this weather kept anyone from being near them. That was a relief. He couldn't see how Kasaki and the crew were holding up since they didn't land, more like drop, within eyeshot of the registers, but scoping out the tables, he could tell the rain wasn't exactly making customers swarm over. Even if we put up those banners, they'd probably be ripped apart by now, huh? They had turned the vertical banners advertising their new fall campaign sideways, following company storm guidelines, but the weights holding them were still clattering in the wind. Someone was here, no. Seath was looking nowhere near the M.G. Ronald. She was turned towards Kentucky Fried Chicken across the path. Maō followed her eyes to the rival chain. Whoa, they all right in there. One of the large windows overlooking the dining area had been shattered to tiny bits. The wind must have driven a rock or something through it. Maō hoped that none of the crew or customers were injured, although he couldn't have cared less about the Archangel managing the place. It looked like the lights were out as well. Maybe a lightning strike had triggered the circuit breakers. But he not there anymore. What, you got something to do with SFC? Perhaps it was a given that a Seath Allah, being so similar in nature to Alas Ramus, would spot the presence of the Archangel Sariel. But what did she mean? Not there anymore. I'm sorry, you are in hurry, no more delay. NNNH. Before Maō could reply, a Seath violently cast him into the air. Just as she did, the two of them disappeared into the sky, sucked up by the rain clouds. So Libikaka, what brought you here to Japan, or to Earth for that matter? The howling wind and rain had soaked both her school uniform and her hair. The demon's huge body and huger magical force unnerved her. Both considerations were making Chiho shiver at the moment as she attempted to push the conversation forward. It didn't look like he had any Iron-style backup at his side, but there was no telling yet. She recalled the vast army Siriato had taken with him to Choshi. But Libikako scowled in reply. A scowl that, even to someone relatively new with demon body language like Chiho, made it clear he was in a foul mood. The way you pronounce your words truly annoys me. Huh. She was trying to figure out what the demon wanted, only to have her diction criticized. It is Libikako, say it again. El Libikaka. As demonic conversations in the pouring rain go, it was generally dissatisfying for both sides. But Chiho kept up with the impromptu language lesson, not wanting to fall further on his bad side. Kaka, do you want to die? I am not a rooster. Oh, do they go cock-a-doodle-doo on Inte Isla too? Are you making fun of me? Allow me to give you a word of advice. If you mispronounced names like Draghignatso or Scarmiglione in front of them, they'd have your head off human. They are young, hot-headed, very intolerant of mistakes. Diodu Dradragne OGES. This was too much to handle. Chiho didn't know much about popular demon baby names in this day and age, but assuming male branch were named by their parents, it seemed like giving them such unpronounceable names was like making them go through life with one hand tied behind their back. Well, no matter, just remember that much for us. The rest are gone anyway. Oh. Something about this casually thrown-out statement sounded important to Chiho. But in the next instant, Libikako's voice bellowed out again. One more time, Libikako. Libikako. Fine, see. You could do it the whole time, not quite native level but fair enough for a human from another world. I will allow it. Thanks. At least she passed that test. So Libikako, what is it that brings you here? I'm here to kick some ass. Huh. Chiho thought she had messed up his name again, inspiring more ire, but it didn't seem to be that. When I say that, however, I do not mean grand massacres or anything of the sort. I am here in this set of buildings because that is where the gate took me. I was merely told that I should bash things up and cause as conspicuous a disturbance as possible, wherever I found myself. As inconspicuous? Yes, like this. With a gnarled grin that exposed rows of pointy fangs, Libikako summoned a mighty wind as he raised his arms into the air. Chiho covered her eyes with a hand as the rain and wind surrounding Sasahata North High School seemed to compress and whirl within itself, like the school was now in the eye of a major hurricane. "Wait, stop that," Chiho shouted. The storm on the other side of the border was like nothing before. It was a violent wall of rain and wind, sending roof tiles flying from the surrounding houses, knocking over garden trees, and slicing live power lines in half. See, Libikako crowed as he cast his meteorological magic, gauging Chiho's reaction as he did. Conspicuous, is it not? Perhaps I should try this next. His clawed fingers danced in the air around him. Chiho couldn't tell what had changed. But then she felt the hairs on her nape stand up, and then light flashed across a calm, soundless world. Yowza! Chiho's scream ripped through the air. It seemed like the wall of rain had set off the light, but then she noticed the countless bolts of lightning that now crashed down from the heavens. They touched down one after another on roof antennas, on telephone poles, and on lightning rods perched over apartment buildings. But their sheer number, enough to make one's vision fully white, had to be too much for the town to handle. HMPH, this isn't working. The light stopped. Chiho carefully opened her eyes, then gasped as she noticed several buildings around the school now on fire. Not even that was enough to satisfy Libikako. Bah, I was hoping that would generate more of a sea of flame. Chiho was expecting exactly that after such an onslaught of electricity. But with all the precision electronics in modern homes, a lot more thought had been given to lightning protection than in previous generations. Electric lines hung on poles were also more heavily protected than before, since they were now being used for internet connectivity and a host of other applications. Lightning-safe equipment was a legal requirement in all electrical facilities now. The effect of all those wires and poles acting as electrical grounds meant that Libikako's anticipated firestorm never came to pass. But that didn't mean he was done, far from it. Well, I suppose it needs a little more power then. Of course he would do that. Wait a minute, please. What's the point of doing all this? Just spreading chaos like this. The demons who came here before had an actual purpose, whether it was getting Satan back or taking the hero Emilia's sword away from her, or whatever. Is this all you want to do? Rather talkative ant, aren't you? Libikako, your mission is light years more low class than what that pipsqueak Farlow was doing. Why don't you act more like the archdemon you are, and do your evil with a little more class? Girl, do you have the wrong idea about this? What? Right now you, the kids in this facility, and everyone else in the neighborhood are being struck by fear. They're racked by feelings of horror and sadness. I don't know what kind of grand mission that little rat Farlow betrayed to you, he grinned. But a job like this is what every demon dreams of. Spreading terror and desperation provides us with a feast of demonic power. Once again, Libikako spread his arms out, straining them even more this time. Oh! Exposed to the emanating demonic force, Chiho found it hard to breathe. She fell to her knees. Activating all her holy force at once drained it far too quickly. Time for a 5 holy energy beta, she thought, but her spare bottle was still inside her school bag. She couldn't show her back to Libikako now. This demon was cruel enough to snuff her right out if she did. If you don't like it, you're free to stop me by force, Libikako scoffed, as Chiho felt her strength wane. You are the MG Ronald Barista, our next great general and leader, am I wrong? Despite it all, though, Chiho kept her eyes on him, keeping her head up and glaring strong as she fought against the cruel force. But then, so shall it be. With a dignified-sounding voice and a loud crash, Libikako's body disappeared from in front of Chiho. The devilish force surrounding him faded away, easing Chiho's mouth and throat. GNNH. He was now in midair, wings spread wide as he growled at where Chiho was. I am more or less another one of the new generals, and I happen to not like this, thank you very much, and so I will stop you by force, a certain cleric said. A giant hammer swung breezily through the air, making the rain splashing around it sparkle in the rays of sunlight beaming down. Suzuno, Chiho shouted with her freed lungs. Suzuno, her hairpin transformed into her trademark weapon, let her rain-drenched hair blow in the wind as she turned her eyes to Chiho, safely ensconced behind her. My apologies for being late. The storm wall suddenly grew stronger, and penetrating it proved a trial. Dude, if you put it that way, it sounds like you got through it all by yourself. Another familiar voice from above them. Turning around, Chiho was just in time to see Urashihara land on the roof, white wings folded behind him. Their color stymied her. Urashihara is that. They were no longer the jet black that they were during the battle against Maō. They were a radiant, angel-like white. He turned his back to her, resentful at what she was paying attention to. Da, he groaned. If I knew he was gonna try kicking this much ass, I would have focused more on filling up my demonic force. Do not even joke about that, Lucifer, Suzuno warned, eyebrows furrowed in dismay. I'm not joking, came the cool reply. But let's forget about that for today, okay? Urashihara looked up at Libikako, freshly bashed into the air by Suzuno. That guy opened up a gate and landed here in this school. That can't be a coincidence. I gotta admit, I feel kinda at fault for this. As do I. What? Suzuno and Yurishihara both took a breath, coming off as a highly unlikely team to Chiho, and then turned back to Libikako. He was clutching the side of his body Suzuno's hammer hit as he gradually landed on the roof. Lord Lucifer and the Scythe of Death. Suzuno lifted an eyebrow. You know me. Yes, you match the description that Dung Beetle Farlow gave me, and what? No, it is simply unexpected is all, if you are here. Suzuno's gut feeling told her that Libikako's force was either on a par with hers or maybe a tad weaker. That surprise strike from the rear must have taken the wind out of his sails, and with Yurishihara as her more or less ally, there was little chance of defeat even with a full frontal approach. Maō was on his way too, for that matter. So why was Libikako acting like he didn't have a care in the world? Then this couldn't have worked out any better. The malice behind his grin was like nothing before it. Now there were three people silently watching each other around the table. The new one had trouble kneeling for extended periods of time, so he sat with his legs crossed instead, dressed in a shirt and pants he borrowed from Ashia. So who's this? I have no idea. Ashia had given tremendously wishy-washy answers to Rika's questions so far, but on this one, he was decisive. This man that Maō ejected into the room during his whirlwind entrance and exit, one Ashia couldn't even begin to conceive a believable explanation for, he had truly never seen in his life. Between his looks, what little conversation they had made, and the way a flying Maō deposited him into the room uninvited, it seemed safe to assume he wasn't Japanese. The first possibility that came to mind was that he was from Inte Isla, but Ashia wasn't entirely sure of it. The mystery man wasn't projecting holy or demonic force of any kind, so why would your normal, everyday, average Joe of an Inte Island be hanging out in Japan? One thing Emmy, Suzuno, and Emeralda all had in common, Sariel and Gabriel too on the other side, was that they all had superhuman abilities, not to mention the skills needed to traverse between worlds. They had a means, in other words. If this man was just a normal Inte Isla citizen, how did he get here? He didn't have that kind of ability, and yet here he was. Ashia flashed Rika a glance. Miss Suzuki. I apologize, but I will have to leave you out of this for a few moments. Ashia apologized to her again in his heart, turned to the man Maō just brought in, and opened his mouth. Do you understand this? The man blinked, then eagerly nodded. Common Vezian. No, Centurion is it not? You aren't from this nation either. Rika's eyes opened wide at the sight of these two men speaking a language she had never heard before. That man, Maō, he was just the same. No, who are you people? To be honest, I'd like to ask that of you first. You do not appear to be a spellcaster. Why are you here in this world now? Who are you? Hang on a second, guys. It would take too long to explain. As you say, I know nothing of magic. I used to be a farmer. In an ideal world, I would have spent my entire life without setting foot outside the rural edges of St. Ale. What language is that? Rika's eyes spun. It wasn't English, and it wasn't the German or French she occasionally heard snippets of in news broadcasts or documentaries. It sounded like something from outer space to her. She couldn't figure out where one syllable ended and the next began. There is not much else I can say. Not so long as I don't know who you or Maō are. However, I crossed into this world because I am charged with protecting this child Tsubasa. She is to be given to another person someday. Given? This puzzled Ashia. He recalled the girl Maō seemed to be traveling with. Is Tsubasa the young woman Maō brought with him? No. When it came to people in his life named after the word for wing, as Tsubasa meant in Japanese, Ashia could think of another person. Someone who crawled around this room for a whole week before coming under their mortal foe's guardianship, and was now just as missing as she was. Well, now I know why Mao saw fit to bring you here. Although, I suppose you aren't as important as this Tsubasa woman, eh? Ashia sharpened his words. He would allow no room for lies or denials. This woman is a personification of a Yesod fragment, is she not? The man fell silent again, but he didn't avert his eyes. It had not been that long ago. Kamio, the devil regent, told them what Alba had told him, that there was another holy sword located right here in Japan, and Siriato was on the hunt for it. Ashia couldn't hide the excitement coursing through his body. In this simple ex-farmer, there existed the potential key to changing the very fabric of reality within Inta-Isla. You're... He tried to keep the agitation from his voice. His mind was full of haphazard guesses, and he needed to take action on them. Are you the father of Emilia Justina? Emilia. This familiar-sounding word, the first she could understand, unnerved Rika. Both of the men noticed the reaction. They couldn't blame her for it. Then is that it? So it is. What a state of affairs. Thus Nord Justina, father of the hero, and the great demon general Alcil of the Devil King's army made their hellos. So it couldn't be. Is that Mao person the chosen one my wife talked about? Chosen one. That was how she put it. When the chosen one is ready to reveal the truth behind the world, she said, my daughter must be given her wings. I had my suspicions when Mao mentioned Emilia's name. This presumably meant Layla, the archangel they knew to be Emmy's mother. But although the angels were supernatural in nature, their existences were just as common and vulgar as anyone else's. They didn't have the power to alter destinies and bind the earth by magic with a few choice words, as they were portrayed in the old legends and scriptures. And why would a mere archangel go around calling the Devil King Satan the Chosen One? Nothing sounded more arrogant to Ashia. And what about this truth behind the world nonsense? Lofty-sounding words, to be sure, but what truth can there be behind something as nebulous as the world? Anyone claiming such a thing is about as worthy of one's trust as a jewelry appraiser or an expert panelist on a cooking game show. Hey guys, where does a single human being, with a single angel at his side, get off, really, acting all high and mighty about some non-existent truth? Demons like us have no time for such lofty malarkey. It is no more valuable to us than a pebble on the side of the road. Listen to me. Ashia leaped up at the sound of someone screaming, holding a surprised hand against his ear. Rika, looking more demonic than most demons, was by his side. I don't know what the two of you are figuring out by yourselves, but you mind letting me in on some of it? You are quite scary woman, aren't you? Even Nord could tell that Rika being given the outsider treatment was enraging her. His attempts at assuaging her were met with the same cold eyes that slew Ashia a moment ago. Listen, man, if you want to live out your natural lifespan in Japan, try not to be so honest all the damn time, okay? Oh. So Ashia. Why yes. When are you gonna tell me who this guy is, and why Mao and Urashihara and Suzuno can all do stuff like that? Ashia didn't complain about having that muddle of questions thrown at him all at once. It'd result in blood if he did, he knew. But even before Mao floated in, he had already made up his mind. Ms. Suzuki. Ashia brought his arms out, attempting to place them on Rika's shoulders to soothe her. I promise I will tell you, so will you please sit down for a... That's not gonna help you get away from me. Hello? Rika had been about ready to throw fireballs at Ashia. Now it was her own cheeks that burned a hot red. Dejectedly, she followed his instructions, all but collapsing to the floor. So, she glared as she looked upward. What is it? Ashia demurred for a moment, unsure where to begin. Then he pointed at Nord. So this man. Why yes. Apparently he is Yusa's father. Okay, wait, what? She almost walked right through it before her mind backtracked. Her eyes were like tiny dots as she pointed them at Nord. Emi's father. Indeed, I believe it is likely the truth. What, so is? Emi's face went a little pale as she recalled the abuse she lobbed at Ashia. Well, I apologize for being so rude then. Oh, is fine. I am rather on in dark myself. Ashia wondered if it was such a good idea for Nord to be so forgiving, but decided dwelling on the topic would be fruitless. This woman is one of Emilia's friends in this nation. Her name is Rika Suzuki. Rika. Yes. You've helped Emilia for me, thank you. He made it sound like Emi was receiving in-home care from Rika or something, but she didn't comment on it. She could tell what he meant between the words. Oh no, thank you very much, Ashia. Yes. Rika looked up at him, after bowing politely at Nord for no real reason. You guys have both been saying Emilia a lot, and that's what her dad just called her now, so, An honest answer to this would end it all. It would mean putting Rika in the same boat as Chiho. Chiho was accepting enough, but what about this girl? Slowly, Ashia began to weave the words that were destined to change Rika's life, fully aware in his mind that he might have to call upon Suzuno to erase her memories later if things failed to work out. I mean, is it kinda like how Japanese people give nicknames to themselves if they're living overseas so people pronounce their names right? Or like something based on religion, or a middle name or something? No, Ashia spoke slowly, trying to make sure Rika understood every word on a deep, personal level. It is the real name of the woman you and I know as Emi Yusa. Her full name is Emilia Justina. I'm not sure I follow. The bewilderment was obvious on her face. Her real name, Emilia Justina, that's Emi's real name. Yes. So Emi isn't Japanese. That would be the case, yes. Oh. So if her dad isn't either, so is it kind of like she was born and raised elsewhere, but then she immigrated to Japan and took a Japanese name like a pro soccer player or something. Ashia had predicted this. Rika was trying to frame this situation in a way she could comprehend. No, not like that. Yusa's, well, Emilia's homeland exists nowhere on this planet. What do you mean? Well, before that, do you watch movies very much, Miss Suzuki, or play video games for that matter? This seemingly unrelated question made Rika grow suspicious. Where'd that come from? I haven't played games much since I was kid, but I go to the theater pretty often, yeah. Then perhaps I could put it this way to help you understand the concept. Yusa Emi, or Emilia Justina, is not an earthling exactly. What? This is not quite the correct way to phrase it, but to put it simply, Yusa is an alien from outer space. She comes from another world, one far away from here, one that exists nowhere on Earth. Are you screwing with me? It was a completely understandable response. He anticipated this as well, this anger-tinged reaction. For the average human being, it was a completely natural response. If you are unable to believe me, Miss Suzuki, then I am afraid I will be unable to explain the phenomena you just saw. Just saw? Wait. Rika suddenly looked out the window again. The rain was thudding against it even harder now. The very one Suzuno and Urashihara flew out of. The one Mao appeared from, then soared right back through, into the sky. From here to the house over there, it's got to be at least 30 feet. Do you think there is any human being who can manage that? Her eyes darted between Ashia and the window several times. Seeing these incomprehensible events made her mind incapable of accepting the truth behind them. Perhaps things would be different if reality, in all its vivid intensity, was thrust before her all at once. But Rika didn't know anything before today. and she had seen only a snippet of the truth. "Ms. Suzuki." "Aya," Rika froze, throat emitting a long groan. Ah. Ashia could tell the firmness of the past was gone. In its place, a paralyzing fear of the unknown world she had gained access to. She probably couldn't speak if she'd tried. But how could that? No way, I mean Yurushi Suzuno Mao. She turned over the events she saw, one by one, as the names came out. Yet, the stoutness of her heart drove her to continue defending the fortress of common sense that watched over her brain. "I mean, that's crazy. Are you kidding me? This has to be a load of crap. How am I supposed to believe that? Like, I'd believe you more if you said Suzuno and all of them are magicians or some kinda ESP masters or something. At least you could claim those exist in the world." "Indeed. If I were in your shoes, Miss Suzuki, I think I would say the same thing. Show me some kinda evidence. Like, why are you saying you're all space aliens if you're working part-time and living hand-to-mouth like this?" "I have no defense for that," snickered Ashia, despite it all. "But even space aliens have to sing for their supper, you see." This was exactly why, if something like this hadn't happened, he never would have wanted to reveal himself to Rika. But these were all people from other worlds. People who had no business running into each other in the first place. Ashia reverting to demon form would be all the evidence he needed, but that was far beyond his grasp right now. "I regret that I cannot provide conclusive evidence to you at the moment, but how about this? Once Suzuno Kamezuki returns home, I promise I will have her prove it to you. Assuming, Ms. Suzuki, you are willing to listen to this so-called ridiculous tale to the end." "Yes." Rika gave him a look of sheer doubt. "I cannot blame her for her disbelief," Nord whispered. "I would have laughed it off if someone on Inte Isla told me about this other world, with its civilization advanced beyond all imagination." Ashia internally agreed with him. A nation, a world, a civilization of human beings. Everything about Japan was a faraway dream of the future, one that demons, for all their supposed dominance and superiority over mankind, would never have for themselves. "Did Mao tell you about who we are?" "No, but I imagine at least that he is not human." Come to think of it, Ashia hadn't even given Nord his name yet. Emi's disappearance and Nord's subsequent arrival seemed to symbolize in Ashia's mind that the doomed, yet boundlessly comfortable day-to-day life they'd enjoyed in Devil's Castle was about to fall apart. "You are lucky, though, for I think I may need to have you introduce yourself the next time we meet." "Huh." Nord, silently following Ashia and Rika's argument up to now, suddenly stood up, a gruff look on his face. The long-sleeved rock on SASAHATA t-shirt he was wearing, won by Ashia in a drawing at the local shopping center, wasn't a match for his demeanor, but it didn't stop him from soundlessly padding over to the window. The building rattled anyway, as Ashia's gaze followed to the window. The sight made him instantly tense. There, inside the typhoon-level storm, there shouldn't have been a single person, but now there were many. "We're fully surrounded. I haven't seen them before. Do you know what force they belong to?" Ashia could answer this question. He could, but the answer was still not one he could fully believe. Had his world ever engaged in behavior as reckless as this before? "The armaments come from the Knights of the Inland Azure Scarves, second in rank among the 8 Knight Corps that serve Efsahan of the Eastern Island. What is the meaning of this?" Ashia had directed the question more at himself than Nord. The entire apartment building had been completely surrounded by a dizzying number of knights in exotic-looking uniforms. When did they show up? And from where? More assassins sent by Barbarixia like with Siriato? No. The knights stationed outside were all human. Ashia could detect no particular magic from them, and although he didn't know what for, it was clear they were after everyone inside the building. What's up with you two now?" Ashia's mind sprang back into reality. Depending on how the political cards worked out, there was always going to be the chance that the human world would aim their sights on him, Maō, Urashihara, Nord, even Suzuno. But Rika was different. She was a Japanese woman, completely uninvolved with the affairs of Ente Isla. He couldn't draw her into that world. He couldn't drag her into this battle. "This has nothing to do with Miss Rika," Nord said. "We have to protect her, don't we?" "Why, yeah," Ashia said, nodding. "Are they after me? I doubt it. I wouldn't be here if I had not met Maō earlier. So are they after you?" "It would have to be. It could be our neighbor, perhaps, but either way, we're the only 3 people in the building now." The ominous army outside showed no signs of movement, but with their numbers, a human wave attack would be all it took to finish Ashia off. "Can you fight?" "Under any normal circumstances, I could finish off these forces in an instant. Now, however," Ashia clenched his teeth, it all felt so pathetic to him. "I too have never received any formal battle training. If Tsubasa, if only a Seath were back here for us." This Tsubasa, or a Seath, must have been the woman with Maō earlier. A woman who was probably zooming to Chiho's aid at the moment, for reasons Ashia couldn't fathom. Then he realized, if everyone in the forces surrounding them were from the eastern island, there was only one man who could have pulled the strings behind them, Alba Mayer. And with Emi gone and Chiho's school under attack by someone or something, either Suzuno was coming to the rescue, or Maō, whose powers were near infinite, assuming he could get his act together. Urashihara's motives remained a big question mark, but Ashia knew there were times when he tapped on a resource besides demonic force to wield his powers. It meant that no matter how he put it, there was only one force in Japan right now with absolutely zero ability to fend for itself. The Eastern Island. Ashia gritted his teeth. Emi and Suzuno weren't the only ones in danger. The furor over at Chiho's school was just a feint. Alba and Barbarixia, their enemies, had their swords pointed squarely at the great demon general, Alciel. Ugh, this rain is awful. It wasn't like this at all on the other side. The woman who left the Sasuzuka station building groaned at the driving rain as she surveyed her surroundings. "Should I grab a taxi? I don't think it's that far from the station, though. It'd kinda be a waste." She stood in front of a neighborhood map as she pondered over which road to take, a wheeled travel suitcase with a large shoulder bag slumped on top of it at her side. But the piece of paper she held in her hand wasn't some handwritten map, or note, or cell phone. It was, oddly enough, a resume. "Right taxi it is. I don't want to get all wet." She stuffed the wrinkled-up resume in her shoulder bag, walked through the hall that housed the turnstiles, arrived at a guardrail on the side of the road, and looked around for an open taxi. Then the wind changed direction. "Ugh!" She twitched her nose a little. "What is that?" she said, puzzled. She rubbed her chin for a moment in thought, then turned toward the direction from which she detected a certain scent. "Ugh!" She nodded, her suspicions apparently confirmed. It noticeably soured her face. "Can't take the taxi there, huh? Shoot, they don't have a bath either, do they?" Then she trudged back into the station, still griping to herself as she tossed her possessions into a coin-op locker. After that, "Hi-ya!" she screamed as she plunged, running into the heart of rainy Sasuzuka, without so much as an umbrella to protect her. Her carelessly tied ponytail and healthy tan were both instantly soaked, and it wasn't long before she melted into the long curtain of water before her. Maō and Seath, meanwhile, were finally near Sasahata North High School, despite their little side trip. They were encountering a few difficulties. "Arig!" Maō screamed as he tried battering his way through the storm wall, but his human legs couldn't even keep him upright against the pounding gale. It sent him reeling along the road before he crashed into a light post. "Oh, vue! Wow, big disaster," Seath observed, not bothering to comment on Mao's painful misfortune. "Damn it, We made it all the way here and I can't even see inside. From the outside, it looked like a gigantic cumulonimbus cloud had decided to swallow up the school grounds. It had settled in a neat circle around the property, refusing entry from the outside to anyone and anything. The damage outside this area was far below what he feared. Just one, rather recently, downlight post, actually. Things, however, were different inside the school grounds. You are no help at all, huh, Maō? Man, do I hate you. Asiath shrugged, not even bothering to care about her hair slapping all around her head. Why you tell me to go back to apartment anyway? I know like that. Well, if something happened to you or Nord, we'd really be up the creek. Figuring that transport was the hard part, and he could get together with Suzuno to handle the rest of the dirty work, Maō had ordered Asiath to return to Devil's Castle and await further instructions. But, are you Suyor? It is better if I hear. You are really pissing me off right now. Maō just couldn't get in the school. Once the local wind speed surpassed 40 miles an hour or so, it was hard for a normal human being to even stand up. The wind around this storm was a lot faster than that. Going in unprotected would just send him careening back all over again. Wonder if Suzuno's already in there, he muttered nervously. He didn't know what kind of enemy was lurking inside, but recent otherworldly visitors to Japan were proving to be quite a handful to the Devil King, especially in his current inconvenient state. The sort of foe that not even the hero could handle without a Las Ramus would, he hated to say, give Suzuno some mean odds to deal with. Along those lines, Maō had yet to actually see Suzuno devote her all to a fight. He had seen that from Emi after their knockdown dragout on Inte Isla, and there was no doubt a Las Ramus had made her even stronger. But while Suzuno had been his enemy at one point, Maō was equipped with nothing but a pair of boxers at the time, and Suzuno was clearly restraining herself. Her full powers as a magical warrior remained a mystery to him. He wondered how often church clerics engaged in all-out combat in the first place, not counting exceptions like Alba. But even back in Choshi, she was going on about how she wanted to kill an entire army of male branch down to the last man. Maō tried to spot her amid the storm, but the howl of the wind and the pattering of the rain, along with the sirens from fire engines all around the neighborhood, made it impossible. The storm wall was already exacting nearly its full force by the time he arrived. It made sense that someone called the authorities to deal with this bizarre weather event. Not that it was Mao's fault, but it'd still be nice, he thought, if Japan's general public was willing to accept this as just another freak climate event to argue about online. Him over there. Huh. As Maō descended further and further into panic mode, Asiath unexpectedly pointed at a speck in the air. There, traces from opening. Where? There was no telling where she was pointing to. What with the storm wall, the wind, and the assorted other detritus flying through the air. It is demon force wind. I think someone forced it open there. One more push, and I think they smash up the whole thing, huh? What do you mean, one more push, who? Wow, Maō, why you so useless? All right, I'll do it. You want go inside, yes. You can do that. And can you give me little more time? Pop isn't near me, so. Pop didn't seem to have a lot of holy energy storage potential within him. What was the deal with that? How much time are we talking? 1 hour. Maō almost fell for entirely non-wind-related reasons. That's too damn long. It'd be faster to just go back and fetch Nord again. Wanna do that? I told you, I don't want to get you guys involved in this crap. Ooh, but it'll take big power to break that down. And if you were my latent force, Maō, I think that doesn't make holy power for me. Latent what? Force. My sister and me, our power comes from person serving as our latent force. The strength in heart, yes. Whoa, hang on. That sounded like something extremely important, this little tidbit she just tossed at him. He wanted to explore it more fully, but he could tell listening to the whole story would take even longer than an hour. Just give me a quick synopsis, okay? Are you saying you can siphon power from someone right by you, even someone like Nord with no magic force at all? Not sucking from him, no. More, his influence makes me feel better. Maō gasped. It was exactly how he transformed into his full demon self, by turning the feelings people felt in their minds into actual power. Well, can you make me the target for the time being or something? Ooh, yes, Asiath said, quickly nodding before suddenly switching over to a dour frown. But I dunno, I don't like your feeling, Maō. Not sure if I can accept you or... How you can say that? This is an emergency, and geez, it's only the first time we've met. Never in his time in Japan had someone so brightly, cheerfully stated to him that he was physiologically unacceptable to her. She had just said at the test site how swell his hand smelled, too. But you can do it, right? But it is no holy force from you, Maō, so. It doesn't matter. We just gotta apply as much power as we can to that rift you mentioned, right? Yeah. Asiath still seemed reluctant. Maō grabbed her hand, clenching at it. Ugh. Please, we have to try something. I'll take care of you after that. Really? That first time a man said that to me. Asiath's cheeks had just a twinge of pink to them. I mean, Maō nervously added, I'll tell you everything I know about your sister, all right? All right, go a little closer. Asiath motioned with her eyes as Maō took a step forward, figuring there was some sort of process he had to follow. Sure I will. Instead, what he found was Asiath, eyes closed, bringing her face right up to his. He hurriedly sidled back. Wow, what are you doing? What? It is forehead and forehead, yes, she replied, clearly surprised by this sudden rejection. Maō breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't quite the worst he had feared. But then, he realized exactly the extent of what he had just imagined. It filled him with an inscrutable sort of shame. He approached Asiath again, this time carefully, as he brought his head forward. No running now. Yeah, Maō said, smirking a little at how Asiath phrased the command like a line from an action flick. Her forehead approached his. As it did, he spotted a familiar glow. It was purple, and just like with Alas Ramus, it came from her Yesod fragment. So Asiath really was like Alas Ramus. Your latent force, huh? Just as Asiath's phrasing crossed his mind again, their foreheads met. Then, the next moment, it was Asiath jumping back, like she just touched something hot. What is it? Maō grew nervous. Was it some kind of problem with the procedure, he wondered, as Asiath gave him a look of shock like nothing he'd seen before. Maō, she said with trembling lips, you're... Yep. Asiath's forehead gave out a stronger pulse of light. You were Devil King, like Maō in Japanese, so you have that last name. Oh, whether an idea link, style force sprang into action or their little love tap triggered a little demonic force, Asiath must have learned the truth just now. Something about her reaction, however, made the moment seem less than dramatic. Yes, his name meant exactly what it sounded like. That's what surprises you at this point. What's the big problem, huh? Use your ears, geez. It not very creative, no. Oh, you want to talk, yow. Before Maō could continue pleading his argument, the light from Asiath's head extended across his entire body. I look at me, leaving body and soul to King of all demons. I'm sorry. Mom, I am bad daughter to you. Dude, I'm not some street punk asking your mom to let me date you, all right. Asiath never failed to seize the opportunity to berate Maō, but now all the light made her practically invisible to him. And then it exploded. Ugh! Asiath was now an array of countless light particles, each still strengthening more in power, and they were all descending upon Maō. What's this isn't? Beyond the initial surprise, Mao's brain was warning him about potential disaster ahead. As the light enveloped him, he realized he had seen something quite a bit like this before. Quite a few times, actually, although it was the other way around whenever he saw it. This is exactly like when Alas Ramus comes out of Emmy, ain't it? It was probably too late, in assorted ways, by the time the thought reached his mind. That was because the pillar of purple of light at the base of the storm wall was tearing through the sky, all but ready to rip it apart. A dull clanging sound echoed across the Sasahata North High School area, as Suzuno's hammer thudded against Libikako's dire claws. But the cross-dimensional battle unfolding in the sky didn't quite have Chiho's full attention. She glanced at Yurashihara, standing on the roof as he watched the fight, and the door back downstairs, ripped open by Libikako a while back. The twisted knob was still on the floor. "Stop worrying, dude," Yurashihara said, noticing Chiho's eyes on him. He gave the steel door a couple of pats to reassure her. "I can seal this door back shut with holy force, easy." "Why yeah, hopefully." It still worried Chiho to no end. Yurashihara was, after all, a fallen angel, one whose lifestyle fit the term perfectly, and she assumed he was more of a demon in terms of species by now. The white wings, and the power on a level of Emi's or Suzuno's, was nothing short of astonishing to her. Suzuno must have spotted him a 5 holy energy beta, but was he safe drinking that? It was the same as what Chiho drank, although her dosages were still being strictly regulated. Just one of those little bottles was enough to send the, allegedly, mighty demon Ashia into a near coma. Mao himself mentioned that an unexpected influx of holy energy would do nothing to his body but damage it. Then she heard a voice from beyond the door, perhaps responding to Yurashihara's rapping. "Hey, somebody out there, open the door, damn it, why ain't it opening?" It was one teacher or other, boldly stepping up to take action despite the fierce typhoon and the biblical conflict unfolding over the front yard. Yurashihara, following Suzuno's orders, had used his magic to seal off every door and window in the entire school. It was a preventative measure to keep any wayward students from getting caught up in the conflict, but the fact Yurashihara engineered the spell gave Chiho no end of anxiety. Sealing an entryway's pretty high-level stuff, dude. A regular person could, never break through it. The fact Yurashihara had such an eerily convenient spell on hand was one surprise. She wasn't entirely sure what the spell was created for, either. "Oh, there's 1,001 uses," he explained. "Maybe you don't know, living in Japan and everything, but folks like kings and church officials cast this spell on themselves and their, treasure rooms and their sanctuaries to keep intruders away." I see. It made sense to her, but why did Yurashihara have it, and how did he cast it using holy force? "Hey, it's not just me. Sariel and Gabriel can probably use it too. It's kinda a must-have if you want to call yourself a high-level angel. That's what he told me at least, so I learned it." "Told you?" This puzzled Chiho for a moment, but Yurashihara's attention was focused back on the fight. No further explanation seemed forthcoming, so she joined him instead. It didn't take long for even her to conclude that the battle was decidedly one-sided. Despite the bulky-looking kimono, Suzuno wasn't letting the demon so much as touch her. All the bravado Libikako attempted to dominate Chiho with was long gone. After all the abuse it had taken, the claws on one of his arms had been taken fully out of commission. During that first battle she witnessed between Emi and Yurashihara, there were so many spells and complex battle strikes exchanged that it looked, to her eyes, straight out of a fantasy blockbuster. By comparison, the fight between Suzuno and Libikako seemed kind of like a schoolyard brawl or a round of backyard wrestling. It wasn't pretty, but watching Suzuno swing a hammer easily as tall as she was, smashing it against a demon that weighed several times as much as her, was undeniably a sight to behold. And yet, it was clear to even Chiho's eyes that she was going easy on him. She had taken his back and overpowered him in a hammer-on-claw duel multiple times, but not once did she attempt to strike a lethal blow on Libikako. She couldn't make it out from here on the roof, but they were exchanging more than a few words in the process, too. Maybe she was pleading with him to return home. Weird. What? Yurishihara, watching the proceedings above him, cocked his head. Like, Libikako sure doesn't fight like a male branch. What do you mean? Well, dude, he sucks. He must not be going full bore on Is that maybe because he's in Japan, so he doesn't have access to his full powers and stuff? If that's what it is, he better remove that storm barricade quick, or else he's going back home in 3 or 4 chunks. Like, ditching the rain and stuff would let him devote that demonic force to the fight, but why ain't he doing that? And that's not the only thing either. Good point. It was definitely Libikako summoning this vast storm over school grounds. Diverting that energy in Suzuno's direction would certainly make the battle a little fairer for him. What else is there? I noticed this with Siriato too. Why's he still in demon form? Like, this isn't the kind of situation I had, where I had pretty much an infinite resource of negative energy to tap on all around me. A male branch leaders like middle management by my standards do that. They ain't got near the Devil King's power to retain demonic energy. So how's he still able to stay a demon while he's wasting all this strength on the storm? Something's totally gotta be up with that. What's the big deal with that? If he was going full force, Suzuno might be in a lot more trouble besides. Yurishihara's argument seemed to be supporting Libikako more than anyone else. But as far as Chiho was concerned, the weaker the adversary, the better. Naya, I think Bell could whip his ass then too. It wouldn't wind up this one-sided, I don't think, but still. As it is now, Bell's gonna lay the hammer down on him sooner or later. I just have no idea why he's putting himself through this. Why? He was right. Libikako's bewitching words made her forget about it, but he had opened up the gate to Japan himself. It was hard to imagine he was relying strictly on a source of negative emotions he could never have counted on. Cameo had arrived looking for Maō. Siriato had come for the Holy Sword. Farfarello had tried to bring Maō and Ashia back home. None of the demons who had traveled to Earth had ever fulfilled their missions, essentially. What was Libikako even trying to do? I don't like how this is all unfolding when Emilia ain't here, either. Did that guy say anything weird to you before we showed up? Weird. The weirdest thing, without a doubt, was the little pronunciation lesson he'd given her. But there was something else. Chiho recalled the conversation of 10 or so minutes ago. What did Libikako say he was here to do? Actually, he said this was the kind of job every demon dreams of. He wasn't here to kill people in the school. He just wanted to start a ruckus and make it as conspicuous as possible. I think that's what he said. But he triggered a ton of lightning too. Oh, like those flashes just before we got in. Yeah. It wasn't that neat, dude. Oh. I mean, there were 2 or 3 lightning bolts, but they all hit antennas and lightning rods and stuff. Looked more like a short circuit than anything. It was a lot more than just that. There was this massive bolt across the sky, and I couldn't even keep my eyes open. And yet the nearby homes were far less damaged than either Chiho or Libikako imagined. Chiho chalked that up to Japan's superior disaster preparedness, but I think that was all just illusory magic. The male branch is really good at that stuff. Illusory. Yeah, like, they conquered the southern island so quick because they used dirty tricks, Dudette. They used necromancy and illusions to conjure up whole armies of zombies and ghosts and stuff. Then when all the humans were freaking out, it was pretty much open season. I'm guessing he set it up so you were the only one to see that flash or whatever. He'd need a crapload of demonic force to pull off the real thing. Now the storm wall, though, that's real. A male branch conjuring up stuff like that's pretty impressive, I gotta admit. Must be one of the old-time bosses if I had to guess. In that gang, Malakota's way ahead of the bunch there, but apart from him, it's pretty much just street hood dudes like Siriato. He ain't using near the amount of spells I did, right? Maybe he's just conserving his forces or something, but if so, I really don't get why he won't shut off the storm. Oh, you know. Chiho racked her brains for an answer, impressed at Urashihara's wholly unexpected insight. He wanted it conspicuous, eh? What was he trying to make us take our eyes off of, though? Urashihara. Lo. Chiho looked up at Urashihara's voice. Suzuno was up there, behind the back of a nearly limp Libikako, and gearing up to hammer him down onto the school roof. HNNGH. She put her all into that swing. It was a home run blast, sending the demon hurtling like a comet down toward Urashihara. Ooh, that ain't good, he said as he raised his arms. RGH, Libikako groaned as he stopped in midair. If he hadn't stopped, he might have caved in the old school building's roof with his weight. Urashihara must have cast something to prevent that. Yo, male branch general. You know she ain't going all out on you, right, dude? I dunno what you're hiding, but you keep that up and you're dead. GNNNH. Whether he didn't want to talk or was too physically drained to, Libikako could do nothing but squirm above Urashihara's hands. Hugh, said Suzuno as she gently alighted on the roof, all bark and no bite. She slowly walked up to Libikako, flicking the blood off her hammer. Now, release the school from your accursed storm at once. If not, I will be forced to take your life, and I would like to avoid that if I could. Kill me if you want, Libikako said in a tight, pained voice. You're human. Suzuno shook her head. I will no longer kill simply because my adversary is a heretic or a demon. Suzuno. You could have fought on more of an even keel if you annulled your stormwall magic. You refused to listen to my repeated warnings. You have another objective you are hiding from me, yes. Suzuno must have found Libikako's behavior just as perplexing as Urashihara had. I will kill you only if I decide you have clearly and intentionally blighted the world and its people with your malice. I have learned how to be more flexible with my credo in Japan. I only fight an enemy that shows malice against me. The idea of killing, yet again, simply because our races or species differ sickens me. That credo will come back to haunt you in the end. 'Tis better to rue my betrayer than to rue the fact that I failed to believe in him. The human world has grown rather complex as of late. I would hate to kill, only to wonder if my enemy was right the whole time. Suzuno's hair, still wet from the rain, shone in the light around her. Besides, she said, my friends are not such weak people that a single betrayal would mark the end for them. With that, she shrank her hammer, returning it to hairpin form as she inserted it into a pocket. It would be too much trouble to put it on before her hair dried. Am I wrong, Chiho? She asked, turning around. Chiho was dumbfounded. She knew exactly which of her friends she was talking about. She had always hoped Suzuno would come out with it, but she never imagined it actually happening. Why, yes, you're right, Suzuno. It made her supremely happy for some reason, swinging her fists in the air as she reflexively jumped up and down. You know. Urashihara, who, it turned out, could read the atmosphere in a room a lot better than she thought, knew what they were getting at. He wasn't the sort of person to accept it that easily, but he was too lazy to rain on their parade either. So what we gonna do about these storm walls? Just as he attempted to move things along, Urashihara's sight was completely taken over by an intense light. What in the... The three of them looked up at the sky in order. The roof they were standing on had suddenly been engulfed in sunlight. The rain and wind streaming from the inside of the wall stopped, as if releasing the school from its barrage, and now the sun and blue sky were visible once more. Did you do something?" An accusatory Yurashihara asked Libikako. This couldn't have been natural. The storm wall itself was still up there. "No." But Libikako refused to answer. Suzuno, eyes still upon him, shook her head. "I do not like this one bit. What will happen next?" Yurashihara squinted at the sun above him, its rays pummeling his face. He raised a hand up to block them. It looked like some sort of all-seeing eye, looking down upon them through the break in the storm. There in the sun, he spotted a tiny black speck, like a small piece of trash stuck to the surface. "Whoa, there's something in the sun." The speck gradually, ever so gradually, grew in size. Yurashihara's eyes opened wide, one of the handful of times each year he ever bothered to look serious. Tossing Libikako aside, he leaped over to Suzuno and Chiho. "What?" "Yurashi." His sudden spring to action surprised them both, but before they could voice their concern. "Hoof." Yurashihara's wings spread out wide, shining in the light. All the two women could do was gasp. A searing flame, like a science fiction light beam, had just crashed down on the spot Suzuno and Chiho were standing on. "Lucifer." And Yurashihara had stopped it. His arms were out, and just as he did with Libikako before, he had made the beam stop dead in the air a few inches over his hands, protecting the girls. This, however, was a daunting task. His white wings could spread out no further, his entire body shining as he strove to defend himself, but waves of intense heat were making Suzuno's and Chiho's hair blow back behind them. Ah, shit. Beads of sweat ran down Yurashihara's forehead. What the hell is he thinking? "Bell, get Chiho Sasaki out of here, I can't hold this." "Grab on Chiho." Without waiting for a reply, Suzuno all but tackled Chiho at the waist. Once she was safe in her hands, Suzuno leaped up and shot away from the roof at speeds that could very well make Chiho lose consciousness. "Ooh-ay!" Scooped up into the skies at a rate that upturned her stomach, Chiho watched the scene below her. The roof door leading downstairs was starting to bend, a steel door, one that Yurashihara's holy magic was supposed to have sealed off. That was how hot it must have been. Was he all right, dealing with that by himself? The temperature of this gigantic flamethrower was such that the diminutive Yurashihara began to shimmer in the haze underneath the beam. What's that?" Suzuno had finally traveled high enough that they were free of the beam's range. She slowed down, but even from here, they couldn't see where the flame was coming from. "Suzuno, how's Yurashihara?" "I don't know, but if we go back down there the heat would roast you, Chiho." "No way," the schoolgirl moaned. Then things got worse. Slowly, ploddingly, a gigantic shadow arose away from the beam. Libikako, tossed aside a moment earlier, had revived himself. "Suzuno, look." "I know, I'm dropping you off in the courtyard, Chiho." Suzuno turned away from Yurashihara and the flame, trying to take Chiho to as safe a place as possible. But, damn you all. Somebody was there in midair to stop her. Someone that, to someone who had just been fighting a demonic visitor from out of nowhere, was unbelievable to her. No. Chiho, in her arms, began to feel desperation set in. "Out of our way now, heavenly regiment." The enemy refused to budge. There were 5 of them there, surrounding Suzuno to keep her from descending. And not Gabriel again. The regiment were the soldier servants of the angels themselves. They had visited Japan on a couple of occasions, serving as Gabriel's bodyguards. "They bear different weaponry," Suzuno moaned. "Gabriel's fighters simply fought with whatever they could find." All 5 of them were clad in heavy, thick-looking red armor that covered their entire bodies. In his hands, each bore an identical black metal trident. Clearly, this was a different level of cohesion from the ragtag bunch Gabriel tolerated. Every barb on every trident was aimed at the 2 of them. The threat might not have meant instant death, but it was enough to make Suzuno's mind race. There was no way a male branch leader and a heavenly regiment platoon would just happen to show up at the same time. It meant only one thing. You've really done it. There was a tangible frustration in Suzuno's voice. She still had no idea what they wanted, but there was no turning away from reality now. The demons maneuvering in secret on the eastern island were receiving support from the heavens, the angels themselves. It was impossible to believe, and impossible to know why it was happening, but it was the only possible explanation left. Suzuno. Chiho, don't move. Ah, curse this body. I swore to myself I would let nothing faze me. Chiho couldn't see it from Suzuno's arms, but the woman's voice was now starting to be laced with tears. The black tridents and the red armor, iron and red, and Lucifer, damn him, he refuses to move an inch. Yurashihara was now almost fully swallowed by the fire hurtling toward the roof. Suzuno took the chance to curse his name anyway. Archangel Camille, what are you trying to accomplish? The two of them could now feel seething rage emanating from the regiment. The reaction made it clear Suzuno was on target, and although this angel couldn't have heard Suzuno's voice. Suzuno. The flame attacking Yurashihara silenced Chiho's scream as it swelled further in size. Gaya. As they and the regiment watched, the little figure on the roof was blown away by the light and flash, falling to a rest just before the edge of the roof. Yurashihara, Yurashihara. She doubted he could hear her, but Chiho just had to call out anyway. And that still wasn't all of it. Libikako, dragging his battered and bruised body, began approaching Yurashihara. Chiho held her breath in horror. Suzuno had just taken a step further toward Chiho's ideal world, but now, these insane new events had wounded her all over again. Did that mean everyone was going away? NGH. Chiho looked upward, teary-eyed. Now she could clearly see the figure that had fried Yurashihara up so thoroughly. Like his regiment, he was in a red suit of armor. His body, while still not quite Libikako's size, was every bit the hulking mass that Gabriel boasted. Oh man, I never dreamed you'd put up with this farce, dude. The unwanted baggage of Devil's Castle, his holy force used up and his body literally browned and ready for serving, was back to human form. Yet even in his sorry state, he never took his eyes off the sky. Bell and Chiho Sasaki's gonna kill me for this. I totally said you wouldn't take action too. Between the full-body armor and the full-face helmet, the silent figure looked more like a berserker captain than an angel. So Camille, why the change of heart? The Archangel Camille ignored Yurashihara's question. He looked at Libikako, motioning with his head. Libikako sneered, but he carried out the order anyway. It didn't involve Yurashihara at all. Instead, he spread his tattered wings and began flying straight for Suzuno and Chiho. Sorry, you little ant. Suzuno couldn't move, hampered in all directions by the regiment. And unlike their private one-on-one meeting earlier, the look Libikako gave Chiho was more awkward than anything else. Give it, you know the score. Chiho looked down upon Libikako's outstretched palm, scarred and missing a claw. The Yesod fragment, I know you've got it. Give it and all of us are out of here, now. She found herself bringing a hand up to a pocket on her uniform. Don't do it, Chiho. The subsequent scream from Suzuno made her freeze. Don't give them any more of the Sephra. Remember what Gabriel and Regal did to us. But Suzuno, Yurashihara's been. If worse comes to worse, Chiho, I'll take your fragment and swallow it if I have to. And you think we demons would hesitate to dissect a human if need be? Chiho now found herself in the middle of a pitched war of words. It would beat simply handing it to you, any day of the week. Suzuno's voice was clearer now, more resolute, but the bravado was pointless now. All the two of them could hear in response was a cold, blunt command. You heard her. It was not aimed at the shouting Suzuno. NGH. S. Suzuno. Chiho could feel a dull impact run across her body. It was accompanied by a throaty groan from Suzuno. Ugh. Then she saw something horrifying out from the corner of her eye. One of the regiment's spears was sticking out of Suzuno's stomach. Suzuno, Chiho shouted. Before she stopped, she felt a strong momentum as Libikako, who was right in front of her, shrank away. Suzuno had jumped back in midair. S. Suzuno. Do not worry about me, she replied, pained but resolute. It was the butt end, hack. The butt end. To Chiho, not all that familiar with mid-air warfare, all she could imagine was people's rear ends in her mind. Ugh. She didn't have much time to dwell on the thought. A Red Regiment member was advancing upon Suzuno, this time with the pointy end of his tri-tipped spear aimed at her. Curse Yaowu, Suzuno shouted in a fashion not befitting a cleric. She swept the tips away with her hammer, glided through the air to dodge them, and tried desperately to create more distance between her and the fighters. But it was for naught. They were far better trained than Gabriel's posse. Like the lead jet in a dogfight, one of them always made sure he was behind Suzuno's back. Another kept his sights on Chiho, knowing full well she was the weak point. Yet another applied pressure from below, lest Suzuno attempt a landing. And even if she managed to shake all 5 of them off, Yurashihara was no longer able to stand, and Libikako and Kamo were still waiting. S. Suzuno. You don't have to worry about me so. Chiho, swung around in the air and barely able to take the G-forces, had to work hard to keep from biting her tongue as she spoke. Go ahead and drop me, okay? I don't mind if I'm hurt a little bit, it'll be easier to fight. Silence, Suzuno exclaimed as she threaded the needle in the air, executing an acrobatic maneuver to avoid another spear. They are after you, Chiho, not I. If I let you go now, it will be the end for us both. NGH. The spear from another regiment soldier grazed her leg. Suzuno. Damn it, Chiho, close your eyes. Without waiting for a reply, Suzuno softly chanted a spell, then swung her hammer at the soldier in front of her. Lightwave flash. The face of her hammer began to shine as brightly as the sun, blinding the soldier she targeted. Go away, Esi. While his guard was down, Suzuno took a big swing and struck the soldier squarely in the pit of his stomach. She could feel the thud of the impact as the soldier disappeared from sight. Hang on, Chiho, we're moving. Before anything else, she had to escape the school. As it was only a matter of time before students and teachers would be in danger. Yurashihara's seal seemed to still be in effect, but Kamo was just about to vaporize the entire roof of the old school building. She could protect Chiho alone, perhaps, but not the several hundred people currently on school grounds. While Yurashihara was still on Suzuno's mind, priority 1 right now was to keep Chiho and her Yesod fragment free from enemy hands. She zoomed in the air, almost causing Chiho to black out, before a sudden flash of light made her gasp in desperation. Sorry, pal, but your illusions won't work on male branch. NGH. The enormous body that stepped out from the light was Libikako's. His remaining good claw was suddenly right in Suzuno's path. She couldn't avoid it. Instead, she swung her hammer, slowing herself down as she attempted to smash the claw in her way. Ugraja. Chiho, eyes seared by the light even through her eyelids and still about ready to pass out, heard Suzuno scream just as she felt a warm liquid on her cheek. It made her consciousness literally white out. It should have been just a few seconds, but the next thing Chiho saw after the light fizzled and she came back to her senses was... Chiho writhed as she let out a soundless scream, but her body didn't move. She couldn't move it because now she was in Libikako's arms, and Suzuno, who had tried too hard to bring her to safety. You just had to make this difficult, you little wench. Was Suzuno, lying in the middle of the roof before Libikako's eyes, covered in blood. Suzuno. Even from her vantage point, Chiho could tell that something had cut deeply into her near the top of her shoulder. There was another slashing wound running from the visible part of her leg beneath the kimono. Fresh blood was gushing out of it. But the worst part of it all was how her hair and kimono were both strewn across the concrete, kept in place by the regiment soldiers that kept her down with their spears like they were performing a crucifixion. Her great hammer was now a powerless hairpin, a few inches away from her hand. Audiobook Chiho NGH. But she was still trying to reach out to Chiho. Suzuno, Og. Chiho tried to reach out herself, but Libikako was having none of it. He kicked Suzuno's outstretched arm away, looking down at her with a face that had almost a trace of pity on it. Why must you defy us so much? You're a church cleric, no. He and everyone around you are all angels, the messengers of the gods worthy of your unquestioning worship. What would you accomplish by defying them? Withstanding the pain, Suzuno glared at Libikako, face drenched in blood. Angels, angels willing to do things like this. I refuse to accept it. The only thing I worship is the path of righteousness, the path that leads us all to peace and justice. The more she screamed, the more blood pumped out of her wounds. Chiho shivered, unable to speak. How can I accept angels who are willing to bargain with evil, who hurt the people that serve them, who bring chaos to the entire world? Very well, warriors with a single-mindedness like that, I don't mind it, but there's nothing to do for it now. The soldiers stepped up to Libikako, as if summoned to him. Come on, you little ant. I'm not gonna ask you again, give it. The warning failed to reach Chiho's ears. All of her senses were paralyzed. Listen, cough cough, ch Chiho, never give it up. Suzu. I said I'm not gonna ask you again. Do it, or you'll be damn sorry. They were at the proverbial cliff, Libikako and the soldiers advancing upon them, the hands of evil posing as divinity. What the hell is this? Rika's shout echoed across the streets of Sasuzuka. The rain grew stronger and stronger, soaking Villa Rosa Sasuzuka's front yard. Accompanying the storm was the arrival of a group the likes of which she had never seen before, and for some reason, the phone she currently had in a death grip couldn't pick up any service. Ashia Nord. And now Rika, sunken down on the wet ground, was watching the limp, wounded bodies of Ashia and Nord. What's with you? What's with you guys? Rika, in a state of panicked confusion, threw her useless phone into the air. It bounced off the chest of the large man in front of her, the one who defeated Ashia and Nord, and landed helplessly in a water puddle. Well, this sure got messed up. And here I thought having the Nord Justina was a total stroke of luck for me, too. The man, standing out like the statue of some Greek god among the strange group, shrugged, a look of sheer disappointment on his face. I wasn't expecting any third parties here, he glumly muttered as he took a step toward Rika. Now what am I gonna do? Rika couldn't move, her legs failing her. She couldn't be blamed for it. A platoon of fully armored soldiers was scary enough of a sight, but this guy had just smashed Ashia and Nord to the ground with a single swipe, right before her eyes. She could take a lot of things, but pure, unfiltered violence wasn't one of them. Her fear had frozen her solid. Man, I really don't like freaking girls out like this. Hey, let me get one thing straight with you, Mk. I promise I don't want to hurt you or... Stay away from me. Help me, Ashia, help me. Geez, who do you think I am anyway? I'm not a home invader or any, ow. The man winced at the piece of rock, or whatever Rika had just picked up off the ground and thrown at him. Well, yeah, guess it's too late for excuses, huh? Look, I'm sorry, Mk. You can cry or scream as much as you want, so just sit tight for a second, all right? Hey. He signaled something to the group behind him. 4 of the knights advanced toward him. Wait, what's you? Rika watched as they picked up Ashia and Nord, lying motionless on the ground. Where are you taking them? Taking them? We're not taking them. We're returning them back to where they came from. Where they? No need to worry about it. Oh, and don't bother going to the popos or anything, Kay. Cause we're kinda out of their jurisdiction, if you know what I mean. Just chalk it up as, hey, accidents happen, you know. Wait, huh? Although still too dumbfounded to speak, Rika suddenly found herself rising to her feet, walking up to the knight holding Ashia and grabbing him. Gah! Where are you taking him? Quit giving me all this nonsense. Gimme Ashia back. Give him back, goddammit. Whoa, lady, come on, can you knock that off? Geez, you spooked me. The knight finally managed to shake Rika off. She flew through the air before landing face first in a puddle. Hey, whoa, Now it was the large man who sounded like he was in a panic. Not only did the knight release his grasp on Ashia's body, now he had his sword out. Hold your frickin' weapon, you idiot. Don't make this more complicated for me. But the man was nowhere near close enough to the knight to stop him. Rika, on hands and knees, looked up to find a sight she never imagined seeing in her life in Japan. A weapon, an enraged knight, and her life ending right at this moment. She didn't even have the time to gasp. The weapon seemed to crawl in the air, glinting silver against the rain that tapped against it. But then, Reaha! A scream penetrated its way through the air as the knight careened to the side like a rubber ball, just before the sword went all the way down. Wah! Exclaimed the man, astounded beyond belief as the knight was plastered against the concrete block wall that encompassed Villa Rosa Sasasuka. Slowly, ever so slowly, he crumpled to the ground. What? The first thing Rika saw was a pair of feet clad in flat, rubber-soled shoes. Following the legs upward, she saw a pair of denim pants, posed in the tail end of a classic kung fu kick. Farther up this person's body was a black shirt, tan skin, and a black ponytail. Hooray you huh! Her assailant, so easygoing a moment ago, was now in a flustered panic. And how'd you get in here? How? The woman, lowering her kicking leg with the grace of a kung fu movie star, was wholly unfamiliar to Rika. Since when did I need permission to horn in on your territory? She flashed an evil grin. To a man, the rest of the knights, several dozen of them, unsheathed their swords and pointed them at the newcomer. The large man didn't stop them this time, but despite this threat, the tanned woman held her ground. Mess with me, and you'll pay for it with your lives, you got that? And that applies to you too, mystery man. Sure like talking big huh, hooray you anyway. Well, I don't know this girl or that guy over there, so to put it simply. The woman turned her eye to Ashia, still under close watch from the knights, and snickered to herself. I'm this Ashia here's ex-boss. As Suzuno's blood-stained consciousness faded, she watched in desperation as Chiho fell into the hands of the regiment. She wanted to stop them, but she could no longer lift so much as a finger. All she could do was writhe in the pain her shoulder and leg were causing her. Just as a regiment soldier was about to lay hands upon Chiho, a beam of purple light, more powerful than the sun itself, burst from beyond the storm wall. What? Both Libikako and Suzuno, Camel too, no doubt, turned toward the source of the light. It came from outside Sasahata North High's front gate. MNGH, the demon moaned, fearing the new threat. His wall suddenly weakened by a considerable measure. The border that shut the school away from the rest of reality grew increasingly vague as the rain and wind simmered down. Soon, the entire wall was dismantled. The wind caused by this sudden change in barometric pressure was strong enough to knock down the entire heavenly regiment. At that moment, the purple flash zoomed across the school grounds like a shooting star. The moment they all spotted it, the storm that had formed the wall up till now followed after it with intense momentum. Huh? Libikako exclaimed as the light and the storm passed by his side. Then he realized his arm had started to feel oddly lighter, or not lighter exactly. Agalia. Libikako's arm, the one he had used to grab the small girl before him a moment ago, was completely gone from the shoulder down. Blood spattered from his wound, coinciding with the intense pain that reached his head. He tried frantically to stop it as he fell to his knees. Then he realized that the other human who was lying before him was now completely gone. The spears of the 5 armored soldiers charged with pinning her to the ground had been neatly sliced halfway down, like someone taking a butcher knife to a cucumber, and were now totally useless. The knights stared, dumbfounded, unable to parse what had just happened, before turning around to trace the path of the light and storm. It was a monster, and now it was standing in front of the downed Urashihara, protecting him. It was human in form, but its limbs and the 2 horns on its head, one still partially severed, were unmistakably demonic. Even though she was still being held by a demonic arm, the sense of serenity and safety Chiho felt now was more than enough to make the tears flow. It was Chiho's hero, the man who always stepped up for her in times of danger. Maō now held Chiho and Suzuno in his arms, but not as the Devil King he once was. His height was the same as always, and unlike before, it did not physically pain Chiho to be near this demon, and demon he was, as shown by the legs and arms poking out from his Uniqlo outfit. Maō. Sorry I'm late, I was kind of far away. Maō didn't take his eyes off Libikako and the regiment, but the voice directed toward Chiho remained firm and strong. Chiho nodded, the tears running down her already wet cheeks. It's okay, Sniff. You ain't hurt, are you? No, Urashihara and Suzuno protected me. Yeah. Maō gave her a gentle nod, then turned his attention toward Suzuno. You are far, far too late, Devil King, she said before he could speak up, glaring with what consciousness she had left through the pain. With Chiho in his left arm and Suzuno in his right, Maō gently dropped them off on the roof. I couldn't have possibly gotten here any faster, man, Maō sneered at Suzuno's unrelenting criticism. At least I made it in time, okay? You could give a little thanks for that. Always darkest before the dawn and stuff. Suzuno couldn't help but smile a little at that. Between Urashihara going down, Suzuno joining him, and the worst just about to happen to Chiho, it was the very definition of dark. I would appreciate it if you left such dramatics to the hero. Not you, Devil King ngh. Her face contorted as a wave of pain seized her. Her entire body was wounded and doused in blood, but she and Urashihara were both somehow still alive. You ain't dead, are you? Maō asked, back turned. Suzuno shook her head lightly at the question, relieved that Maō was here of all things as the pain dominated her mind. It hurts enough to die, and the fact that it does means I am still safe. Maō nodded. Great job holding out for that long, I'll take care of the rest. He was facing an archangel in the sky, a male branch leader in front of him, and 5 well-trained members of the heavenly regiment. He had the wounded Suzuno and Urashihara covered, as well as the helpless Chiho, but he still exuded an air of supreme confidence. He looked unarmed at first glance, his transformation to Devil King incomplete, and none of them felt any demonic force from him. And yet, Suzuno felt no anxiety at all. She felt safe, watching him from behind, and that confidence in him filled her heart. Right, I dunno what's going on here really, but you guys were sure kicking some ass, weren't you? That's the first time I lost 3 great demon generals in one go since Emi. Why you? Maō sauntered up to the kneeling, armless Libikako. You took my arm, he screamed, still in shock that he had left his guard down around this half-demon, the one who, even now, was grinning as he presented the severed arm to him like a prize. Well, look at this male branch wannabe, huh? Trying to act all tough around me, aren't you? The hand he had held out was surrounded by a purplish gleam. Camille murmured to himself within his iron helm. It was the first time he had spoken so far, although no one else noticed. The purple light ran from Mao's palm across his arm, eventually covering his entire body. Suzuno's eyes opened wide. It's not demonic force. It wasn't. There wasn't a trace of demon energy within Mao, even as he regained part of his original form and began to wield superhuman force once more. There wasn't any holy energy either, of course. It was just power in its purest form, making Suzuno's own holy energy stir as it seemed to overwhelm her. She had felt something like this before. Mao, Chiho said, voice weak but firm. She must have noticed something was different about Mao this time as well. Suzuno turned her eyes to her. Then she remembered. She had seen this once with Chiho, over in the city of Choshi, far to the east of Sasuzuka, at the Inubosaki Lighthouse, the first location in Japan to receive the rising sun's blessings each day. Well then, any of you guys willing to risk your life in battle as much as Emi is? Now there was something swinging in his right hand, something filled to the brim with overwhelming strength. The better half, the holy sword. Everyone there, Libikako, the regiment Camille, even Suzuno, called out the name. The sword in Mao's hand was every bit the carbon copy of the better half that was now inseparable from Emi's body. As far as I'm concerned, that guy over there's enough punishment for what you did to this girl. That's all I feel like doing, as long as you guys leave right now. The tan woman took a step forward, paying the large man and his army no mind as they seethed at him. Thing is, though. What? Somehow there was something coming out from underneath her feet. It was billowing out, in fact, further separating them from the rain-shrouded neighborhood of Sasuzuka. Mister, if you keep doing whatever you want to innocent bystanders like this, I'm not really in a position to let that slide. It was pressure, pure and simple. The woman's eyes shot right through the man's heart, and with it, a force that was neither demonic nor holy. I don't really care how your world winds up turning out. That's y'all's problem to deal with, but we took care of our business a long time ago. So if you start messing around with all of our hard work. The woman let out a hard snort as she took a step forward, sending water flying. We aren't gonna take that sitting down, is what I'm saying. That was all it took to make the knight stagger, struggling to handle the onrush of power. It puzzled the mud-daubed Rika, who couldn't figure out why the knights edged away from her after seemingly no prodding. She knew this woman was there to help her, but she doubted a lone woman could handle so many of these people at once. Then things went in a completely unexpected direction. Okay, we'll go. Something tells me trying to defy you is kind of hazardous to our health. The man surrendered as breezily as when he first walked up to Rika. But we still have a few things we absolutely have to do, Mk. I can take these two with me, yeah. Who, protested Rika. He was obviously referring to Ashia and Nord, Emi's father. I'm pretty sure I couldn't beat you even if I threw all my muscle into it, but, you know, if you aren't willing to give me that much, I'm not gonna have much choice apart from giving it the all-college try. Even if all of you die. The man readily nodded at the woman's not-so-veiled threat. I'd be dead anyway if I let a golden opportunity like this fall through my fingers. Stop all this nonsense, Rika shouted, the tanned woman helping her recover from the initial shock. Where are you taking Ashia and Emi's dad? Didn't I just tell you, girl? The strange man said, giving Rika a look. I'm not taking them. They're just going back to where they used to be. And I'm assuming, if I'm judging you right, that you ain't gonna try to get in the way of that, Mk. Hey, can you help them? Rika asked. I need you to help both of them. It was do or die time. This woman was the only person left to turn to. But as far as the other two were concerned, Rika was no longer a necessary part of the conversation. I think you probably already know this, but the older guys on this side of things, so's the demon, they aren't part of Earth, so fine by me. This agreement from the ponytailed woman was nothing like what Rika had hoped for. An overwhelming presence loomed in her mind, enough to make the very rain around her seem to evaporate. I'm not allowed to interfere with anything like that, so go right ahead. Just stop screwing around over here, got it? Got it, thank Yaowu. No, come on, please. At the man's signal, the knights once again picked Ashia and Nord off the ground, along with the man previously smashed against the outer wall. All Rika could do was watch. Hey, what's your name? Asked the tanned woman. Gabriel, the Archangel Gabriel, although I'm kinda ashamed to say it lately. Yeah, I'll bet. This crazy gang of armed soldiers was kidnapping two men, and she was just standing there in the rain, smiling like she enjoyed it. All right, so Gabe. You're giving me a nickname already, the man called Gabriel moaned. You probably know this too, but I know I said I won't get in the way, but I can't guarantee that certain other people won't. Sure, we can handle that. I promise we won't bother you anymore. We'll see about that. That's kind of the top two lies a man tells a woman, ain't it? I'm sorry, and I won't do it again. Ha, got me there. I've been around for a pretty long time, but compared to you, I'm still just a kid, aren't I? The concept made Gabriel crack a smile. I'd love to get your name too, Mk. MNGH. Ashia, carried by a knight behind Gabriel, chose that moment to twitch back to life. Rika immediately noticed. Ashia. Oop, guess we went a little too easy on that human body of his, a disinterested Gabriel said. WH what on, NGH take your hands off me. Ashia attempted to struggle, but his body wasn't up to the task. Several knights stepped in to hold him in place. He lifted his face upward in despair. GRH, Miss Suzuki, are you all right? Then he noticed the woman standing next to the mudded Rika. He recognized her, and the moment he did, his mind began racing. Gabriel visiting Sasuzuka right when Emilia was away from Japan. The Efsahan Knights from the eastern island. Himself and Nord captured. Amin, he shouted. It was all clear now. He had been saved by Amin Oguro, seasonal proprietor of the Oguroya snack bar off the Choshi coast. She should have been occupied enough, running her little sanctuary for the dead over there, but now she was in Sasuzuka for reasons Ashia couldn't guess. He was at a loss as to why, but right now, she was all he had. Tell Mao I'll be waiting at the National Museum of Western Art. Hey, shut him up, Gabriel commanded. A knight quickly placed a gauntlet over Ashia's mouth, too late to keep him from getting across what he had to say. But it was a huge relief. Now, Mao ought to be able to handle the rest. You're Amin, huh? Gabriel continued. Yep, Amin Oguro, she brightly chirped. Not a bad guy, trust me. Oh, and roger that, Ashia, that's all I gotta tell I am. Heh, yeah, not a bad guy. Well, at least I didn't have to actually fight you, I guess. We sure lucked out this time, huh? Oh, I wouldn't count my chickens quite yet. Those kids can be pretty tenacious. I know, Mk. I'm just not so sure that last ray of hope he's got is gonna come through this time. After all, he turned up to the sky. He's dealing with a guy that rules over everything red in our world, with an iron fist, so to speak. I ain't too sure the Devil King can handle that right now. Everything red, Amin shrugged. I don't remember hearing he can do that, but whatever. That's all your business anyway, not mine. So hey, are you leaving or what? Wait a second, Rika shouted. You got it, miss. Say hi to his boss for me, all right. I'd love to have him over sometime, actually. And with that, they all disappeared. Before Rika's eyes, the dozens of men flicked out of existence like a TV screen, taking Ashia and Nord with them. No way, Rika whispered, still on her knees in a puddle, and then, Loop. She fell and fainted, finally overtaken by her fear and confusion. Amin gently held up her body, deftly carrying her piggyback as she looked around the area. Oh, brother, the Sephiroths over on their world must be in a huge tizzy right now. Adjusting Rika's position on her back, the ever-serene Amin walked up the Villa Rosa Sasuzuka stairway. Room 201 was luckily unlocked. Rika and Ashia must have forgotten to lock it as they ran from Gabriel. Sorry for barging in. This girl's gonna get a cold if I don't put some new clothes on her. After stepping in, Amin placed Rika on the wooden floor in the kitchen area as she started looking for a towel. Wow, she said as she marveled at the neatly folded pile of laundry. He runs a tight ship, him. As she plucked out 2 towels for herself and Rika, she noticed a sheaf of papers next to the laundry, something like a handwritten map written on the top sheet. She picked it up, toweling off her hair as she gave it a glance. So that's how it is. Ah, but I gotta change this girl's clothes first, Amin said as she began to remove Rika's ruined clothing. You better not pick this exact moment to walk in, Maō. Despite all the chaos that had just taken place, Amin sounded like this was an incredibly fun experience for her. Man, I've got a really bad feeling about this. The half-demon Maō gave his sword a couple of test swings to see how it felt. It was light in his hand. This ain't demon force, is it? Something tells me the rebound from turning into this is gonna be a total bitch. Hopefully not, but I dunno. Maō might have been uneasy about his newfound powers, but despite his whining, he had just made 5 heavenly regiment soldiers eat dirt in a matter of seconds. These soldiers wielded nowhere near the force of the archangel they served, but Camel's men were still massively more powerful and better trained than Gabriel's. Suzuno probably could have handled them, actually, if she didn't have to hold Chiho at the same time, but it was easy for Maō to imagine the difficulty she faced anyway. It all happened in the blink of an eye, really. Every time Maō made a move, the roof of the building shuddered as a lightning-fast storm raged over it, the wind and sound barely keeping up. The regiment's soldiers fell like flies, as if the noise itself had stunned them. No one could even follow the action. If it wasn't for Urashihara's spell, you'd be breaking a lot of windows right now. The sight was majestic enough for a rueful Chiho, her spirits now fully rallied, to get teary-eyed as she watched. Camel was still apparently satisfied with watching events from above, but all Libikako could do was watch as the regiment accompanying him was utterly routed. They aren't dead, are they? Chiho asked. I don't care. Their shining red armor was all but flattened, shattered like a cookie someone had stepped on. You male branch. Yes. Maō didn't bother looking at Libikako. He didn't have to. His voice, along with what the demon had just witnessed, was enough to make him fall to his knees and grovel. He was not the Libikako of the past. His head was to the ground, and he no longer tried to staunch the blood coming out of his stump. You better not ask me who I am by now, all right. 'Cause I am not in a good mood. I know you're kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place, but like I give a crap about that. You move even an inch and I make you pay for it. My liege. Even if it wasn't demonic in nature, the force projected by the Devil King right now told Libikako he had no choice but to yield. Right, Maō nodded as he lightly kicked off the ground and leaped over to Urashihara. I'm cutting it pretty close this time, dude. He was still on the roof, still unable to move so much as a finger, but not too weak to keep himself from carping at Maō. Yeah, well, hang in there. I'll take you to the hospital once it's all over. Nice of you, that ain't too common. I didn't think that he, Maō pointed at the figure in red high above them, still not moved to take action, was dumb enough to go shooting for your lazy ass first. You kept Kai and Suzuno safe, didn't you? Pretty good job. I'm not gonna give you anything for that compliment. Can you act appreciative for a single moment of your life, man? I'm the one dishing out favors right now. If this was your normal, everyday demonic transformation, now would be the time when Maō would lend him some demonic force to heal him. But there was nothing demonic, nor holy, about what coursed through Maō now. He turned his eyes to Camel. And you up there, what is this like, the nth time you guys have messed around with me in Japan? He had to have heard the taunt, but Camel didn't move an inch. Not that I mind if you feel like meddling with us, but didn't your mom ever tell you not to be a bother to other people, no matter what? It was patently ridiculous, a demon lecturing an archangel on morals. But it was clear that a lot of angels up there had been violating the rule quite a bit lately. Whether you're scouting other people or transferring stuff here or there, people in this country say hello to each other first. They say please and thank you. They pay money for it. Sometimes they even sue each other. What they don't do is something as barbaric as start ripping the place apart the moment they show up. Devil King, Camel finally said, his voice low and gravelly. Satan. Yeah. Devil King Satan. What? With Libikako yielding to him, the rain and wind had died down quite a bit. That was how Maō could notice that the trident spear in Camel's hand was rattling loudly in his gloved fingers. Devil, King Overlord, Satan, Satan. Satan, 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 Satan. What are you doing? You're acting all weird. Camel's voice ratcheted upward as he repeated the name, like a fuse burning toward some explosive end. Yet again, a demon by that name must get in my way. What? You're the ones always getting in my way. Satan, Satan. Yeah. It came at a speed easily the equal of Mao's when he defeated the regiment. The tips of Camel's trident glinted for just a moment, and the next, the spear was hurtling downward, ready to skewer him. GNH. NRRGH. With blazing speed of his own, Maō reacted quickly enough to deflect the spear with his sword. Hiya. And whirled around on the spot, throwing the sword toward Camel's armored chest. Even as off-balance as he was after the attack, the angel quickly took action. He swung his spear downward, hoping to absorb the force of the incoming blade. But the sword, which had crushed regiment armor and cut off Libikako's arm before he even realized what happened, was far keener than either of them even imagined. They. NGH. Maō thought it was blocked. Camel must have thought so too. But there was just a slight moment of resistance when their weapons met, and then Maō realized he had made a clean follow-through. Urgh! Camel's muffled groan struck Mao's ears. Maō, for his part, was dumbfounded. Not only did the sword neatly lop off the top of the trident halfway down the handle, it then went on to slash right through the crimson armor like it was made of construction paper. It didn't make contact with skin below, it seemed. But not even Camel, who had reared back an instant after his weapon was cut in two, could believe the blade touched him. Thoughts of battles fought long ago flashed in Mao's mind. Despite the overwhelming force now at his fingertips, he couldn't help but smile. Man, I never had a chance against her, huh? His guard remained up, sword readied in front of him, as he kept a watchful eye on Camel's next move. Camel threw the hilt of his now useless weapon aside, ran a hand across the newly formed gash in his armor, and began to mutter. Satan, Satan, Satan. Ugh. Maō could tell that his breathing was gradually becoming more labored. Satan. What? You're freaking me out, whoa. He had thought Camel has lost his wits for a moment, but suddenly the archangel took the remainder of the spear, the part with the pointy bits, and lunged forward. Satan. The points of the spear were close to him now, close enough that Maō could see the eyes behind the iron helmet, but he still blocked them easily. It wasn't that he didn't expect this surprise attack, but Camel's bizarre and terrifying behavior was starting to unnerve him. Then things got even worse. What the hell? The blade of Mao's sword, the one he used to defect the spear, was starting to eat between two of the trident's prongs with its eerily sharp blade. This made it physically clear just how fine a weapon it was, but it was exactly what Mao didn't want right now. If he cut through the space between the prongs, there wouldn't be anything there to keep the rest of the weapon from stabbing straight through him. GG's, Mao shouted in a panic. This is too much of a good thing, man. A Seeth, disengage. Okay, Mao. Two things then happened at once. The sword in Mao's hand instantly dissolved into a swarm of light particles, which then gathered to a point below the two fighters. It created a human form, fusing upon itself at light speed to create a person. A girl, named Seeth Allah, the child of a Yesod fragment, just like Alas Ramus. And just as the now-freed trident was about to penetrate Mao's skin, Seeth's willowy fist punched right through the middle of it. NNGH. The dull thud that accompanied the onrush of force, something her arm never should have been capable of, made Camel's weapon go flying upward. He lost his balance on the rebound, leaving his torso wide open. Yeah. It was greeted by a flying elbow from her wispy frame. MNGH. Considering the size difference, the strike should have resulted in nothing but a broken elbow for Seeth. Instead, it sent cracks running across the midsection of Camel's armor like it was made of glass, and sent his body somersaulting through the air before it crashed into the roof. Mao, what happened? She was surprised to find Mao lying on the roof, next to Camel's crumpled form. I lost my balance while I tried to dodge the spear, okay, Mao protested as he picked himself up. Maybe practice limbo dancing more, yes. Devil Kings don't practice limbo dancing at all, lady. Dude, treat this seriously. Nobody heeded the words of Urashihara, still lying near the edge. I am serious, Seeth replied. Time to fight more. These guys, they are more enemy to me than Mao. Seeth's body, far more powerful, it turned out, than it looked, wriggled in the air as she struck what she presumably thought was a menacing fighting pose. Well, whatever you want, as long as you're helping us. Mao brought a finger to his forehead. This was Alas Ramus against Gabriel all over again. Seeth didn't evoke much confidence with her semi-fluent Japanese, but the hostility she bore for Camel sure seemed like the real thing to him. She wouldn't be expending all this strength on him otherwise. But what about Iron? He seemed to have no ill will toward Farfarello and the other demons at all. Was it just a matter of differing personalities? I wouldn't think so, no. Yeah, I didn't think that'd be enough to do him in, Mao said, as the sight of Camel struggling to his feet distracted him. Satoin. Oh, great, me again. What's your problem with me anyway? Mao was 100% sure they had never met before. He'd never seen any angels at all, in fact, until he went to Japan. I mean, I don't really want to sick a Seeth on you, if I don't even know what you're angry about. Oh, I am okay with it. Chill out a sec, all right, Mao said, attempting to calm her for a moment so that he could think in peace. Yeah, just chill out, MK. You too, Camel. Mao and Seeth both reared back, creating distance from the voice that suddenly popped up. Gah! Gabriel, Seeth shouted before Mao could finish, voice tinged with even more hatred than what she lodged at Camel. Whoa, wait, what? Gabriel exclaimed, rather surprised himself as he gaped at her. Wait, Seeth. Mao had to quickly step in to keep the girl from leaping for Gabriel's jugular right then and there. What, Mao? Let me do it. Wait, he said, grabbing her arm as he watched Gabriel. We finally got someone I can actually talk to here. Don't go killing him before I can at least do that. He didn't expect much from this new visitor. More of the meandering, misleading nonsense that Gabriel had given him last time. but at least he was more capable of coherent speech than Camille or Libicacco. Aziath. Gabriel, meanwhile, sighed at the sight of the silver-haired girl, who was ready to kill him at first sight. My, all these unplanned events one after the other. You pulling more of this behind-the-scenes crap again? Maō asked, more exasperated than surprised by now. Whenever there was strife in his life, Gabriel always seemed to be part of it. Well, yeah, or I suppose you could say that it wasn't so behind the scenes, mk. Kinda different now, though. If that makes me a rat, then gimme some cheese to gnaw on, huh? He shrugged in self-depreciating fashion. I'm going home, Camille. If we keep trying to be greedy like this, it's gonna bite us in the ass, that much I'm pretty sure of. This latent force is enough of a pain in the butt, but now we got someone way rougher getting into the mix. Camille's stomach heaved up and down. Boy, someone's in a real tizzy, huh? I think something's wrong with him, Gabriel. Maō couldn't help but butt in at the sight. Gabriel's suggestion to retreat seemed to not register with Camille at all. He simply kept breathing, loudly and heavily. Yeah, guess he can't keep cool when Devil King Satan's around. I don't think we have a beef with each other, do we? We haven't even met. Hey, don't bitch at me, mk. Bitch at your mom and dad for naming you Satan in the first place. Maybe things be different if you were the Devil King Jimmy or something, but what's so bad about Jimmy? You got a problem with the Jimmys of the world. Yeah, sure, tell 'em all I said sorry for me. Come on, Camille, let's go. We can't flex our full muscle in this world anyway, and neither can they. There's some seriously bad hombres getting involved, mk. Wait, you're going, Maō snarled. They seemed ready to take off, but he wasn't ready to let them fly the coop quite yet. No explanation or apology or anything. Yeah, let's just say that. What I saw freaked me out so much that I want out of here ASAP, yeah. What? Hey you, the biggest bum in the world. Gabriel stepped toward the prone Urashihara, chiding him. Maybe he was still sore about how he treated him earlier. You still got that business card I gave you, right? Business card? Maō glared at Gabriel, wondering what archangels needed something like that for. It's at the bottom of one of my drawers, covered in dust. Well, take better care of it than that, all right. Those things don't exactly grow on trees, you know. That really hurts my feelings. Gabriel nodded perfunctorily, a twinge of sadness to his voice. Anyway, that bum has my phone number, so gimme a call later, mk. Oh, and here's a little, something for your trouble. He clapped his hands once. Maō and Asiath steeled themselves for the worst, but instead, a soft light extended out from the roof to cover the entire school grounds, before vanishing in the blink of an eye. I kept all the storm damage intact 'cause it'd be too weird otherwise, but with that, nobody in this school has any memory of the past hour or so. So can we call ourselves even for now? Maō paused. He found himself looking at his feet, then at Chiho and Suzuno behind him. For now, you planning a rematch later on? Hey, if you're up for it. I'd prefer not to, man. Even if I told you that we're in possession of Emilia, the hero's body. To some extent, he was expecting Gabriel to say that. Considering how much the angels preferred to keep their diabolical plans under wraps and unnoticed, he knew they'd risk a flashy, destructive strike on Japan for one reason, and one reason only, because the hero Emilia, the greatest current threat to their way of life, was gone. Hearing it from Gabriel's mouth, though, made every muscle on Mao's face tense up. Ooh, that's a funny face you're making. Not exactly the kind of thing I'd expect the king of all demons to make, mk. Gabriel smiled, the sheer joy behind it something that Maō had never seen from him before. Well, see you later, Devil King, or should I say, the latest disaster we have to deal with. And so Gabriel went home, but not after trashing Sasahata North High, taking Camille, the regiment, and Libicacco with him, and leaving a bombshell revelation in his wake. Home, in this case, was much more likely in Ta'ila than the heavenly realm. "God admit," spat Maō as he looked at the now calmer sky. It was almost 2 in the afternoon. He should have been on a train back home by now, all smiles after acing his road test. Where the hell am I gonna get the money for a 3rd exam? But as he shook an angry fist at the skies above, Maō realized something. His body was back to its human self, back to good old Sadao Maō. Surprised, he turned to Asiyeth, who was still yelling something toward the area Gabriel disappeared into. "This makes 0 sense." Maō set off. Getting Suzuno and Yurishihara patched up came first. "You all right, Kai?" "Ah," Chiho looked down at herself. Her uniform, as well as her face and hands, were stained with muddy red blood. It was a sight to behold. "I'm fine." She nodded, and then tears began to well in her eyes. "This is all Suzuno's blood. She tried to protect me." "She did." "GNHH." The prone Suzuno groaned out loud. She sounded like she was ready to faint. "I'll go fetch my 5 holy energy beta bottle from my classroom. Suzuno needs some right now." "Wait a sec, Kai," Maō shouted. "You can't go back looking like that." Chiho being witnessed by other students in her current bloodied state would, at the very least, have an impact on her social life. "Let's go back to my apartment for now, Asiyeth." "Don't run, monster. Come back here now. We will fight this fair and square chicken." "Asiyeth." "I hate you, all stupid angels. Next time it will be the last time. You wait and see, I tell you, you assholes." "Asiyeth." It took a lot of lung power to wrest Asiyeth's attention away from her apparent nemesis. He sighed, a sense of fatigue suddenly overcoming him. "Can you take all of us here over to my apartment?" 1, 2, 3, no prob. Maō wondered whether she really needed to count them or not. "Who is this girl, Maō?" Chiho asked. "Hold that thought, Kai. We gotta get Suzuno and Yurishihara home first. You're coming with us too, we can talk then. We've gotta discuss Emi too." "Oh." The reminder startled Chiho. She must have heard Gabriel as well as Maō did. "So wait, Maō, are you gonna go and raise?" "We'll talk about that too, okay? Let's go, Asiyeth." "Okay," Asiyeth gave a pointless thumbs up and clapped her hands. "Hop on." Oof. NGH. Chiho, Suzuno, and Yurishihara all floated in the air, Maō and Asiyeth joining them a moment later. "Take it slow, okay? I don't want anyone to notice us." "Bossy, bossy, bossy, I will try. I gave my body to you long time after all." "Please don't phrase it like that." Maō, seeing that Chiho was too busy tending to Suzuno behind him to notice the statement, felt a sudden sense of relief. Asiyeth wasn't wrong exactly, but that statement alone would be enough for Emi to slice Maō in half lengthwise if she was around. "Nahaha, you look funny, okay, here we go." With that signal, the 5 of them gently glided through the light drizzle that now fell over the school. "We'll be there soon, all right," Chiho said, using a handkerchief to keep Suzuno's and Yurishihara's faces dry along the way. "Hang in there. We've got some 5 holy energy beta in your room, Suzuno." Some didn't describe it. There was virtually a lifetime supply of holy magic now stored in her apartment. That would be enough to help revive the 2 of them, and it seemed safe to assume that no further threat to their lives was forthcoming. Maō kept an eye on them as he thought through his leads. It was vital for him, once he got back home, to extract all the information he could from Asiyeth and Nord and get a full grip on their current situation. But already he had the suspicion that no matter what the picture looked like, his plan of action looked the same in the end. Back to that world, Back to Ta'ila, the land of the Holy Cross, the human world he was once a hairbreadth away from conquering. Too bad we wound up half-assing it so much. It was an expression of regret that Maō wouldn't have even dared let Ashia hear, muttered to no one in particular as they floated above the Shudo expressway traffic. As a conqueror of mankind, as the supreme leader of demondom, he had failed to fulfill his full duties as Devil King. Now he was slumming it here in Japan, living day to day with seemingly not a care in the world. Was that really all right? The doubt had taken up permanent residence in his mind. He wanted to learn everything he had access to in this world, and then he wanted to bring it back to the demon realms. That much was the truth. But before he could pursue that dream, he felt there were certain things he had to do. I gotta do something about my shifts before anything else. Wasn't exactly expecting to fail twice, so I didn't schedule any more days off this month. Hope I can find someone to cover a shift for me. That was another concern of his, yes. Flying over Hataraku station must have made Mao's mind jump the track a bit. He shook it off. But now, I can't do a thing by myself anymore. He needed Chiho, and Suzuno and Urashihara, and I need all of their strength. Oh, they're back, hee. A familiar voice greeted them from below. Maō and Chiho looked down to find someone waving at them outside the Devil's Castle front door. They were shocked. Amin. Huh. It was Amin Oguro, their summer job boss from Choshi. She was the niece of Miki Shiba, the corpulent landlord at Villa Rosa Sasuzuka, so it wasn't too strange that she knew Mao's address. But he still remembered what she'd pulled off above the waters of Choshi, and the bizarre and undoubtedly superhuman way she disappeared from their lives. Oh great, another lead to pursue, Maō mumbled to himself. It took only a few more moments for him to realize that it was far more than that. Gah! Urashihara slipped down onto the floor of the interior hallway upon losing Mao's support. Neither Maō nor Chiho, currently keeping Suzuno upright, had any ability to help him now. That was because both Ashia and Nord were gone from Devil's Castle, and in its place was a scraped-up Rika Suzuki, sleeping like the dead and wearing clothes taken from Mao's closet. Amin, he asked, voice shaking. Yep. Where are Ashia and the older guy who was just here? Kidnapped, Amin blurted as she quietly helped Urashihara up. Right in front of me, too. Kidnapped, Chiho shouted, too surprised to do anything but parrot the word back at her. Ashia. All I was capable of doing, Amin calmly replied, was keeping this woman safe. She pointed at the recumbent Rika as she placed Urashihara down a little ways from her. It was them against this gang of armored knights and this lanky goofball named Gabriel. Neither Maō nor Chiho could hide their shock. I'm guessing you were expecting this. Yes and no. Certainly it made sense that Gabriel would want to seize one of Emi's relatives if he was still after the Holy Sword and Yesod fragments. But why Ashia too? It only served to confuse Maō even more, and Chiho, who hadn't heard about the events at the DMV yet. Amin sized them up, then nodded. Rising quickly to her feet, she presented Maō with a sheaf of papers Ashia had kept next to the laundry. What's this? He asked. It's written in some script I can't read. Looks like a map or something, but it's centurion in Ashia's handwriting. Also, Amin interrupted, as she noticed Chiho peeking at the stack of papers. Don't you think you should be patching up Suzuno right now, Chiho? You look pretty soaked yourself, too. You're gonna die from the flu if you don't dry out. Oh right, sorry Suzuno, but I need to go into your room, okay? The color returned to Chiho's face as Suzuno groaned her approval. They both went into the still unlocked apartment. Whoa, wow, it's a complete mess in here. How about you just sit down here, Suzuno? Maō listened to Chiho's startled reaction through the wall as he studied the papers. Slowly, the meaning behind them dawned on him. This is a map of the eastern island. The cities, the road links, what areas the other islands have influence in, what the central mountain tribes fighting against Efsahan are up to. There's some top secret information in here too. What was he doing with this? Maō knew that Ashia had taken to spending a lot of his time writing lately. Is this the product of that? But before he could figure out what his general had left this behind for. Also, Ashia left me a message for you. A message? Yeah, she slowly said. To you. He said he'd be waiting at the National Museum of Western Art. That's all. I don't know what it means. The National Museum, that's in Ueno. Ashia went there on research trips a few times. The Tokyo neighborhood of Ueno was home to a number of large national museums. Maō recalled how they both paid numerous visits to most of them early on, exploring planet Earth's occult history in an effort to find a way back home. So that maps from your world. Oh, Then Maō remembered his present situation. Amin was unusual, no doubt about that. But how did she know from the first time they met in Choshi that he and Suzuno, for that matter, weren't from Earth? And that went for Mikishiba, her aunt and their landlord too, right? Amin shook her head as Maō pondered over this. I told you before, didn't I? I can't tell you anything if Aunt Mickety hasn't already told you. That's how the rules work. Oof, Maō groaned, discouraged at Amin's indifference to his plight. Then he heard Rika moan as she squirmed to life on the floor. He thought she had woken up, but instead she settled back down after a moment. It was a relief to Maō that she was sleeping at least and not unconscious. But then, Ashia. She's talking in her sleep. Help Ashia, help me. Yeah, it must have been pretty scary for her, I guess. She's just a normal woman besides. I'm sure Ashia and the other guy tried their best to protect her, but... That reminded Maō of another key point. Emmy and Alas Ramus were on Inte Isla, and now that almost certainly applied to Ashia and Emmy's father. They were all back where they used to be, but now it was undeniably hostile territory to them. Whose job was it then to save them? What needed to be done? How could he get back to Inte Isla? He couldn't use his own powers, and he still didn't know what he was dealing with in a Seath. His gate abilities were powered by demonic force, anyway. There was no guarantee he could build a stable one with any other sort of power source. So who could open a gate right now? Didn't Suzuno say it herself? That you could open one as long as you had the right amplifier. And Ashia was waiting at the National Museum of Western Art. Maō looked up. A gate, that's it, a gate, hey Suzuno. Leaping out of Devil's Castle, Maō zoomed down the hall and banged on Suzuno's door. Maō, wait Ace, why you can't come in right now. Maō ignored Chiho's pleas and opened the door wide. Oh. Maō. The moment he stepped in, Mao's face ran right into a curtain with some kind of intricate pattern drawn on it. I told you can't come in, Chiho continued to admonish. What Maō saw in the dimly lit room before this curtain blinded him was Chiho providing Suzuno an energy drink as she took a wet towel to her wounds, and Mao Yawu. And Suzuno, whose kimono was stripped down to her waist as Chiho tended to the gash on her shoulder. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, but listen to me. This is really important, ow. Just get out of here, Maō. Gah. From the other side of the curtain, something rather blunt hit Maō in the forehead with enough force to bend him backward. He toppled over but came back up to his feet, head still caught in the curtain. He had to get this across to her now. Maō, you're really starting to make me angry, okay? You truly wish to die, do you not, NGH? Even in her current state, the murderous intent was clear in Suzuno's muffled words. Hey, oh Maō, we are one now, heart and soul, and now you peek at the naked ladies. Even through the curtain, Maō could tell that Asiath's timely entry into the room made that murderous rage grow even hotter. I better call the police. Hey, Yurashihara, is there a phone in here? Dude, I'm a lot more hurt than I look, so. Listening to the sad exchange between Amin and Urashihara next door made Mao feel like he was getting completely shoehorned out of the picture. He left the room, or a seeth dragged him out, more like, and spoke to Suzuno through the closed door. The first thing he spotted as he lifted the curtain from his head was the giant hardback Japanese dictionary that Chiho apparently threw at him. Hey Suzuno. Well yet. It was weird. She sounded so weak and frail, but the tone of it still made Mao's hair stand on end. Why you can beat me up all you want later, so just listen for a sec, okay? Ooh, you like Mao. Shut up, Asiath. Suzuno, listen. You said we could open a gate if we had the right amplifier, yeah. I did, came the gravelly reply. Mao's eyes lit up. I think we got one. There's an amplifier I think you can use at the National Museum of Western Art in Ueno. In Ueno, a holy magic amplifier. Chiho seemed not to understand Mao's words. Suzuno, on the other hand, furrowed her brows. Let me just say, NGH. Suzuno. No, I am fine. Devil King, the stairs of heaven have been the subject of people's faith for generations. They were carved out of the very earth following oral traditions and those of our scriptures. They are the largest of amplifiers, providing a meaningful contribution to the very concept of holy magic. I do not wish to discount my adoptive home for the time being, but I sincerely doubt any object in Japan would be the object of such a high level of faith and power, to say nothing of an object so close by. There is, all right. There is, and we don't even have to pay to get in. It's the gates of hell. The gates of hell. Chiho and Suzuno looked at each other. Mao was starting to sound more like the Devil King again, although they could tell how much he emphasized the free entry aspect of it. Have you ever seen it before, Kai? Mao confidently asked. That really big bronze sculpture outside the front entrance of the National Museum of Western Art in Ueno. Chiho searched her memory as she wrung out her towel. I think I might have, during a school field trip or something. Like, isn't the thinker posing above the gates or something? Yeah, that, Mao eagerly replied. The piece depicted a scene from The Inferno, the opening chapter of the Divine Comedy, in which Dante is guided by an ancient poet through the various circles of hell. It is depicted not as a land of anguish where the dead pay for living a sinful life, but as a world of holiness, created by God as part of his grand scheme. The Gates of Hell was crafted by August Rodin, hailed as the father of modern sculpture. The one at the National Museum was one of 7 bronze casts that exist throughout the world, continually absorbing the story of mankind's thoughts, faiths, and histories as they accumulated over time. It's the entrance to hell as it was described in the Divine Comedy. That's exactly what it depicts. So. It might be worth trying, yes. Yeah, totally. I know we can open a gate with that. So heal up already, man. You too, Urashihara. Mao wrested the curtain from his head and spiked it on the floor to emphasize the point. Ashia Nord, alas, Ramus and Emmy too. We're gonna save 'em all. Extra chapter, The Hero Has a Cry. Today marked day 14, since Emmy was taken to the prison cell disguised as a luxury retreat. Watching the vast ocean expand out through her window-side view, she let out a light sigh. She hadn't thought there was anything dangerous about it, so why did it have to turn out like this? Mommy! Alas, Ramus, if you keep playing up there, you're gonna fall off the bed again. The bed was of exquisite make, and alas, Ramus was currently using it as a trampoline. They had not been bound or chained to a dungeon wall, nothing of the sort, and no physical harm had been done to either of them, and the window was a simple glass affair, window glass itself being a rare, costly commodity in this world. She didn't need the better half to smash it. Throwing the writing desk that occupied a corner of the room at it would do the trick well enough. The key to the room was in Emmy's possession. I bet everybody's worried by now. The room overlooked Fagan, a military port on the far northwestern edge of the eastern island. It was the site of a large naval base that also saw use as a commercial port, and the area behind the base was occupied by a fairly decent-sized city. Once a humble fishing village, it was now the nearest port to Sky Castle, the capital of Efsahan, steadily growing over the years. It was also the birthplace of the ancestors of the Azure Emperor, Efsahan's supreme leader. Emmy had visited here once during her quest to slay the Devil King. She still had a decent lay of the land. It was the last of the islands to be freed from its great demon general, and that, combined with the authoritarian regime that preceded demon rule, made it seem like a rather dull, dreary city, especially compared to the vast settlements on the western island and the lively, multi-ethnic towns of the northern island. From her vantage point, it seemed like the city had grown even gloomier than before, although Emmy's current mood was no doubt coloring that impression. "Chiho, Belle's sorry I broke my promise." It was a statement Emmy had whispered into the air multiple times over the past 2 weeks. How great it would have felt to tell them directly. She knew the holy force that streamed into her from the moment she returned to Inte Isla was several orders of magnitude more than what she had in Japan. She could probably send an idea link, for example, without requiring an amplifier like Chiho did. But the loyal and brave fighters of Efsahan. Emmy winced as she placed her hands over her ears. Alas, Ramus, hearing the same sound, grimaced. "We will now announce the results of the sea battle fought around the offshore islands to the northwest." It was, Emmy presumed, a regular broadcast sent to pump up morale around Fagan whenever a skirmish involving the port took place. The broadcast equipment of Earth didn't exist here, of course, but the involvement of an amplifier, for holy force, not for electricity, was one similarity. They must have had a large facility for housing this force, and she guessed that the port was equipped with sonar equipment for monitoring holy power usage within the military base. If she sent an idea link to another world with no amplifier, that might cost her whatever freedom she had left right now. She didn't mind that, but the image of alas Ramus being thrown into some dank, underground dungeon kept her from acting. And even before considering that, there was also the fact that Emmy's mobile phone had been confiscated. That restricted her options even further. She gritted her teeth, thinking about the events that brought her here to Fagan. The people of this land, at least, had no reason to take her smartphone away. It clearly wasn't a weapon. Emmy was not a sorceress by trade. Without that phone serving as an amplifier, she wasn't too confident that she could accurately send an idea link to a specific person in Japan. Although there was one person. Well, I hope Rika's okay. Emmy recalled the face of the only friend in Japan she was able to make contact with. Even if she didn't have anything in her possession, Chiho could send a targeted idea link to someone nearby if she knew the target's phone number. Remembering this, Emmy pictured Rika's number in her mind, the only number she had memorized besides her own, and that let her make a pinpoint connection. She had it down cold because, since she didn't know how her smartphone's contact list worked at first, she looked up the number from the workplace directory and typed it in manually each time. In order to avoid Holy Force detection, she made sure to send the link only when a military broadcast was taking place. These broadcasts were considerably detailed, covering not only battle results but also seaside weather forecasts and what the nobility were doing over in the capital. They tended to go on for a while, which gave her a decent amount of leeway. But Rika. Emmy regretted contacting her now. Rika knew nothing about Emmy and the people around her. She had thought that if she contacted Rika on a different day from the last time she spoke to Maō, that would lead Maō or Suzuno to realize something was up once Rika brought it up with them. It wasn't until the second call, however, that she realized doing this exposed Rika to the risk of getting wrapped up in Inte Island events. If that put her in danger, Emmy couldn't even imagine how she could apologize for it. "This is what I get for living a lie all this time, I guess." Mommy, you okay? Now alas Ramus was at her feet, giving her a worried look. Alas Ramus. Yeah. I want you to never lie to your friends, all right, ever. Lie. Alas Ramus, apparently, was still too young to understand the concept. She gave Emmy a questioning look, but Emmy remained silent, eyes turned back toward the swells on the sea. What would they even do, though? Like, even if Rika contacted them? Yurashihara wouldn't give a crap. Ashia would probably do a jig right on the spot. And maybe Maō would be a little unnerved. He did care about alas Ramus, but he couldn't care less about Emmy. And part of her didn't want him to. No way. So what was she expecting then, when she gave Rika an idea link? Laya. Emmy covered her face with her hands, holding them tight as she gritted her teeth. She had to, or else the unbelievable reality she just thought of was going to physically pin her to the ground. You have to be kidding, that's impossible. I don't want them to help me. How could she live with herself if the Devil King flew in to the rescue? Whenever he helped her in the past, there was always an ulterior motive, another goal that Maō was hoping to achieve for himself. Mommy, you're okay. Alas Ramus. Daddy's coming. Then she had yet to explain the current situation to the child. She doubted she'd understand, and if anything, she seemed to be enjoying this little coastal vacation. But alas Ramus still managed to expertly jab her mommy right where she was weakest. You know what, alas Ramus? Daddy's busy with work. Mommy's gonna have to handle things for herself for a while, all right. She's a hero after all. Hero? Yeah, so. Do you have to? Another bout of silence. Children could be so cruel sometimes. Emmy tried to flee the innocent question. A question from the girl who loved her as a mother. Well, I guess I do, yeah. But if someone does show up, it'd be a lot better to have Suzuna or Emeralda, I think. I wanna see Suzu sis, and Kai sis too, and Alcel and Lucifer. Yeah, I bet you do. Waff. Emmy picked alas Ramus up and held her tight, tight enough to make the child squirm a little. The salty air of the Ente Isla seaside, the land she had wanted to return to so badly, now strained her heart to its breaking point. A knock sounded on the door. Emmy hurriedly placed alas Ramus back on the floor. 1 second, she said as she fused the girl back into her own body. She didn't want alas to see how she interacted with the person on the other side, the cold, dark sneer so unbecoming of a hero. She sighed, wiped the corners of her eyes, and then glared at the door, as if firing bullets through it. All right, come in. Pardon me. It was a voice from way back, one that had a calming effect on her long ago. Now it sounded nothing less than hateful. What do you want, Alba? It was Alba Mayer, one of the 6 bishops of the church and a central part of Emmy's quest to rid the world of the demon scourge. Maō in demon form defeated him when he used Yurashihara to attack Sasuzuka, but, as she learned from the demon cameo in Choshi, he somehow escaped custody and made his way back to Ente Isla. Coming to Fagin, however, and seeing him in the flesh once more, filled her with such a black, sinister sense of hatred. It surprised her how much rage she could feel against someone she used to count on as a close confidant. I am here because I have something to give you. You don't have to be so angry at me. I will not be long. Anything you give me, you know I'm giving right back to the maid later on. Ha ha ha. Well, I suppose I understand your feelings, but I'm not so sure you can do that with this exactly. It is, after all, one of the reasons why you came here in the first place. The tonsure on his head still bore a scar from the battle in Sasuzuka on it. It stuck out in Emmy's eyes as Alba took out what appeared to be a plain hemp pouch from his church robe. I wanted to prove to you that we are sticking to our promise. I have a sample to show you. Seeing the real thing, I presume, will help put your mind at ease slightly. The pouch was resting in Alba's wrinkled palm. It appeared to have some weight to it. Emmy noticed the string tying the opening shut, as well as the leaf someone had stuck into the side fabric. It made her open her eyes wide. Both the leaf and the string had been specially treated to serve as drying agents, meant to fend off moisture when storing crops long-term. It appears you already know what it is, inside here. Alba grinned as he brought his other hand to the string. Wait, Emmy shouted, eyes darting between the pouch and the view out the window. If you open that here. I apologize, but handing it to you and having you do nothing with it would be rather pointless, wouldn't it? Before she could stop him, Alba had it open, pouring the contents into a water pitcher on the table in front of the door. Stop! But it was too late. The contents flowed in, floating for a moment in the salt-tinged water inside before taking in the moisture and falling to the bottom. Emmy recognized them as wheat seeds, and a look of despair crossed her face as they settled down. Don't worry. As I said, this is just a sample. We've got quite an inventory to work with. Do you understand that we are keeping our promise now? Alba tossed the empty pouch near the pitcher. As I mentioned earlier, Emilia, if you are willing to listen to what you are told, I promise you that our hostages will be well taken care of by our experts from the Western Island. But if you try to do anything strange, it will all end up like this. He gestured toward the seeds. The stage is almost set. I hope you will rest yourself well for what is to come. Then he left the room, not bothering to wait for the dumbfounded Emmy's reply. By the time his footsteps were no longer audible, Emmy was on her knees. The wheat seeds were not from this land. The high salt content of the drinking water here, on this faraway island, rendered the seeds useless the moment they absorbed it. That was the great cause, the invisible manacles keeping her here and forcing her to do her mortal enemy's bidding. Mommy! The worried voice of Alas Ramus rang in her head, but Emmy was no longer capable of responding. This is how a hero works. She was no hero, she was just a powerless peon. Even after everything they had done to her, she still couldn't dare lift her sword. Help someone. The soft sound of falling tears was lost amid the ever-present waves of the sea, never reaching the ears of anyone besides Emmy and Alas Ramus. To be continued. The author, the afterword, and you. Ever since I was young, I've always had kind of a thing for work vehicles. The impact they have on every aspect of Japanese manufacturing, logistics, and consumer activity, as well as the efforts of everyone who operate them in their work, is something I have to pay my respects to. This sense of awe comes to mind whenever I see big construction trucks, or the assorted specialized vehicles you see running around airports. I get it even when I see regular trucks and haulers running around town. It's like a little tingle. The first time I had the chance to drive a pickup truck, I was struck at the incredible power stored within such a relatively compact car. Later, when I drove a Toyota Hiace van around, I was shocked at how it remained just as spry and handleable even when I helped my friend move, and he packed it to the gills with stuff. With that in mind, it's perhaps only natural that I've had a similar thing for the special scooters used by pizza places and the like, the ones with rear-mounted cargo containers. I love the three-wheeled one with roofs in particular, simply because they look so completely different from normal motorcycles. So cool. Sadly, nobody in my social circle understands the attraction. Not yet, anyway. When I was writing this volume, I gave more than half a thought to purchasing one of those tricycle scooters, figuring it'd come in handy and wouldn't cost as much as a car to maintain. I was wrong. Those things are built for maneuverability, and that comes at a cost, about 3 times your average scooter new. You could buy a cheap, low-powered used car with that kind of budget. Another issue is that apparently I have a freakishly enormous head or something, because about the only helmet that fits me is an XXXL, 64 centimeters or larger. That, combined with the insurance I'll have to take out for it, adds further to the cost. I'm probably gonna have to consider it for a while longer. Still, owning a vehicle with an engine definitely allows you more range, not to mention versatility. It comes with a certain level of social responsibility, too, the obligation to be licensed, respect traffic laws, etc. But it's hard to beat the way it can expand the world for you. If you're reading this, that means that the current date is either April 10, 2013, or more likely, some date after that. You might already be aware of this by the time you pick this book up, but April marks the broadcast launch of The Devil is a Part-Timer animated series. This means the world of Devil has expanded once again, from book to manga and now to anime. I think it'll be fun for viewers to discover new ways to interact with this world. And I also think giving people the chance to explore it in all these different ways makes it a better work overall. Between Akio Hiyaraga's manga version of Devil, Kuron Mishima's spin-off, The Devil is a Part-Timer, High School, and the upcoming anime version directed by Naoto Hosoda, there are now so many different ways for all of us to enjoy the world of Sadao Mao and Emi Yusa. There really are. And as the main man behind all this, it couldn't make me happier. And with Volume 8 of the Devil novels, I think it's fair to say that the story is going in new and downright shocking directions. The world is expanding once again for readers, and this volume marks the kickoff. It's only going to be more frenetic in the next volume, and I hope you guys won't mind the wait too much. But even though this volume launches a thrilling new story arc that crosses worlds and may just change everything, the characters that inhabit it are exactly as they've always been. The Devil King and the hero are working hard to keep themselves afloat, because if you want to change, you have to take that first step. I imagine that's the credo all of them live by. The Devil King, the hero, the teenage girl, the demons, the clerics, and the angels. But no matter how noble the cause, it's still not nice to make reckless remarks in your work. Therefore, in closing, I would like to apologize on behalf of the tall, airheaded archangel in the story who personally offended every single man and woman named Jimmy, or some variant thereof. Here's hoping I'll see you in the next volume. Farewell.